In case you are a new visitor to my channel, my name is Dr. Imran Hamza Alawiye, and I'm the author of the Gateway to Arabic series. Marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Welcome to my channel. Now, if you are a new student of Arabic and you are absolute beginner and you want to learn how to read and write Arabic easily, you will need to start with Arabic from the beginning, part 1. There are 19 videos based on this book. You buy a copy and you follow the videos. Once you have mastered the skill of writing and reading Arabic script, you will then start to learn about how Arabic is organized, the DNA of Arabic. And that will start with the key to Arabic, book 2. There are 28 lessons based on this book. Again, you need to buy the book as well. Once you have done that, you move to the Gateway to Arabic series. Starting with the Gateway to Arabic book 2, and there are 35 lessons based on this book. Once you have finished that, you move swiftly to Gateway to Arabic book 3, where you find 24 lessons based on this book as well. Now, in addition to all this, there are 2 units. One is called Let's Speak Arabic Unit 1. There are 24 lessons. And Let's Speak Arabic Unit 2, where you have 31 lessons as well. You can start with those simultaneously as you are following this series. Now, for those of you who have been following this series, you will know that we're about to start our new lessons, our new class, teaching from this book, Gateway to Arabic book 4. So without any further ado, let's start our first lesson of the Gateway to Arabic book 4. Please buy a copy of all these books from our channel, from our website, www.gatewaytoarabic.com. Thank you so much. Now, let's start. Yes, I'm pleased to see you again, to be with you again. And let's start our lesson 1 from book 4. We're going to start from page 2. And as usual, I do a little bit of analysis of vocabulary for you. Let's start with my favorite phrase. As you know, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Now, we know it means welcome, but let's dip slightly deep into the meaning of ahlan wa sahlan. Ahlan is actually coming from word ahlun, which means family, as if we're saying, please come in, be part of our family, you are welcome. Ahlan. And sahlan is coming from sahlun, which means easy, plain, flat land, and soft, as if we are saying, please come in, the land is being prepared for you, everything will be easy, step forward with easiness, everything will be soft, you can really enjoy your stay with us. Ahlan wa sahlan, everything, obstacles have been removed. Ahlan wa sahlan. Bikum, B is an inseparable preposition, and it means with. It can mean be, in, at, or with, among others. Kum, that's your pronoun addressing group of people. Ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Welcome to you all. Inda is a particle which can mean at, by, or with. We use it also to express possession, to say I have, you have, they have, and so on. Also, we use the li for I have as well. I have, you have, they have, and so on. But the difference between the two is very subtle, and there is overlapping going on there. But the end particle can only be used in a sense for a man and a woman, or human being, if you like, expressing possession. To say I have, we have, and so on. You don't say, oh, the house has, using ender. No, you use fi, like a fihi. The school has, you say fiha, and so on. Now, the li you use for something that you don't really possess, you don't put it in your pocket, like a li awlad, I have children. Of course, you can say indi awlad as well, but li is expressing that I have it, but it's not in my pocket. It's a figuratively, really. So, li waladun, li ibnun, I have a son. Li bintun, I have a girl. I have a daughter, and so on. Li sadiqun, I have a friend. Right, let's move into another way you use enda. Enda al-bayt, like at the house. Enda al-mahatta, at the station, and so on. You can also use in this sense, ma indak, like what do you have, or what is your opinion, what do you think about this, ma indak. That can be used in that way as well. Now, I want to give you some of the plurals of these words. Ahlun, the plural is ahluna. Ahalin as well, can be ahluna, that's one plural of ahlun, or ahalin, also a plural of ahlun. Usratun, family, also means family, and the plural is usarun. Ailatun means family as well, and plural is ailatun or awailu. Now, the subtle difference between usra and aila, for instance, usra can be, some people may say that belongs to smaller family, but when you have larger family, meaning you have several combination of families within this extended family, now become aila. Hence, when you say surname in Arabic is ismul aila. You don't say ismul usra, you say ismul aila, because aila is larger, is deeper in history. So, a couple of sifa for you, or nu'ud, a couple of adjectives. Kabirun, big or large. Saghirun, small or little. Ism is a noun. Ism means name. Asma is a plural. It's nice to remember, really remember that when you are learning your vocabulary, learn singular, mufrad, as well at the same time learn plural, jama, at the same time. So it's a very good practice thing to be aware of. Learn your singular and plural at the same time, and that's why I have this habit of calling your attention to the plurals as well. Now let's look at further vocabulary on this, which belongs to this page 2. Right, let's look at the rest of vocabulary for our lesson 1 before we actually read the passage on page 2. Umrun has mean age, and the plural is a'marun, ages. Sanatun means a year, plural is sanawatun, means years. Amun also means a year, and the plural is a'wamun, years. You can use either, they mean the same thing. But you need to be aware that if you use sanatun, that's feminine, and if you use amun, it's masculine, so therefore you need to apply the necessary rules as you are going along. Hada and hadihi, you know, hada means this is, or and hadihi also means this is. One is for masculine, which is hada, and hadihi is for feminine. Abun, that's mean a father, and the plural is abaun. Walidun also mean a father, and the plural is waliduna. Here we can explain this a little bit further. Abun means father, but walidun has to be somebody who's actually directly responsible for that child. Is a walidun. But abun, it can be used very loosely to say Abu Huraira. Somebody is called Abu Huraira. In the history, Abu Huraira means it's like a father of the kitten. So Huraira. So Abu, it can be used not necessarily for somebody who's directly responsible for the birth of this child, but walidun, it has to be a real father of that child. Father, fathers, walidun, waliduna, father, and fathers as well. Let's move to the ummun. Ummun, that's meant mother, and the plural is ummahatun, also mothers. Another word for mother is walidatun, and walidatun is the plural. Just as we said here, it's the same principle. Walidatun has to be the lady, the woman that gave birth to that child. You say walidatun. But the can be used for somebody who's not necessarily is the one who gave birth to the child. Shaqiqun, that's mean, the plural is ashiqa'u. You have a full blood brother. Mother and father is the same. So, shaqiqun and shaqiqatun, shaqiqatun. You have a full brother, a full blood brother, or full blood brothers, ashiqa'u, a full blood sister, full blood sisters. So shaqiqun, ashiqa'u, shaqiqatun, shaqiqatun. Akhun, a brother, ikhwatun, that's the plural, and ikhwanun, a brother, brothers. Now akhun, not necessarily of the same father, the same mother, or even have any father or mother in common at all. You can just say hada akhi fillah, this is my brother in Islam, for instance. Hada akhi, this is my brother in humanity. Hada akhi fil insaniya, and so on. Ukhtun, akhawatun, sister, sisters, not necessarily of the same man or same father or any relation at all. Sisters, sister in Islam, sisters in humanity, and so on. So ukhtun. But when you say shaqiqun, that's a full blood brother, and shaqiqatun, that's a full blood sister. So that's the difference between the two. So these are the vocabulary on which we're going to now read the passage from book 4 on page 2. Let's do just that. Hopefully you will be able to now follow the passage now that you know the individual vocabulary. Now that we have analyzed the relevant vocabulary, let's now read the passage on page 2, and we're going to be doing the top 3 boxes, 1, 2, and 3, and see whether you can understand them. Let's try. Ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Translate for me. I hope you understand that. I'll come back to that in a minute. أهلا وسهلا بكم عند أسرتي الكبيرة. أهلا وسهلا بكم عند أسرتي الكبيرة. Are you following me? Come on. Tell me the meaning. أهلا وسهلا بكم عند أسرتي الكبيرة. Let's read the whole thing first, and then we'll see how much you manage to understand. اسمي شاكر. اسمي شاكر. وعمري 12 سنة. اسمي شاكر وعمري 12 سنة. Next. هذا أبي عبد الرحمن. هذا أبي عبد الرحمن. وهذه أمي إيمان. وهذه أمي إيمان. هذا أبي عبد الرحمن وهذه أمي إيمان. Next. هذا شقيقي لقمان. هذا شقيقي لقمان وهو أصغر مني سنا. هذا شقيقي لقمان وهو أصغر مني سنا. Last line. وهذه شقيقتي كوثر. وهذه شقيقتي كوثر وهي أكبر مني سنا. It's called, well, how many did you get? Come on. I'm hoping you get at least 65%. Let's now do it together. أهلا وسهلا بكم عند أسرتي الكبيرة. That's mean welcome to you عند with أسرتي my family الكبيرة the big my extended family. أسرتي الممتدة أسرتي الكبيرة my large family. That's my extended family. أهلا وسهلا بكم عند أسرتي الكبيرة. اسمي شاكر. Easy. My name is Shakir. وعمري and my age 12 سنة. I am 12 years old. So عمري, my age is 12. That's in 12. I wish عمري 12 سنة. هذا أبي. This is my father. عبد الرحمن. عبد الرحمن. This is my father. اسمه عبد الرحمن. وهذه أمي. And this is my father, my mother. إيمان. اسمها إيمان. You can say هذا والدي. اسمه عبد الرحمن. وهذه والدتي. اسمها إيمان. هذا شقيقي. This is my full blood brother. هذا شقيقي لقمان. Say his name. اسمه لقمان. وهو and he is أصغر. That means younger than me in terms of age. يعني smaller than me in terms of age. سن mean age. سن also mean teeth. Which is very interesting in Arabic that you have the same word for age as well as teeth. The tooth سن, apparently the scientists believe they can determine the age from analysis of somebody's tooth or teeth. وهذه شقيقتي, and this is my full blood sister. كوثر is her name. وهي, and she is أكبر, older than me. I mean bigger than me in terms of age. So see how easy it is? It's very easy once you learn the vocabulary. You read the passage and the meaning will be decoded for you immediately. So try that for me, using your vocabulary, putting it together, constructing sentences, constructing, a short paragraph. And before you know, you will be speaking and writing Arabic fluently. أهلا وسهلا بكم عند أسرتي الكبيرة. اسمي شاكر وعمري 12 سنة. هذا أبي عبد الرحمن وهذه أمي إيمان. هذا شقيقي لقمان وهو أصغر مني سنا. وهذه شقيقتي كوثر وهي أكبر مني سنا. Open your page 4 and do your revision for me. Here we go again. So this is the end of page, the lesson 1, and please study that. And inshallah, God willing, we'll meet again very soon doing lesson 2. In the meantime, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Try to disseminate this information and send it to your links. And don't forget to extend your help to my charity, Helping Hands for Education. Thank you so much. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. مرحبا. أهلا وسهلا بكم. Welcome to lesson 2 of our Gateway to Arabic Book 4. We are still on page 2. We have covered the top boxes. Now we're going to do these box 4 and 5. Let's do the analysis, a brief analysis of vocabulary that we're going to come across when we read the next passage. These are very, very familiar indeed. This is a personal pronoun. Ana, I or I am. Anta, you, singular male, or you are. Anti, you, singular female, or you are. Huwa, he or he is. Hiya, she or she is. Other vocabulary are jaddun, that's a grandfather, plural, ajdadun. Jaddatun, a grandmother, plural, jaddatun. And we're also going to come across this phrase, min qibali, means on the part of, from the side of. Now let's now look at the passage itself and see whether using this vocabulary you can understand the passage. Now let's do the next passage, still on page 2. I read it for you first and let's see how much of it you can understand. هذا والد أبي. هذا والد أبي. اسمه عبد الله المكي وهو جدي من قبل أبي. وهو جدي من قبل أبي. وهذه والدة أبي. وهذه والدة أبي. اسمها ميمونة الحجازي وهي جدتي من قبل أبي. How are you getting on with the meaning? Let's do it together. هذا والد أبي. Walid means a father. Abi means my father. This is my father's father. هذا والد أبي. اسمه عبد الله المكي. His name is Abdullah al-Makki. وهو جدي. Jaddu means a grandfather. Jaddi, my grandfather. وهو جدي. He is my grandfather. من قبل أبي. From my father's side. وهذه والدة أبي. And this is my father's mother. اسمها ميمونة الحجازي. Her name is ميمونة الحجازي. وهي, she is جدتي, and she is my grandmother. من قبل أبي. From my father's side. I hope you managed to get at least 70% out of this. هذا والد أبي. هذه والدة أبي. Compare and contrast. اسمه عبد الله المكي. اسمها ميمونة الحجازي. وهو وهي جدي جدتي من قبل أبي من قبل أبي. Let's look at the second side or second part of this passage. هذا والد أمي. هذا والد أمي. Here والد أبي. اسمه مصطفى القدسي. The same pattern. This is my mother's father. هذا والد أمي. اسمه, his name is مصطفى القدسي. وهو جدي, is my grandfather. من قبل أمي, from my mother's side. Here is من قبل أبي, from my father's side. My grandfather from my father's side. My grandfather من قبل أمي, from my mother's side. وهذه والدة أمي, and this is my mother's father. This is my mother's mother, rather. هذه والدة أمي, and this is my mother's mother. اسمها, her name is حبيبة البغدادي. حبيبة البغدادي. وهي جدتي, she is my grandmother. من قبل أمي, from my mother's side. So, compare the two. Here we're talking about the grandma. From my father's side, here's grandma. From my mother's side. One more quick reading, and then I'll leave you to digest that on page 2 of our book. هذا والد أبي. اسمه عبد الله المكي. وهو جدي من قبل أبي. وهذه والدة أبي. اسمها ميمونة الحجازي. وهي جدتي من قبل أبي. هذا والد أمي. اسمه مصطفى القدسي. وهو جدي من قبل أمي. وهذه والدة أمي. اسمها حبيبة البغدادي. وهي جدتي من قبل أمي. Please use this pattern to construct information about your own family or family of your friends. This is how you put it into practice, and you will make rapid progress if you do that. Step 1, learn your vocabulary. If you can, singular together with plural, and at least 3 or 4 new vocabulary every day. Look at the pattern of the passage of any sentence and try to copy it in your own way, to apply it to your own situation. Make the vocabulary and the structure, make them work for you as well. Good luck, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel and spread the information about this video on my behalf to your contact, please. And if you can, please make small or large donation to my charity, Helping Hands for Education.org. Thank you so much. We see you next time. Our 3rd lesson of Book 4, Gateway to Arabic series. In the meantime, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson we'll be working from page 3 as we continue our analysis of the family relationships in Arabic. Let's start again with the essential vocabulary that we're going to come across when we start analyzing the passages. Let's start with the easy vocab first, and that is zawjun, zawjatun. Zawju means husband, and the plural is azwajun, husbands. Zawjatun, that's a wife, plural is zawjatun, wives. Let's move this side. Ibnun, ibnatun. Ibnun means a son, and the plural is abna'un. Ibnun, abna'un. A daughter, ibnatun, banatun. Ibnatun, banatun. Bentun can also be used to mean daughter, can mean a girl. Bentun, banatun. Now let's move to this section. And we need to be aware that the family relationships in Arabic is very precise and it's very detailed. So not just uncle, no, you have to tell us exactly which part of the family the uncle is coming from. Let's start with the mother's brother. So that will be khalun, and that is a maternal uncle. And the plural is akhwalun, maternal uncles, and that is your mother's brother. That will be khal. Khalatun, and that will be mother's sister, so a maternal aunt, and the plural is khalatun. So we have khalun, khalatun, khalun akhwalun, and khalatun khalatun. Now we move to the cousin. Ibnul Khal. Remember that Ibn means son. So the son of your mother's brother, that's the son of maternal uncle. In English, just meaning cousin. That's a male cousin. And Ibnul Khalati, the son of your mother's sister, and that is son of maternal aunt. In English, we just say cousin as well. That's what I mean by it's very detailed and it's very precise in Arabic. I'm sure that some other languages as well treat the family relations in that way as well. So khalun ibnul khal, khalatun ibnul khalati. Now let's move to the cousin again, which is girl or feminine. Bintul khal, and that is daughter of maternal uncle. Daughter of maternal uncle, that's the daughter of your mother's brother. Bintul khalati, and that is a daughter of maternal aunt. That's a daughter of your mother's sister. So this, I thought I'd call your attention to this vocabulary. Let's add a little bit to that vocabulary before we look at the passages that we are going to be analyzing, just to make life slightly easier for you. Now let's look at more vocabulary before we analyze the relevant passages on page 3. Let's start with the niece and nephew. Bintul ukht. Bint, we know that's a daughter. Ukht means sister. So Bintul Ukhti is the niece, sisters. That's your sister's daughter. Bintul Akh. Akh, that's brother. Bint, daughter. So the daughter of your brother, this is your niece, is called Bintul Akh. So Bintul Ukhti and Bintul Akh. Ibnul Ukht, and that's your sister's son, which is your nephew, is called Ibnul Ukht. Ibnul Akh, your nephew as well, that's your brother's son, is Ibnul Akh. So Bintul Ukht, Bintul Akh, Ibnul Ukht, and Ibnul Akh. Hafidun, Ahfadun. Hafidun is your grandson. Hafidun, that's a grandson. And plural, ahfadun. Hafidun, ahfadun. Hafidatun, hafidatun. And that's your granddaughter. And the plural is hafidatun. We have covered before the jaddun, is granddad, and jaddatun, grandmother. So, bintul ukht, bintul akh, ibnul ukhti, ibnul akh, hafidun, ahfadun, hafidatun, hafidatun. Now, let's look at the passage and see how much of it that you can understand, having learned or come across this individual vocabulary. Come on, let's do it. Now, let's analyze the top passages on page 3. Having learned the vocabulary, I hope, let's read it first and see how much of it that you can understand. Let's go. Come on. هذا خالي سليمان. هذا خالي سليمان وهو أخو أمي. وهذه زوجته عائشة. معهما ابنهما إدريس وهو ابن خالي. وابنتهما ليلى وهي بنت خالي. One more time, and I hope follow me. Use your vocabulary. Come on, you can understand this. هذا خالي سليمان وهو أخو أمي. وهذه زوجته عائشة. معهما ابنهما إدريس وهو ابن خالي. وابنتهما ليلى وهي بنت خالي. Come on, give me your score. 80%? Let's do it together. Let's confirm your understanding. هذا خالي, this is my maternal uncle. Sulaiman, his name is Sulaiman. وهو أخو أمي, and he is my mother's brother. وهذه زوجته, and this is his wife. زوجته, his wife, called Aisha. That's her name, Aisha. Ma'ahuma, ma'a means with, huma, with them, with both of them, ibnuhuma, their son, called Idris. Wahuwa ibnu khali. He is my maternal cousin, meaning my mother's brother's son. Wahuwa ibnu khali. Wabnatuhuma, and their daughter called Layla. Wahiya bintu khali, and she is my maternal cousin. You see, easy when you learn your vocabulary. I know the family affairs, the family relationship in Arabic is very, very detailed and very precise and very descriptive indeed. And I think many other languages as well dealing with this in the same way. One more time. هذا خالي سليمان وهو أخو أمي. وهذه زوجته عائشة. معهما ابنهما إدريس وهو ابن خالي. وابنتهما ليلى وهي بنت خالي. Now let's move to the second part of the passage. هذه خالتي. هذه خالتي ربيعة وهي أخت أمي. وهذا زوجها إبراهيم. معهما ابنهما طاهر وهو ابن خالتي. One more time. هذه خالتي ربيعة وهي أخت أمي. وهذا زوجها إبراهيم. معهما ابنهما طاهر وهو ابن خالتي. The meaning, هذه خالتي, this is my maternal aunt. Rabia is her name. وهي, she is, أخت أمي, my mother's sister. وهذا زوجها, and this is her husband, Ibrahim. معهما, with them, ابنهما, their son, called طاهر. وهو ابن خالتي, and he is my maternal cousin, and that is my mother's sister's son. Here we are. I told you that this relationship, you really need to be really alert to know who is whom in this. I'm telling you. Right, okay. Let's read the whole thing again. And of course, the some of the vocabulary you can compare and see how we're using the masculine and feminine and so on. Here we say هذا خالي. Here we say هذه زوجته, and this is his wife. وهو أخو أمي. هذا خالي سليمان وهو أخو أمي. وهذه زوجته عائشة. مع, that's with, هما, معهما, with them, meaning both of them. ابنهما, their son, both as well. Idris. وهو ابن خالي. You know, Ibn Khali, we know that as my cousin, but that's my maternal cousin. وابنتهما ليلى وهي بنت خالي. That's my cousin as well. That's my maternal cousin. Now here we move to the khalati. Khalati, that's me, my maternal aunt, and that is here أخت أمي, my mother's sister. وهذا زوجها, and this is her husband. That's زوج mean husband. Here زوجة mean wife. وهذا زوجها, and this is her husband إبراهيم. معهما ابنهما طاهر وهو ابن خالتي. Now we are, it's becoming now very clear because you have learned the vocabulary, individual vocabulary. So therefore, when you look at the passage, it's become very, very clear to you and well understood. Please continue doing your revision for me. On page 3, you'll find all the vocabulary there and the passage that we're analyzing. Sit down with a cup of tea or coffee or water simply and enjoy it and analyze it. Use it, same structure, to talk about yourself, talk about people that you know. That's how you put your language into practice. And good luck with that. And don't forget to disseminate this information or this lesson and send it to your contacts, please. In the meantime, we'll see you next lesson, inshallah. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. مرحبا, أهلا وسهلا بكم. In this lesson, which is our 4th lesson, we're going to finish the family relationships vocabulary and the passage on page 3. Let's do the analysis of the rest of the vocabulary first. Now, in lesson 3, we have done the part of the maternal uncle, maternal aunt, and maternal cousin as well. Here we're going to be doing the paternal. That's me from side of your father. Ammun, a'mamun. Ammun is a paternal uncle. That is your father's brother. Ammatun, and that is a paternal aunt, and that is your father's sister. So ammun, a'mamun, those are the plural. Ammatun, ammatun. A paternal uncle, a paternal uncles, a paternal aunt, and paternal aunts as well. Now let's move on now to the cousin, which is part of your father section. So Ibn al-Am, Ibn al-Am, and that is your cousin, son of paternal uncle. Ibn al-Am. Ibn al-Am, also cousin, son of Ibn al-Am, son of your paternal aunt. So Ibn al-Am, Ibn al-Am, Bintul Ammi, and that's your daughter of paternal uncle, and Bintul Amma, and that is daughter of paternal aunt. So here we are. We have covered all the necessary vocabulary relating to family relations in Arabic, starting with the zawjun, which is a husband, zawjatun, wife. We've done ibnun, son. We've done bintu or ibnatun, daughter. We've done ab, father or walid. We've done ummun or walida, which is mother. We've done akhun, brother, ukhtun, sister. We've done what else? We don't have jaddun, grandfather, jaddatun, grandmother. We've done hafidun, which is a grandson. We've done hafidatun, granddaughter. Now we cover the khalun, and that is your maternal uncle, khalatun, maternal aunt. And we've done bint or ibn al-khal, which is your cousin from your mother's side. And we've now done as well the ammun, which is your paternal uncle, ammatun, paternal aunt. And we've done ibn al-am, which is your cousin from your father's side, and bintul am as well. My goodness me, subhanallah, you have covered them all. Just have a cup of tea or coffee or water and relax and learn the vocabulary for me on page 2 and page 3, please. You will see that your understanding of family relationship and how to express yourself in that area will be very, very easy indeed. Okay, that's enough from me. Let's do the passage, the rest of the passage on page 3. Let's go for it now. Now, let's go for it and read the 2 passages left on page 3 and analyze it and see how much of it you can understand. Remember your vocabulary. Come on, let's go. هذا عمي. هذا عمي عبد الوهاب. هذا عمي عبد الوهاب وهو أخو أبي. هذا عمي عبد الوهاب وهو أخو أبي. وهذه زوجته. وهذه زوجته خديجة. وهذه زوجته خديجة. معهما ابنهما بلال. معهما ابنهما بلال وهو ابن عمي. وهو ابن عمي وابنتهما دانية وهي بنت عمي. One more time. هذا عمي عبد الوهاب وهو أخو أبي. وهذه زوجته خديجة. معهما ابنهما بلال وهو ابن عمي وابنتهما دانية وهي بنت عمي. Let's do the meaning together. Come on. هذا عمي. This is my paternal uncle. Abdul Wahab. That's his name. وهو أخو أبي. وهو أخو أبي. And he is my father's brother. وهذه زوجته. And this is his wife. وهذه زوجته خديجة. Her name is Khadija. معهما ابنهما. With them their son called Bilal. وهو ابن عمي. Bilal is ibn ammi, my paternal cousin. That means he is the son of my paternal uncle. وَبْنَتُهُمَا, and their daughter called Dania. وهي Dania, she is bintu ibnatu ammi. She is my paternal cousin, meaning she is my father's brother's daughter. She is daughter of my father's brother. This is the paternal uncle and section. We're going to do now the paternal aunt section. Now let's now do the paternal aunt section. هذه عمتي. Remember, عمة mean paternal aunt. هذه عمتي لطيفة وهي أخت أبي وهذا زوجها شريف معهما ابنتهما بثينة وهي بنت عمتي. Meaning, هذه عمتي, this is my paternal aunt لطيفة, that's her name. وهي أخت أبي, and she is my father's sister. وهذا زوجها, and this is her husband called Sharif. معهما, with them, ابنتهما, their daughter called Buthayna. وهي, and she is bintu ammati, she is my paternal cousin, meaning she is the daughter of my father's sister. This is complete picture now you have, and all the details is there on page 2 and page 3 of the Gateway to Arabic book 4. Come on, understand this will really advance your ability to express yourself in Arabic. So what I want you to do for me really is go to page 4 of the book. You will see the exercise 1. Please do the exercise 1 for me. It's very laid and clearly. And also try your best to look at the family tree on page 5 and do the exercise 3. So do exercise 1, exercise 2, and exercise 3. Particularly when you look at this family tree, and you'll be able to practice all the things that you have learned in lesson 1, lesson 2, lesson 3, and this lesson, which is lesson 4, is all clearly explained there for you. Please do that. Don't skip any exercise. Don't say, oh, that's easy or that's difficult. No, please do it. Do it, because that will advance your knowledge immensely. And then after that, I see you again, inshallah, with lesson 5, where we're now moving away from the family affairs situation. So we're going to go to a new area, which is going to be about maybe explain about how to describe where you live and so on. All that is coming. So, but in the meantime, please study, watch again lesson 1, lesson 2, and lesson 3, and lesson 4. Make sure you master that for me, please. Okay, and leave your comment below, and I see you again soon. In the meantime, as I always say, please share this link with your contacts, and مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be from page 6, and it's about describing where you live, the area for instance, or your house. Let's deal with the first paragraph and look at the vocabulary of that paragraph first. Mauludun. Mauludun means born, such as you say, Ana mauludun fi, was born in, and so on. So, mauludun. Ba'd. Ba'd means some, and it's different from ba'da, which is after. Ba'd, and that is some. Jamila, that is an adjective. Jamila. Jamilatun, that's mean beautiful, and that's feminine. Jamilun would be for masculine. Jamilun, jamilatun. Hadi'un, hadi'atun. Hadi'un, hadi'atun, that's mean quiet or calm. Hadi'un, hadi'atun, and that's feminine. Aminatun, safe or secure. Aminatun. Fakhira, posh or luxurious, something which is very nice indeed. Wahid, wahida, you know that, that's number one, that's one. Wahid. Baytun, a house. If you attach pronoun with that, it could be bayti, my house. Baytuka, baytuki. Baytuhu, his house. Baytuha, her house. Baytuna, our house, and so on. And this is your plural. Buyutun, houses. Baytun, a house. Buyutun, houses. Mintaqatun. Mintaqatun means an area or district. Mintaqa, you can say mintaqatuna, as you will see when we are reading the first paragraph on page 6. Shaqqatun, that's a flat. It can be pronounced also as shaqqatun or shuqqatun. Shuqqatun, shakkatun, shaqqatun, and shiqqatun. They're all correct. So shiqqatun, a flat or an apartment. Plural is shiqqakun. So shiqqakun, flats, apartments. Nahiya, nahiya means a side of something, as you will see that in the paragraph shortly. Mu'adhamun, that's mean most. So mu'adhamun, most or majority. You can say mu'adhamuna, majority of us, most of us. Mu'adhamuhum, most of them. Mu'adhamun nas, most of people, and so on. Let's look at the muttasilatun. Muttasilatun means attached. Munfasilatun, detached. Gharbun, that's west. We know the east, already sharq, and we know the south, janub, and shamal, which is your north. Hunaka, that means there is, or there are, or over there. Hunaka. If you say just huna, that means here. Kadhalika, as well, also, too. The same thing can be said for aydan. Kadhalika, aydan. As well, also, too. Faqat, that means only. Now, using this vocabulary, let's look at the first paragraph on page 6 and see whether we can fully understand the meaning of the paragraph. Now, let's look at the first paragraph on page 6 and test our vocabulary. Ismi Shakir. Ismi Shakir. أنا مولود بلندن. أبي وأمي من السعودية، وأسكن معهما في غرب لندن. One more time. اسمي شاكر. أنا مولود بلندن. أبي وأمي من السعودية، وأسكن معهما في غرب لندن. وهي منطقة جميلة وهادئة وأمينة. وهي منطقة جميلة وهادئة وأمينة. معظم البيوت في منطقتنا معظم البيوت في منطقتنا منفصلة عن البيوت الأخرى. Let's go through it together. اسمي شاكر. My name is شاكر. أنا I am مولود بلندن. I was born in London. أبي وأمي. My father and my mother من السعودية. They are from Saudi Arabia. أبي وأمي من السعودية. وأسكن and I live معهما with them, meaning both of them. معهما I live with them في غرب London, in West London. وهي and it is, meaning West London, it is منطقة جميلة. It is a beautiful, or it is an attractive, وهادئة, that means quiet, وأمينة, safe. It is an attractive, quiet, and safe area. وهي منطقة جميلة وهادئة وأمينة. It is an attractive, quiet, and safe area. معظم البيوت, most of the houses, or most houses في منطقتنا, in our area, are منفصلة عن البيوت الأخرى. They are separated from other houses, meaning they are detached houses. معظم البيوت, most houses, most of the houses في منطقتنا, in our area, are منفصلة, separate or separated, عن البيوت الأخرى, from other houses. We call that detached houses. One more reading. اسمي شاكر. أنا مولود بلندن. أبي وأمي من السعودية. وأسكن معهما في غرب لندن. وهي منطقة جميلة وهادئة وأمينة. معظم البيوت في منطقتنا منفصلة عن البيوت الأخرى. Now, let's look at the second part of the paragraph. وهناك أيضا بيوت متصلة من ناحيتين بالبيوت الأخرى. وهناك أيضا بيوت متصلة من ناحيتين بالبيوت الأخرى. There are also houses which are connected from both sides with other houses. That's called terraced houses. وهناك أيضا بيوت متصلة من ناحيتين بالبيوت الأخرى. وبيوت متصلة من ناحية واحدة فقط. وبيوت متصلة من ناحية واحدة فقط. There are also other houses which are connected from one side only, which is called semi-detached houses. وبيوت متصلة من ناحية واحدة فقط. وكذلك في المنطقة بعض شقق فاخرة. وكذلك also في المنطقة in the area بعض some شقق فاخرة, some luxurious flats or apartments. So this is the complete picture of the first paragraph on page 4. I read it again for you so that you can practice your reading as well as understanding the meaning. See how easy it is when you understand individual vocabulary to be able to understand what is going on in a paragraph. اسمي شاكر. أنا مولود بلندن. أبي وأمي من السعودية وأسكن معهما في غرب لندن. وهي منطقة جميلة وهادئة وأمينة. معظم البيوت في منطقتنا منفصلة عن البيوت الأخرى. وهناك أيضا بيوت متصلة من ناحيتين بالبيوت الأخرى. وبيوت متصلة من ناحية واحدة فقط. وكذلك في المنطقة بعض شقق فاخرة. Here we are. Go to page 6 and read that paragraph for me and make sure you can identify each vocabulary, because this is how you rapidly increase your capacity to understand Arabic. Good luck, and please send this link, this video, to your contacts. If you have any comments, please leave them below. See you next time when we tackle the next paragraph on page 6, inshallah, God willing. In the meantime, مع السلامة, إلى اللقاء, في أمان الله. مرحبا, أهلا وسهلا بكم. Still on page 6. So this lesson is coming from page 6, and we continue our analysis of how to describe your house or the area where you live. We're now on the second paragraph. But first of all, let's deal with the relevant vocabulary. مطبخ, a kitchen. حديقة, a garden. مسبح, a swimming pool. تدفئة, heating. ضيوف, guests, and that's plural of ضيف, a guest. ضيوف, guest. طعام, yum yum, food. طعام, food. مذاكرة, study. الطابق, the floor or the story, meaning like a first floor, first story, a building. الأول, the first. الثاني, the second. غرفة, غرفة, a room, plural is غرف. نوم, sleep, sleep. حمام, bathroom. مرحاض, toilet. أصيص, a flower pot. أسس, as a plural, flower pots. زهور, flowers. زر, a push button. مجموعة, a collection or group. أمام, in front of. خلف, behind. We need to learn this vocabulary so that when we read the second paragraph on page 6, the meaning becomes so obvious to us and we make further progress. Let's look at the second paragraph then. Now, let's look at the second paragraph. Using your vocabulary, I hope you'll be able to understand the meaning. بيتنا من أجمل البيوت في المنطقة وهو بيت منفصل ومؤلف من طابقين. في الطابق الأرضي غرفة للطعام ومطبخ ومرحاض وحمام صغير. في الطابق الأول غرفة للجلوس. بيتنا, that means our houses. من أجمل البيوت is one of the most beautiful houses في المنطقة, in the area. بيتنا من أجمل البيوت من أجمل البيوت في المنطقة. Our house is one of the most beautiful houses in the area. وهو, and it is, we say هو because it's referring to بيت. It is masculine. وهو بيت منفصل, and it is a detached house. وهو بيت منفصل. It is a detached house. ومؤلف من طابقين, and it comprises of 2 floors. طابق, now طابقين, genitive because of من طابقين. في الطابق الأرضي, on the ground floor, أرض mean floor, can mean earth as well. في الطابق الأرضي, on the ground floor, غرفة للطعام, literally mean a room for eating, for food. So, meaning dining room. So, in the ground floor, there is a dining room. ومطبخ, and a kitchen. ومرحاض, a toilet. وحمام صغير, and a small bathroom. في الطابق الأول, on the first floor, there is غرفة للجلوس. غرفة means a room. للجلوس means for sitting. That means sitting room. غرفة للجلوس. بيتنا من أجمل البيوت في المنطقة وهو بيت منفصل ومؤلف من طابقين. في الطابق الأرضي غرفة للطعام ومطبخ ومرحاض وحمام صغير. وفي الطابق الأول غرفة للجلوس. Let's now move to the second part. وغرفة للمذاكرة, and a room for study, that means study room. وغرفة للمذاكرة. وغرفة أو وغرفة نوم. وغرفة للمذاكرة a study room. وغرفة نوم متوسطة للضيوف, and a medium room for guests. وغرفة نوم متوسطة, that's medium, للضيوف, for guests. في الطابق الثاني, on the second floor, 4 غرف للنوم, 4 bedrooms. أربع غرف للنوم. 4 bedrooms. أربع is 4. غرف, that's a plural of غرفة, that means rooms. للنوم means for sleeping. So في الطابق الثاني, on the second floor, there are 4 bedrooms. أربع غرف للنوم. وحمامان, and 2 bathrooms. مع المرحاض, with toilets. Reading again. بيتنا من أجمل البيوت في المنطقة، وهو بيت منفصل ومؤلف من ناحيتين من طابقين. وهو بيت منفصل ومؤلف من طابقين. في الطابق الأرضي غرفة للطعام ومطبخ ومرحاض وحمام صغير. وفي الطابق الأول غرفة للجلوس وغرفة للمذاكرة وغرفة نوم متوسطة للضيوف. في الطابق الثاني 4 غرف للنوم وحمامان مع المرحاض. Here we go. Please go back to page 6. Read the first paragraph as we analyzed in the last lesson, and this paragraph as analyzed in this lesson. You will be you become more and more comfortable with your understanding of Arabic if you are doing your part, which is to learn your vocabulary and look how those vocabularies are employed to make sentences and paragraphs. Good luck. I see you next time in our next lesson, inshallah, God willing. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Now today's lesson is going to conclude our analysis of the passages on page 6. Let's deal with the relevant vocabulary first. مرآة or مرآة, that's a mirror. ساعة, a watch or clock. منبه, منبه, that's an alarm clock. جرس, a bell. جدار, a wall. موقف, that's a parking space. موقف. سيارة, سيارة means a car. حديدي, that's an adjective. حديدي, iron, metal, that's an adjective. حديدي. كهربائي, that's electrical. كهربائي. أرضي, ground, that's an adjective. خشبي, wooden, adjective. كبير, large, big. صغير, small, little. مرآة, ساعة. منبه, جرس. جدار, موقف. سيارة. حديدي, كهربائي. أرضي, خشبي. كبير, صغير. Now let's look at the last paragraph now and see how much of it that we can understand, having studied all the relevant vocabulary. Let's do just that. Now let's read the last section of the paragraph on page 6 and test your vocabulary to make sure you can follow the meaning as I'm reading it. Please, come on. بيتنا مجهز بتدفئة مركزية وخلفه حديقة كبيرة مزهرة. بيتنا مجهز بتدفئة مركزية وخلفه حديقة كبيرة مزهرة، وكذلك مسبح واسع، وأمامه موقف خصوصي للسيارتين، ومجموعة جميلة من أسس الزهور، وعند بابه الأمامي زر جرس كهربائي على الجدار. Now let's look at the meaning. بيتنا مجهز بتدفئة مركزية. مجهز means equipped. Our house is equipped with تدفئة مركزية, with a central heating. تدفئة is heating, مركزية that's a central. Our house is equipped with a central heating. وخلفه حديقة كبيرة. And behind it, there is behind our house حديقة كبيرة مزهرة, a very large garden, a large garden full of flowers. وكذلك مسبح واسع. Also, it has مسبح, that's swimming pool, واسع, wide. So, a very wide swimming pool. وأمامه موقف, and in front of the house موقف خصوصي, a private parking space للسيارتين, for 2 cars. ومجموعة جميلة, and a collection of flower pots full of flowers من أسس الزهور. وعند بابه الأمامي, and at the front door there is زر جرس كهربائي, that's electrical bell, electrical doorbell, على الجدار, on the wall. What a house! Is no, I was dreaming when I was writing this. I must have been dreaming. Why not? You can dream. Yeah. So بيتنا مجهز بتدفئة مركزية وخلفه حديقة كبيرة مزهرة، وكذلك مسبح واسع، وأمامه موقف خصوصي للسيارتين، ومجموعة جميلة من أسس الزهور، وعند بابه الأمامي زر جرس كهربائي على الجدار. Let's look at the second half of the last paragraph. غرفتي هي أصغر غرفة في البيت، وفيها سرير حديدي وكرسي وحاسوب جديد من نوع ماكنتوش، ومرآة مستطيلة معلقة على الجدار، وخزانة ملابس، وأمام نافذة الغرفة مكتب خشبي مربع وعليه مصباح وساعة منبه صغيرة. Let's look at the meaning together. غرفتي, as my room, here is أصغر غرفة, the smallest غرفة, the smallest room في البيت, in the house. وفيها سرير, in it there is a سرير, a bed, حديدي, an iron bed. وكرسي, a chair, وحاسوب جديد من نوع ماكنتوش, and a new Macintosh computer. ومرآة مستطيلة, and a rectangular mirror. ومرآة مستطيلة معلقة على الجدار, hanging on the wall, معلقة على الجدار. وخزانة ملابس, and wardrobe, خزانة ملابس. وأمام نافذة الغرفة, and in front of the نافذة الغرفة, of the window in the bedroom or in the room, مكتب, there is a desk, خشبي, wooden desk. مربع, and that's square. مربع, square wooden desk. وعليه مصباح, on it there is a lamp. وساعة منبه, and that is a alarm clock. ساعة منبه صغيرة, a small alarm clock. On page 6, بيتنا is the heading, our house. اسمي شاكر. أنا مولود بلندن. أبي وأمي من السعودية وأسكن معهما في غرب لندن، وهي منطقة جميلة وهادئة وأمينة. معظم البيوت في منطقتنا منفصلة عن البيوت الأخرى، وهناك أيضا بيوت متصلة من ناحيتين بالبيوت الأخرى، وبيوت متصلة من ناحية واحدة فقط. وكذلك في المنطقة بعض شقق فاخرة. And that is was analyzed on in the I think it might be lesson 5, and that was done on lesson 5. And the meaning very briefly: اسمي شاكر. My name is Shakir. أنا مولود بلندن. I was born in London. أبي وأمي من السعودية. My father and my mom are from Saudi Arabia. وأسكن معهما, and I am living with both of them في غرب London, in West London. وهي منطقة جميلة وهادئة وأمينة. And it is a very beautiful and safe and quiet area. معظم البيوت في منطقتنا. Most houses in our area are منفصلة عن البيوت الأخرى. They are detached houses. وهناك أيضا بيوت متصلة, but there are also some terraced houses in the area. متصلة من ناحيتين بالبيوت الأخرى، وبيوت متصلة من ناحية واحدة فقط. And there are others semi-detached houses. وكذلك في المنطقة, also in the area, there are some بعض شقق فاخرة, some luxurious flats or apartments. And then I believe it's lesson 6 we did the following: بيتنا من أجمل البيوت في المنطقة. Our house is one of the most beautiful or attractive house in the area. وهو بيت منفصل, and it is a detached house. ومؤلف من طابقين. It is comprised of 2 stories, 2 floors. في الطابق الأرضي, on the ground floor, there are we have غرفة للطعام, a dining room, ومطبخ, a kitchen, ومرحاض, a toilet, وحمام صغير, and a small bathroom. وفي الطابق الأول, on the first floor, غرفة للجلوس, there is a sitting room, وغرفة للمذاكرة, and a study room, وغرفة نوم متوسطة للضيوف, and a medium bedroom for visitors. وفي الطابق الثاني, on the second floor, 4 غرف للنوم. There are 4 bedrooms, وحمامان, and 2 bathrooms, مع المرحاض, with toilets. And that was the lesson, I believe, lesson 6. Now, on this lesson, which is lesson 7, is this one: بيتنا مجهز بتدفئة مركزية وخلفه حديقة كبيرة مزهرة. Our house is equipped with the central heating, and at the back of our house there is a very big garden full of flowers. وكذلك مسبح واسع, there's a very wide swimming pool. وأمامه موقف خصوصي للسيارتين, and in front of the house there is a space, is private parking space for 2 cars, سيارتين. ومجموعة جميلة من أسس الزهور, and a collection of beautiful flower pots as well. وعند بابه الأمامي, the front door of the house, زر جرس كهربائي, there is an electrical doorbell على الجدار, on the wall. غرفتي, my room, هي أصغر غرفة في البيت, is the smallest room in the house. وفيها سرير حديدي, and it has an iron bed, وكرسي chair, وحاسوب جديد من نوع ماكنتوش, and a new Macintosh computer. ومرآة مستطيلة, and a rectangular mirror معلقة على الجدار, hanging on the wall. وخزانة ملابس, wardrobe. وأمام نافذة الغرفة, and in front of the bedroom window, مكتب خشبي مربع. There's a square wooden desk. وعليه مصباح وساعة منبه صغيرة, and on it has there is a lamp and a small alarm clock. Here we are. Please try your best, read this, and you will note that really you are making fantastic progress. Inshallah, the next lesson we will going to indulge in another different kind of conjugation. We've done the basic conjugation, and now we're going to move to another type of verb and how to conjugate them. Okay? Good luck, and I wish you well in your studies, and please continue making effort. You will get there, inshallah. In the meantime, مع السلامة, إلى اللقاء, في أمان الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مرحبا, أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be from page 8, and the topic of our lesson is doubled root letter verb. In Arabic, it's called الفعل الصحيح المضاف. Now, the question is, what is a doubled root letter verb? It means, such as this one, adda. You know we have 3 letters in the verb. Now, here it appears to be 2, but it's not really. There are 3, 2 of them are combined. The second root and the third root letter are combined. And hence we say doubled root letter verb. Now, this is what's happening here, adda, which actually means he counted. Let's just split that and see why there's a need to combine these 2 letters. Now, this is Ain and Dal and Dal. This is your first root, second root, and third root letter. Now, here, this actually has sukun and this has fatha. And it is the case, it's a rule in Arabic, when you have 2 letters of the same type, same kind, repeated letters, and the first is carrying sukun, the third one is carrying a vowel. It could be dhamma, it could be kasra, it could be fatha. You have to combine them. Once you combine them, you put on them this symbol, which is shadda. Shadda is indicating that there are 2 letters there, first of which is actually sukun. And then you pronounce. So what you do is you say ad, and then you say da. That's when you pause. When you see a shadda, you pause to bring out the hidden sukun. So ad da. That's what called shadda. Shadda means you emphasize, you give it more strength. Adda, he counted. That's what we mean by doubled root letter verb. There are many of them. You have dalla, you have shakka, you have malla, and so on. Will you see the list of those verbs? So some of them you're on page 9, page 10, and so on. Now, we'll try to put some of them into sentences for you later on. Now, let's analyze it. Now, if you have learned your basic conjugation as explained to you when you was learning book 3 of the Gateway to Arabic, this conjugation becomes absolutely easy for you because virtually they're the same, except that 1 or 2 amendment, which I will explain shortly. Now let's compare and contrast now. So adda, he counted, and that is a doubled root letter verb. Adda, he counted. Now, normal or basic verb, darasa, he studied. You will see his karin fatha, his karin fatha. Ada, they, meaning two masculine, counted. How do we know there are two? Because of this alif of ithnain, the dual alif. Now let's look at their basic verb conjugation. Darasa, you see, is the same. We insert the alif at the end to indicate that we are talking about two masculine did something. So darasa, they studied. Adu, they, meaning three masculine or more, studied. How do we know that? Let's look at the case ending. Here we have dhamma now, and we extended using this waw and alif. Adu, they, meaning three men or boys, counted. The basic verb, darasu, is the same ending. So if you have learned this, you will know automatically how to conjugate your doubled root letter verb. So darasu. Now, feminine equivalent of the third person we are dealing with now, third person past tense. So adat, she counted. How do we know? Because of this ta. That's feminine ta. Darasat, just as we did in our normal or basic verb conjugation. That they, meaning two women or two girls, counted. The same thing, darasata, this is alif is the same, this alif of ithnain, indicating there are two of them, and this ta carried from the sign of feminine, addata and darasata. Right. What about if we want to say they, meaning three feminine, did something? Let's have a look. Hadadna, suddenly we split the letters, we separated them. So hadadna, why? What is the reason behind that? The reason is this. Anytime that the third root letter, the conjugation needs to carry sukun, the combined letters in a double root letter verb need to be separated. Separated, not only separated, then you will swap the vowel. So adad na, that's na. You know, this is your nono niswa. This is the noun of feminine plural. Adadna. Look at the second root is karim fatha. The third one is having sukun, because you have to have sukun, the third root letter, in this part of the conjugation. So that's why we swap this. So the second one in carry originally in your pronunciation, when you say adda, is there is embedded sukun there. Now we swap that, now become adadna, just as we say here darasna. So that is a slight amendment there. When you reach this, you split the letter up, you separate them, and you do that. So adda, adda, addu, addat, addata, adatna. So I display these the basic conjugation that you have mastered, I hope, when you are studying book 3, to let you see that you are not actually learning new conjugation, but you are just making a little bit of adjustment to apply to this new type of verb called doubled root letter verb. That is your third person masculine and feminine in the past tense. Now, let's now go and deal with the present tense, also the third person present tense, comparing the doubled root letter verb with our basic conjugation that we have dealt with and we have learned when we were studying Gateway to Arabic book 3. Let's do that now. Now let's deal with the present tense. Ya'uddu is your starting point. So adda, he counted. يعد, he counts. That's your present tense. Just as we did in the basic verb conjugation, يعد is carrying the dhamma at the end. Here, yadrusu is also carrying dhamma on the third root letter. Ya'uddani, they are counting, or they count, and that is 2 men, 2 boys, 2 masculine, the third person, they. How do we know that? We have the alif, and we have known with kasra, and it got any ending, just as we did in yaduru sani. So it's an absolutely identical case ending to indicate this is dual. We are talking about 2 people doing something. In the present tense plural, masculine, yauduna. So the ending is una ending, just as we did when we were doing the normal or basic conjugation, yadurusuna. So the ending is identical. So yaudu, yadurusu. Yaudani, yadurusani. Yauduna, yadurusuna. That is the present tense, and that is masculine in both singular, dual, and plural present tense for third person. Remember, third person means we are talking about them. He, they, 2 of them, they, 3 or more of them. That's called third person. Later on you will learn about the second person when you are speaking to people in front of you. Right, let's do the feminine equivalent. So here we have adat, that's past tense. She counted. She is counting or counts. Ta'uddu, just as ending is the same, like tadurusu, the same ending as well. In the dual, ta'uddani, they are counting, meaning 2 women, 2 girls are counting, 2 feminine. Just as we say in tadurusani, you know that in the present tense, the prefix is ya across the board for masculine, ya. In the third person, you always start with ya for masculine. Ya for singular, ya for dual, and ya for plural. Ya. But in the feminine present tense, third person, the singular, you say ta, like a ta uddu, ted rusu. Ta in the dual, ta'uddani, tadurusani. But in the plural, you use ya. Ya adudna, yadurusna. That's why I'll say the prefix for that will be ta-ta-ya. But male is ya starting. Feminine is ta-ta-ya. Right, so ta'uddu, ta'uddani, tadrusu, tadrusani. In the plural, when you say they, meaning feminine, doing something, you, as you know, start with ya. Again, the third root letter needs to carry sukun, just as we did here. In that case, you did the same exercise. You separate the combined letters. You say ya dudna. Ya dudna, as we say yet rusna. So this is the complete picture of the third person, how to conjugate the doubled root letter verb. It's very, very similar to the basic conjugation has now been explained to you. There are only 2 situations where you need to separate the combined letters, and that is whenever you need to put sukun on the third root, then split the letters and swap the vowel. So hence we say adadna, because here we have to put sukun, and here ya'dudna, yadurusna. Again we have to put sukun on the third letter, and that's why we split them. So I think if you have done your job properly in the basic conjugation of the verb that we learn in book 3, this should be very, very easy for you to digest indeed. So that is the third person done for you now. I think I will let you digest that, and in the next lesson we're going to do the second person in both past tense and present tense, as well as the first person as well. And I try and do the comparison between the double root letter in that situation with the normal or basic verb conjugation as well. In the meantime, please continue doing your study for me and learning your vocabulary. Find somebody that you can study this language with. So to encourage each other is really good if you have somebody that you are challenging each other to say, right, now let's understand this together and so on. So good luck. Please ensure that you get a copy of the Gateway to Arabic Book 4, and we are going to meet again, God willing, inshallah, next lesson, inshallah. In the meantime, please send the link of this lesson to your friends and contacts, please. Alright then, in the meantime, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson will be a continuation of our previous lesson. We are learning how to conjugate doubled root letter verb. Previous lesson we have covered the third person in both masculine and feminine past tense. Today we're going to be learning how to conjugate the double root letter in the second person and the first person. Second person is people that you are addressing directly. You are speaking to them directly. That's the second person. And the first person is the speaker, whether one person or two or more. Let's start with the second person past tense. Adatta. The general rule is when you are conjugating a verb and in the second person, the third root letter carries sukun across the board. Like here, sukun, 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 sukun. That's the first thing. The second rule is after you have put sukun on the third root letter, you add suffixes for male, ta ending, and tuma for duo, and tum for plural. Ta, tuma, tum ending. Ta, tuma, tum. Ta, tuma, tum. It's like a tomato. Ta, tuma, tum. That's easy to remember. Just put sukun on the third root letter and then add for singular, ta, duo, tuma, plural, tum. For female or feminine, you add the same sukun, the third root letter, and then you add your suffixes, t for singular, and tuma for duo, just as you did in the men as well, and tunna. So it's t, tuma, tunna ending like a tuna. So the men or the masculine one end is like a tomato. Ta, tuma, tum, and the feminine is like a tuna. So ti, tuma, tunna. So adatta, you male singular counted. Adattuma, you two male counted. Adattum, you three or more masculine counted. Just as we did in normal or very basic verb conjugation. Darasta, darastuma, darastum. You studied, you two studied, you lot studied. Feminine, adatti, adattuma, adattunna. You counted, you two counted. Feminine, you lot counted. just as we did in darasti, you studied, single, female. Darastuma, you two, female, studied. Darastunna, you lot, three or more, female, studied. Now, just as we did in the second root, the first root also, the third root letter carries sukun. So, adad, daras, and then you had two for singular, and there is no gender. A male and a female will say the same thing. Adadtu, I counted. A female will say adadtu, I counted. Darastu, I studied. Darastu, I studied. The first person, no gender. So it's gender neutral. Adadna, we counted. Darasna, we. We in Arabic also is either two of us or million of us. It's the same. So the first person has only two types. Singular and plural, which means duo and more. Together the same. Adadtu, I. Darastu, I studied. Adadna, we. So that's the past tense for you. In both the combined or doubled root letter verb as well as the basic verb as well. So we did second root in both masculine, feminine, and first person. The second person, first person. Now, let's deal with the present tense. The present tense, ta'uddu, so you are speaking to a single male. Ta'uddu, you count or you are counting. Just as we say, tadrusu, you study or you are studying. The ending is dhamma. And we start in all second person in the present tense, all start with ta. The prefixes is ta. Ta, 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 ta. So, ta, 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 ta. That's second person present tense starting point. So, ta'uddu, you male singular, counts or counting. Tadrusu, you male singular, studying or studying. Ta'uddani, you two masculine, counting. Tadrusani, you two masculine, studying. Ta'udduna, you lot, three or more masculine, counting. And tadrusuna, you are studying as well. So, ta, 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 starting point. Ta'uddu, ta'uddani, ta'udduna. Tadrusu, tadrusani, tadrusuna. Let's look at the feminine. The feminine, you may remember when you are doing the normal conjugation, the ending will be ina when you are speaking to a singular feminine. In Arabic, you will end your present tense in ina ending. Taktubina, tadrisina, ta'kulina, tashrabina, and so on. So, ta'uddina, instead of ta'uddu, become ta'uddina. You are counting, speaking to a single female. Tadrisina, you are studying. Ta'uddani, ani ending is the same, just as we apply that in the masculine version. Ta'uddani, tadrusani, you two feminine, studying. And ta'dudna, we split the root letter here because the third root letter needs to have sukun when you are dealing with the plural feminine. Remember, we did that in the past tense as well. So there are two situations where you need to, in terms of the present tense, you separate the combined letter in the feminine plural. Ta'dudna, just as we say tadrusna. In the past tense, of course, in all the second person and the first person, you need to separate the combined letters because you have to have sukun on the third root letter, and that is why, as explained before. So, tadrusina, ta'uddina, tadrusina, tadrusani, ta'uddani, ta'adudna, tadrusna. As for the present tense, first person, a'uddu. I say adrusu. So a'uddu, adrusu. Na'uddu, we. So adrusu start with the a. I am doing something, or I do something. You start with the a. A'uddu, adrusu. Na'uddu, we. We are counting. Na'uddu, either we, two of us, or three or more of us. Just as we say nadrusu, either two of us or millions of us. Nadrusu. That is the complete picture for you now in the both past tense second person and past tense first person, present tense second person, also the first person present tense as well for the first person. Now the only thing left now is to do the imperative. Let's compare the imperative of the doubled root letter with that of the basic verb as well to conclude the whole picture. Let's do that now. Now let's conclude our analysis of the how to conjugate the doubled root letter verb. Udud, that's mean count. Imperative meaning to give order, to ask people to do something. Command. Udud, count. You can also say udda as well. In the normal or basic verb, you say udrus, ijlis. We say u here because the second root letter in the present tense has dhamma. Adda ya'uddu, udud. Darasa yadrusu, udrus. That has been explained very well, hopefully, in book 3. Udda, again, the noun is gone. From ta'udani becomes udda. Just as we say, tadrusani becomes udrusa. Study. You are commanding two people to do something. Udda, udrusa. Uddu is coming from ta'uduna. The noun is been removed, just as we did in udrusu, coming from the tadrusuna. You are studying, become udrusu, study. So udud, or udda, udrus, udda, udrusa, uddu, udrusu. Commanding or imperative or feminine singular, uddi, that's coming from the uddina. When you have noun and you have lengthening letter before it, you remove that noun. That's why we remove noun in ta'uddani. Becomes udda. Here, ta'uddina becomes uddi. Count. Udda is the same. Udrusi. Study. You are commanding is singular feminine. Udrusa. That is command directed towards two people, and happen to be the same in both singular and in both masculine and feminine. Ududna. Here we separate the dal because the third root needs to have sukun. So ududna. And we retain this noun because it's not carrying any lengthening letter before it. Unlike tadrusani, tadrusuna, tadrusina, we remove those nouns. But here it's coming from ta'dudna. So we retain the noun, we say ududna. Ududna, just as we say udrusna, coming from tadrusna. So udrusna, the noun stays. So this is a complete picture now. You have the imperative in both masculine and feminine, singular, dual and plural. Right, I think you deserve a cup of tea and study this very carefully for me. It is all explained for you on page 8. You see the table for past tense, present tense, and the imperative. That's what your page 8, doubled root letter verbs. الفعل الصحيح أو الفعل الصحيح المضاعف. This is explained to you, and this is your first table, which is the past tense. The second table, that is your present tense, and then the third one is the explanation of the imperative. Hopefully next lesson I'll try and see whether we can use some of these doubled root letter verbs in sentences so that you can see how they put into use within sentences, inshallah, God willing. So don't forget to study and learn your vocabulary for me, please. You are making progress. Don't opt out. If you are feeling a little bit tired, find somebody that you can study together. Come on, and encourage each other. You'll get there, inshallah. Well done. And we see you next lesson, inshallah. Alright then, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. Marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. In today's lesson, we're going to put some of the doubled root letter into good use so we can practice the conjugation system that we learned during the last lesson. Now, the exercise 6 is on page 10. We're going to take some samples from that exercise and translate it and work with it together. Let's start with number 2. Please direct me to the ticket office. Here we are speaking to group of men. Please direct me. So we're going to use the verb to mean to direct is dalla, to guide or to direct. That's dalla yadullu. Now let's see how we conjugate that when we turn it into imperative, instructing or asking group of men to do the verb for us. Min fadlikum, please. We have kum here because we are speaking to group of men. Min fadlikum, please. Dulluni, guide me or direct me. It's ni and that's me. Dulluni ala maktab al-tadhakir, to the ticket office. Min fadlikum dulluni على مكتب التذاكر. Another sample is number 4 of exercise number 6. Please pour me some coffee. Here we're speaking to a singular male. Therefore, we say min fadlika rather than min fadlikum. Kum meaning group of people in front of you. Ka means a single male. Min fadlika, please. Subba, you can say pour. You can use usbub as well. Either you say subbali or usbubli. Pour me mazidan, more min ash-shay, of tea. I mean, pour me some coffee or tea. Shay here, but if you want to say coffee, you say al-qahwa. أصبب لي مزيدا من الشاي or من القهوة. Pour me more tea or more coffee if you say al-qahwa. Now let's look at more samples from exercise 6 on page 10. This time we start number 7. We have number 7. The firemen began to pour water on the fire. Sabba, as you know, is a verb to pour. Bada'a, that means he began. Rijalul itfa, that's firemen. Yasubbuna, that's the conjugation of this verb, meaning the plural are doing the verb in the present tense. Al-ma' is water. Ala al-hariq, hariq is the fire. Ala is on. So let's look at the sentence now. بدأ رجال الإطفاء يصبون الماء على الحريق. The firemen, in English you start with the subject. The firemen began to or pouring الماء, water, على الحريق, on the fire. بدأ رجال الإطفاء يصبون الماء على الحريق. Next sample, and that is madda, and that is verb to extend. Here, number 9, extend. This time we're speaking to feminine singular. Extend a helping hand to the needy. Muddi, that is the instruction, that is the imperative coming from temuddina. We've removed the noun. Muddi yad al-awni. Yad is hand. Al-awn means help. Muddi yad al-awni ila al-muhtajin. To the needy. Muhtajin, to the needy. If you have been studying your lesson properly, your studies, your grammar, you will know the reason why you put fatha here on the yad, because it is accusative, because it is object. Muddi yada al-awni. Al-awni here is mudaf ilayhi. You may remember that's a possessive construct. And the second noun in the idafa, the possessive construct, is always genitive. When it is singular, it's carrying kasra. Yad al-awni. Ila al-muhtajin. You will remember also that ila is a preposition, and when you have a noun after the preposition, it's going to end also in genitive. Genitive signs are many. One of them is ina ending when we are talking about something which is sound masculine plural. So muddi yad al-awni ila al-muhtajin. Next sample, and that is number 13 of exercise 6 on page 10. I'll tell you a new bedtime story. Again, let's use a verb. Verb that says doubled root letter. Remember, it means the letter number 2, the second root, and the third root are of the same type. So we combine them. Qassa, yaqussu, and that's turning to narrate, to tell story. Qassa, yaqussu. So aqussu alaykum hikayat al-masa'i al-jadidata. Aqussu, that means I'll tell you, I'm telling you, or I'll tell you. Alaykum, I'm speaking to a group of people. It could be men or boys or combination, could be mixed gender. Aqussu alaykum hikayat al-masa. Hikaya is story. Al-masa means evening, and then al-jadida, that's new. أقص عليكم حكاية المساء الجديدة. Let's analyze it grammatically. I want you to revise your grammar. Now, أقص, that means I, when I'm doing something. أقص, or I'll do it. عليكم حكاية, this is object. أقص عليكم حكاية. That's why it's carrying fatha. حكاية, and then مضاف إليه. That means possessive construct. And you remember, the second noun of the idafa is always in genitive. When it is singular, it's carrying kasra. أقص عليكم حكاية المساء الجديدة. Why we have al-jadidata here? Because al-jadidata is an adjective, and it's describing what? It's describing hikayata. Hikaya, story, is the new. So hikayata here is a defined noun. As you know, the first noun of the idafa construct is defined by nature. So therefore, when you describe it, you need to make sure your description or adjective is defined with alif and lam. Why we cannot put the adjectives here? Because you know, when you are expressing or construct idafa construct, nothing should separate between the mudaf and mudaf ilayhi, the first noun and the second noun. They must be together. If you have to describe the first noun, that needs to come after the second noun. Go and revise that for me. In book 3 we have done that. So أقص عليكم حكاية المساء الجديدة. I'll tell you a new bedtime story. Here we are. Let's do a couple of more samples from exercise 6 on page 10. Let's do number 16 first. Do you, speaking to two people, do you think that I do not understand Arabic language? Do you think you're speaking to two people? Say, do you think that I do not understand the Arabic language? Let's put that into Arabic language itself. Let's go. So, dhanna is the verb to, you say, thinking. That's mean when you assume something, not thinking in a different way. This is dhanna, when you assume something. So, dhanna yadhunnu is the verb. Let's put it into use. هل تظنان أنني لا أفهم اللغة العربية؟ هل تظنان, do you think? هل تظنان, that's any ending indicating we're speaking to two people. هل تظنان أنني, that I, or that I am, that I, أنني لا أفهم, that I, that's negation. أفهم means I understand. لا أفهم, that I do not understand. هل تظنان أنني لا أفهم اللغة العربية? Do you think that I do not understand Arabic language? So لغة is a language, and then العربية Arabic. هل تظنان أنني لا أفهم اللغة العربية? Next one. The other verb, we have marra, that's number 18. When will you, now speaking to singular feminine, when would you pass by our house? When would you pass by our house? And the verb to pass by is marra. Marra yamurru. Mata, that's mean when. That's one of your interrogative particle that you have learnt. Mata temurrina. Temurrina. That's mean ina ending, meaning when you are speaking to a singular female, as we have explained many times in the past. Mata temurrina bi baitina. Bait, that's meaning house. Na, that's mean ours. Bi, by. You can say ala as well. For this verb, you can say mata temurrina ala baitina or bi baitina. كلاهما صحيح. So that's correct. مرة يمر متى تمرين ببيتنا? When will you pass by our house? The last one, last sample, one more before the last, and that's number 22. When will you, this time we're speaking to plural male, when will you resolve this problem? When will you resolve this problem? Mata, again we're using mata, when. تحلون. Here, notice that we're speaking to plural male. Una ending. تحلون, and we start with ta. Just as we start with ta here. Anytime you are speaking to somebody in front of you, in the present tense, you start with ta. So, temurrina, speaking to a singular female. Here, تحلون, speaking to plural male. متى تحلون هذه المشكلة? When would you resolve this problem? When would you resolve this problem? متى تحلون هذه المشكلة? When would you resolve these problems? مشكلة, that's problem. مشكلات, مشاكل, problems. هذه, this. And then نحلها, the last sample, which is number 23. We will resolve it soon, God willing. نحلها. When we say we start with nun. نحلها. And ha is referring to the mushkila. And mushkila is feminine, hence we are referring to it using ha. نحلها قريبا. قريبا means soon. We'll resolve it soon. Inshallah, God willing. So you can see now how we use the halla, the hulluna, addressing plural, male, and when we, as a first person speaking, we say nahullu. So, quick reading. ظن هل تظناني أنني لا أفهم اللغة العربية? Do you think that I do not speak the Arabic language? متى تمرين ببيتنا? When would you pass by our house? متى تحلون هذه المشكلة? When would you resolve this problem? نحلها قريبا إن شاء الله. We will resolve it soon, God willing. These are the samples from page 10, exercise 6 for you. So please, I hope you will be able to now go and do the rest. You have from number 1 all the way to number 24. Please do that for me. And also try exercise 7 on page 12 and exercise 8 on page 13. I hope this lesson gives you confidence to go ahead and do your exercise. So inshallah, we will see you next lesson when we probably tackle another type of verb. It might be the hollow verb next time. Until then, take care of yourself and spread the word of this video around to your contacts, please. In the meantime, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. أهلا وسهلا بكم. مرحبا. أهلا وسهلا. Today's lesson is going to be from page 18, and we're going to be dealing with another category of verbs. You may remember we have done the pure or sound and pure verbs. Those are the verbs where it has no alif or waw or yaw in their root letters. And we have done الفعل الصحيح المضاعف, which is the doubled root letter verbs. We've done that. Today we're going to do the hollow verbs, which is the الفعل الأجوف. What is the hollow verb? The hollow verb is this. You will see the lengthening alif in the middle as if it is second root. But in Arabic, the lengthening alif can never be the true representation of the second root letter, but it represents only, it is waw or yaw in disguise. Waw or yaw in disguise. In the dictionary, you cannot find qala under qa and alif and lam. You find that particular one on qaf, waw, or and lam. Now, how do we know whether it's waw or ya? Well, the second, present tense will give you the original letter. For instance, qala, the present tense is yaqulu. Qala means he said. Yaqulu is your present tense. Or if you know the noun, verbal noun, you say qawlun. Again, waw re-emerge in there. All that will be explained much later. But let's look at how to conjugate the hollow verbs. Essentially, it's the same as the normal conjugation that you have learned in book 3, which is for the basic conjugation. It is the same. A little bit of adjustment will happen, which we will explain now. Now, qala, he said. Qalat, she said. That is in line with normal conjugation, like a kataba, he wrote. Katabat, she wrote. Qala, they, meaning two men, masculine, said. How do we know? Because of this alif, alif of ithnain, the dual alif. Qalata, they said, and that means two women, that's a feminine. How do we know that? We have the alif to say there are two of them, and then we have the ta, which we carry from here to say there are two women. Qalata, they said. Qalu, they said, meaning three men or more. How do we know? qalu. You can see the lam now is carrying dhamma. It's carrying dhamma, and we have this extension, qalu. This alif, you don't pronounce it. Qalu, they said. Equivalent in women or feminine. Let's pay attention. Here we have qulna. Suddenly, this alif is gone. Why is that? The reason is this. Anytime you want to say they, meaning feminine plural, 3 or more, did something, the third root letter, in this case lam, must carry sukun. And the lengthening alif, waw, yaw, they are essentially also carrying sukun. So we cannot have double sukun side by side. Hence we remove the first one. And now, because here, when we remove the alif is representing waw here. So we say, okay, let's compensate and represent that waw, which has been deleted, using dhamma on the first root letter. It becomes qulna. Noon is the same noon at katabna, nonu niswa, the feminine, the plural feminine noon. So that's your third person. He said, qala. She said, qalat. Qala, they, 2 men said. Qalata, 2 women said. Qalu, 3 or more men said. Qulna, they said that 3 or more women said. Now, let's look at the second person, which is al-mukhatab, the people that you are addressing or speaking to directly. The same rule as we learned previously. Anytime you want to say in Arabic, you did something, meaning you are speaking to somebody directly in front of you, such as you wrote, you said, you went, and so on. The third root letter must carry sukun. And once that's the case in the hollow verb, that means the alif or the second root will be removed. That's what is happening, just as we did here. So, all second person, you will see that the third root letter, in this case lam, is carrying sukun. Qul, 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 qul. In that case, all you need to learn really is your suffixes, is to the attachments you do, the pronoun that you attach at the end. That's what you need to know. So, qul, ta, you said, you're speaking to a singular male. Qulta, qulti, you said, that's to a woman, singular. Qultuma, both of you, is the same for both of you men and both of you women. It's the same ending. Qultuma, qultuma. Plural, 3 men or more. Qultum is tum ending. So ta, tuma, tum ending. And for ladies, qulti, ti, tuma, tun, na ending. That is your second person. Let's look at the first person, al-mutakallim, the speaker. The speaker in Arabic, it is actually gender neutral. Qultu, the same thing, you put sukun on the third root letter and then you add the attached pronoun to. Qultu. A man will say the same thing, I said. A woman will say the same thing, I said. Qultu. Qulna, we, meaning 2 or more of us said. We said. So it's the same whether 2 of us or millions of us. We say qulna and qulna. It is the same. This is your conjugation of the pattern of the or template for the hollow verb when the original second root is waw. What about if the original second root is actually ya, not a waw? As I said, in the dictionary, you check, once you see a verb like this, the alif will not be, alif that is not carrying hamza would not be the original root letter. So you need to check under waw or ya. Just check waw first, call wa, la, you find this verb, or if you check another verb, you find it under ya. Let's look at the one that's original, well, it's actually ya. Let's look at that. And the sample of that is ba'a. Ba'a is to sell. Ba'a, he sold. Ba'a. And this alif this time is actually representing ya. We know that because we know the present tense is yabi'u, as we will explain later. So in this case, this alif is representing the ya. You find it under ba and ya and a in the dictionary. Now the implication of that will become apparent in a minute. So ba'a, he sold. Just as we say, qala, he said. Ba'at, the same pattern. She sold, as we say, qalat, she said. So the pattern is the same. Now let's look at we're dealing with the third person, of course, al-ghaibin wal-ghaibat. So ba'a, they, meaning two men, sold, as we say, qala, they said. With the alif of ithnain, that's the alif of duo, is what is telling us, is we're talking about two people, male, ba'a, they sold. Feminine, ba'ata, they sold. This time is two women sold. So as we said, qalata, they said, for two women. Three or more male, ba'u, they sold. As we said here, qalu, they said. You can see the ending is the same, whether the original alif is representing ya or representing wa. So far, so good. Now, and that's actually in line with the normal verb. That's kataba, kataba, katabu, and katabat, katabata. Now let's look at it. Bi'na. Here we say qulna. They, meaning three women or more, said. We say dhamma, qulna, because we deleted the wow. Second root letter that we deleted was wow. Hence we say qulna bidhamma. Here the letter we deleted is actually ya, and the appropriate letter for ya is kasra. So that's why the first root letter here is carrying kasra, becomes bi'na. Again, so we delete the alif as we did here, and we add noun niswa. That's a plural noun for feminine. Bi'na, they sold. So that's your third person across. Let's look at second person. As you know, in this case, when you are talking to people in front of you, al-mukhatabin, you delete the second root letter because you have to have sukun. The same thing applies here. Bi', so it's a bi'ta. It's bi'. So bi'ta, again, the attachment ta, tuma, tum, and ti, tuma, tunna as well. So bi'ta, bi'ati, you sold. Bi'ati, you sold. Taken to his female here. This is a male. Bi'atuma, bi'atuma is the same whether you are speaking to two men or two women, just as we did here. Kultuma, kultuma. Bi'atum, you sold. We say kultum, you said. That we are speaking to three or more men. Bi'atunna, you sold. We are speaking to three or more women, as we said here. Kultunna, the ending is the same. When we say I, that's a first person, we say qultu, I said. Bi'atu, I sold. Bi'na, we sold. As we say, qulna, we said. Whether two of us or three or more of us is the same ending. That is the picture of your the templates for al-fi'lu al-ajwaf, which is the hollow verb. Whether the second root, which has been represented by this alif, whether it's waw, qala, or ya, ba'a. The number of verbs, which are the hollow verbs, you will learn more about those. And I'll put some of them in the sentences for you, so you can actually see them in action, so you can relate to them when you use in sentences. That's always better. Remember, language is practice. It's no use to know the rules without actually put it into use at all. So that's your past tense. Inshallah, in the next lesson, we are going to be dealing with the present tense, and then we follow that with the imperative, al-fi'l al-amr, inshallah. In the meantime, please go to page 18, where you see all the necessary explanation for hollow verbs in the past tense, and later on we see the present tense as well. So go on, do your studies for me, and good luck, and inshallah see you next lesson, inshallah, God willing. مع السلامة، إلى اللقاء، في أمان الله. مرحبا، أهلا وسهلا بكم. My name is Dr. Imran Hamza Alawiye, and I'm the author of the Gateway to Arabic series. In this video, I'm going to introduce to you the flashcard, the Gateway to Arabic flashcard series, which you can buy from our website, gatewaytoarabic.com, www.gatewaytoarabic.com. Now, flashcards is very useful tools in learning language. You can use it in the teaching setting, as well as self-taught as well, by writing Arabic one side and English the other side, or by using picture. That's exactly what we have done in this flashcard. This is flashcard set 2, and the theme of it is school classroom vocabulary. And there are 64 double-sided cards in full color here. So I'm going to go through these cards with you, with one or two phrases which we can put it into use. Let's start with the card number 1. Card number 1 is books, and the book in Arabic, a book in Arabic is Khutab, Kitabun. Kitabun, which is written here for you, Kitabun, a book. It also has a transliteration as well, Kitabun, and the plural, Kutubun. Kitabun, Kutubun. For instance, you can say هذا كتاب or هذه كتب. These are books. You can count the books, how many books we have here. واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة. So you can say ستة كتب. ستة كتب. So كتاب كتب. That's one. Let's go to the next one. We have here daftarun. So you have exercise book, daftarun. Daftarun, you can describe to say daftarun ahmar, red exercise book. Daftarun akhdar, green exercise book. And it's written here as well, daftarun, an exercise book. And it's in transliteration, daftarun, and the plural, dafatiru. Next, qalam. So we have qalam, a pen. Qalamun, you can say qalam hibr. Qalam or qalam tawil. Qalam aswad, black pen. Qalam aswad. Qalam aqlam. Aqlam is the plural. Qalam wahidun. Qalamani, 2 pens. ثلاثة أقلام, 3 pens, and so on. So qalam, aqlam. Next, we have a ruler. Ruler in Arabic is mistaratun. Mistaratun. You can say mistaratun tawilatun. هذه mistaratun tawilatun. هذه mistaratun tawilatun. It's a long ruler. هذه مسطرة بنية. It's a brown ruler. So مسطرة, that's a singular. مساطر is plural. مسطرة masatiru. Next one, we have an eraser or rubber. So mimhatun, mimhatun, mimhatun jadida, new rubber, for instance. Mistatun, mimhatun jadida. You can put color. You can say mimhatun zarqa, blue eraser. So mimhatun. Next, what's this? We have mibratun. Mibratun, that is pencil sharpener. You can call it barayatun as well. So mibratun wabijanibiha qalamu rasas. So we have mibratun, a pencil sharpener, bijanibiha, and next to it we have qalamu rasas. Qalamu rasas, qalam rasas. So mibratun, 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 a pencil sharpener. Next, we have here a pair of scissors. Miqassun, 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 and plural you can say maqassu, maqassu, miqassun, maqassu, miqassun. Next is stapler. Dabbasatun, dabbasatun, dabbasatun hamra'u, a red stapler. Dabbasatun hamra'u. Ma hadhihi, what is this? Hadhihi dabbasatun hamra'u. This is a red stapler. So dabbasatun, that's a singular. Dabbasatu, dabbasatun, 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 dabbasatun hamra. Next, let's look at this. Razzatun, that's a staple. A staple, that's razzatun. Razzatun. Ma hadhihi, what is this? هذه رزة, and the plural رزات. هذه رزات. Next is our pencil case. So هذه مقلمة. ما هذه؟ هذه مقلمة. مقلمة وبداخلها, and inside it أقلام ملونة. We have color pens, pencil as well. So مقلمة مفتوحة, an open pencil case. So مقلمة, مقلمات, that's the plural. مقلمة, مقلمات. Next, ملف. ملف, that's a file. ملف, ملفات. ملف, ملفات. You can say, oh, هذا ملف أسود. هذا الملف كبير. This file is large, is big. So ملف, ملف. Next, قلم حبر جاف. قلم حبر جاف, that's a biro. قلم حبر جاف. قلم حبر جاف. Next, قلم رصاص. قلم رصاص. قلم رصاص مع ممحات, with rubber. قلم رصاص. قلم رصاص. Next, let's look at the حقيبة as a bag. It can be briefcase as well. So we have حقيبة مدرسية. This is school bag. حقيبة مدرسية بداخلها أدوات مدرسية. You have school items inside it. أرى, I can see قلم رصاص. أرى, I can see دفتر. I can see كتاب. I can see maybe مسطرة وهكذا قلم رصاص هكذا. So حقيبة مدرسية. Next is مشبق. مشبق الورق, a paper clip. مشبق, مشبق. مشابك is the plural. مشابك, مشابك. So مشبق الورق and plural مشابق الورق. Next is, let's look at this, we have دبوس. دبوس ضغط. دبوس, دبوس, you can say this is أخضر, أزرق, أصفر, أحمر. That's أزرق, أزرق, blue, أخضر, green, أحمر, red, أصفر, yellow. دبوس ضغط. دبوس, and the plural is دبابيس. دبابيس ضغط. دبابيس ضغط. Next one, let's have a look at the سبورة. سبورة. You can describe to say, oh, هذه سبورة سوداء. It's a blackboard. If you have white one, you say سبورة بيضاء. عليها, عليها, on it, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وعليها أيضا الحروف العربية أو بعض الحروف العربية ألف باء تاء ثاء جيم حاء خاء. وأيضا أرقام, مثلا عندك 1 2 3 4 5. وعليها أيضا on it also بعض الحروف الإنجليزية ABC, ABC, 1 2 3 وهكذا. You can see it is very useful if you are teaching the classroom. You can ask your students to learn 5 بطاقة, 5 cards every week. For instance, if you are running weekend school, and they will come and they will talk about it. You see what is in the picture and you talk around it. Right, next one. Now we have خريطة. خريطة is a map. So you can talk about قارات, you know, we can talk about بلدان, the countries and the continents and so on. So that will give you, you can talk about so many things about this خريطة. So خريطة is a map or chart, and خرائط is the plural. خريط, خريطة خرائط. خريطة خرائط. So next one, let's look at the صورة. That's a picture. صورة, because صورة مرسومة, this is a drawing picture. في للبيت, بيت والألوان والشمس. صورة, a picture, and plural صور. Again, you can talk around it using color and the name of items you can see. في صورة, very important. صورة, picture. And here you have بطاقة. بطاقة as the card or flashcard. All this now you can call it بطاقة. بطاقة تعليمية. So educational cards, which is flashcard. So بطاقة تعليمية, and then you see what مكتوب عليه. You can look at the حساب on it. You can say, oh, حساب هذا حساب هذا الحساب. This sum is very easy. سهل جدا or صعب جدا or and so on. So بطاقة, a card or flashcard. بطاقات is the plural. بطاقات تعليمية مثلا, for example. Next, let's look at the مغناطيس. That's magnet. مغناطيس. مغناطيس. Next one, let's look at عدسة مكبرة, a magnifying glass. عدسة مكبرة. عدسة مكبرة, a magnifying glass. Plural of عدسة is عدسات. عدسات مكبرة. Next is مجهر. That's a microscope. Microscope, مجهر. مجهر, you can call it also مجهار. microscope is مجهر مجهار. مجهر مجهار. Next, let's look at the watercolors. ألوان مائية. ألوان مائية. Again, you can talk about the color. You can see that. The learner will benefit from reminding themselves about what is the blue, what is green, and yellow, and pink, and so on. So, ألوان مائية. ألوان مائية. Watercolors. ألوان مائية. Next, ساعة توقيت. Stopwatch. ساعة is a watch. ساعة ممكن للطبخ. If you are cooking, you can use ساعة توقيت, or للجر if you are running, عندما تجري أو في رياضة, doing the exercise, again you use ساعة توقيت. So ساعة توقيت. ساعة mean watch, توقيت mean timing. ساعة توقيت or ساعات توقيت. So it's very useful to look at the picture and then you test yourself whether you remember what is called in Arabic or not. So it's very, very useful tools indeed. Next is kuratun. Kuratun is a ball. You can describe it as aswad or abyad and so on. Kuratun, kuratun is the plural. Like kuratul qadam, for instance, football. Kuratul qadam. Kuratun, kuratun. Next, ka'sun. Ka'sun is the cup or trophy, like كاس العالم, World Cup, for instance, لكرة القدم. كأس. كأس and the plural كؤوس. كأس كؤوس. Let's look at the صفارة. صفارة, that's a whistle. Whistle, صفارة. صفارة مثلا الحكم, the referee, refereeing the football from مباراة كرة القدم مثلا, he always carry صفارة. Or a teacher في الملعب, in the playground, also carry صفارة. So صفارة صفارات. صفارة صفارات. Next, bell. جرس. جرس جديد في المدرسة أثناء اللعب أو في الملعب. جرس. جرس is a bell. جرس. أجراس is a plural. جرس أجراس. جرس أجراس. كرسي. كرسي is a chair. So say, كرسي أزرق. That's a blue chair. صغير, for instance, a small blue chair. كرسي كراس is your plural. كرسي كراس. كرسي كراس. Now let's look at the table. طاولة. 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 طاولات. طاولات is your plural. طاولة, we can say هذه طاولة خشبية, wooden table. طاولة خشبية مثلا جديدة. طاولة طاولات. Next, مكتب, a desk. مكتب, a desk. مكتب can be used in an office as well. مكتب. So مكتب, a desk. مكتب. مكاتب. مكاتب, that's the plural. مكتب. مكاتب. مكتب. مكاتب. درج, a drawer. درج, and plural. أدراج. درج. أدراج. درج. أدراج. Next, let's look at the shelf. That's a رف. رف. رفوف is a plural. You can say, رفوف عليها كتب قديمة. There are old books on it. رفوف عليها كتب قديمة. So رف رفوف. رف رفوف. Next is خزانة. خزانة, a cupboard or cabinets. خزانة. خزانة and plural. خزائن. You can say خزانة الملابس مثلا. That's a wardrobe. خزانة. So خزانة خزائن. Next, ساعة. ساعة. ساعة can mean watch, clock can mean an hour as well. Sa'atun wahida, so 1 hour. Sa'atun, sa'atun is your plural. Sa'atun, sa'atun. Sa'atun, sa'atun. Next, computer, hasubun. Hasubun qadimun, an old computer. Hasubun qadimun. And plural, hawasib. Hasubun, hawasibu. Hasubun, hawasibu. Now, next is faslun, قاعة دراسية. قاعة الدراسة, that's a classroom. Faslun, fusulun. In this faslun, for instance, you can describe a lot of things in that class. You can say هذا الفصل للأطفال. This is for children. This is حضانة. This is kindergarten. And you can describe the table. You can say في طاولات متدنية. Very low tables were karasi also mutadaniya and so on. So it's very useful when you have something like this. The children can learn, even the adults as well. You look at the picture, try to remember your vocabulary. You can say, oh, jidar, wall. You can look at the window, you say nafida or babun. You can nafida, shubbak. So shubbak is a window, as well as you can call it nafidatun as well. Babun, door. Ceiling, saqfun. So you look at it and then you just describe what you can see. It's very useful indeed. Here we have babun, abwab is plural. Babun, babun, abwab. Babun, abwab. Next, as I just mentioned, shubbak. That's a window. Shubbakun or nafidatun. If you use shubbakun, plural is shababiku. If you use nafidatun, that's be nawafidhu. So shubbakun, shababiku, nafidatun, nawafidhu. Window. Shubbakun, nafidatun. Next is a wall. Jidarun. Jidarun, you call it ha'itun also. Jidarun, judranun is a plural. Jidarun, judranun. Ha'itun, hitanun. So jidar, judranun, ha'itun, hitanun. Next, let's look at a gate. Gate, remember we say babun is a door, but the gate is bawabatun. And plural, bawabatun. Bawabatun, bawabatun. So bawabatun, bawabatun. That's a gate. Bawabatu al-madrasa, for instance, school gate. We can say bawabatun hadidiyya, an iron gate as well. School, madrasatun. Madrasatun, madaris is plural. Madrasa, madaris. You can say madrasa, al-madrasa al-ibtidaiyya, primary school. Al-madrasa thanawiyya, secondary school, and so on. So madrasatun, madaris. Madrasatun, madaris. Next, let's look at the playground. Mal'abun. Playground is mal'abun. Mal'abun, mala'ibu is your plural. Mal'abun, mala'ib. Mal'abun, mala'ib. Then you can describe what you can see, the play equipment and the trees and so on, and some of the houses in the background. All that, you will really keep your vocabulary improved indeed. Next, let's look at, this is maktabatun, library. A library, maktabatun, maktabatun, makatib as well. So library, you can look at the arika or araik, you can see sofa there, that means the chair, armchairs, arikatun, araik. You can look at the bisat, the carpet. You can look at the rufuf. You can look at the kutub, maktab, and hasub, and so many things you can see there, which will revise your vocabulary. Next, this is qa'atu ta'am. You are very happy. This is the dining hall. Qa'atu ta'am. Qa'atu ta'am. Qa'atu ta'am. That's the dining hall. Qa'a is a hall. Ta'am is food. Qa'atu ta'am. Next, this is a teacher. Mu'allimun. That's a male teacher. Mu'allimun. Muallimun, you can call muallim also mudarrisun. So a teacher means muallimun or mudarrisun. And plural muallim will be muallimuna. And mudarris, mudarrisuna. So muallimun fi madrasa al-ibtidaiyya. The school teacher in the primary school, for instance. You can describe what you can see. You can describe the girls. هذه البنت هذه البنت. You can describe their hairs, the hair as well. You can describe the teacher. There's no hair at all. You can describe what he's wearing. Let's say nadharat and so on. You can say he's smiling. You can say they are writing and so on. So many things just using the card to practice your language. Next is, here we have female teacher, muallimatun. The male is muallimun and female teacher is muallimatun or mudarrisatun. You have mudarrisun for male teacher, mudarrisatun for female teacher, and plural muallimatun or mudarrisatun. Again, you can describe what is happening in the picture. You can look at the هذه البنت تلبس مثلا حجاب والمدرسة أيضا تلبس الحجاب. You can talk about what is the background you can see and so on. Right, next we have طالب, a student, industrious student. هذا طالب مجتهد, because it is a very hard-working student. طالب, you can describe what is behind, if you رفوف وفي كتب, طاولة, ماذا يقرأ, what is reading, and so on. You can describe that. So that's a طالب. Plural is طلاب. طالب طلاب. Next, this is طالبة, a student. That's a female. طالبة طالبات. Again, you can say here تذاكر. تذاكر, studying. في المكتبة, is studying at the library or in the library. So طالبة مجتهدة تذاكر or تقرأ or is reading في المكتبة. Look at this. مدير, that's a headmaster or principal, can be a director as well. مدير, مدراء. So مدير plural مدراء. And the feminine or the female head teacher, so the headmistress مديرة. مديرة مديرة مديرات. مديرة, you can describe what you're doing and the appearance and so on as well. Here مديرة. Then at the end of, towards the end of this flashcard, I've put in there some useful vocabulary phrases that you can use to practice the items, such as هذا, this is masculine, هذه, this is feminine. So you see at the back as well, it's put in some use. هذا كتاب, هذه كرة. Again, to give you, to prompt you how to use the cards. Is all explained there. Another vocab is ma, which is an interrogative particle to ask question. What? And hal. Put it here. Ma hadha, what is this? Ma hadhihi, what is this? If you are pointing to something which is feminine. Anything which has ta marbuta at the end, you can assume that is feminine. So you use hadhihi for it. Hadhihi kuratun, for instance. Next would be, we have how to say yes, naam, la. For instance, we're playing the game. هل هذا كتاب? Is this a book? You can say naam, هذا كتاب. Yes, this is a book. Or la, هذا ملف. This is a file, for instance. So that's how you have naam and la, and the way idea of how to use them as well. ذلك and tilka, that means that, in both masculine, ذلك and tilka, they both mean the same thing. One is for masculine, ذلك, and tilka is for feminine. Again, we use it here for you. So you say ذلك باب, that is a door, وتلك كرة, or تلك نافذة, and that is a window. So we see how to use that. We have هو and he. So هو, we can use for human. You say هو, he is, or it, if you are referring to something which is masculine. Here, she is, or it is. Such as من هذا, who is this? You say من ذلك, who is that? You say huwa muallimun. He's a teacher. Hiya man tilka. Who is that? Hiya muallimatun. For instance, here you have yadun, a hand. Yaduka, your hand. Yadi, my hand. Yaduki, your hand, speaking to a female. So yadun is a hand. Yadi, my hand. Yaduka, your hand, speaking to a male. Yaduki, your hand, speaking to a female. Then you can use it in the game later on. So you will say, Mada biyadi, what's it in my hand, and so on. So man, and man is who, Mada is what, man, وماذا, man هذا, for instance, man هذا, ماذا بيدي, what is in my hands, ماذا بيدي. ماذا بيده, if you're referring to somebody else, say ماذا بيده. So you look at the picture and you ask question. ماذا بيده? You say, oh, بيده, in his hand, and then you can say حقيبة. بيده حقيبة. The other one you can say ماذا بيده? بيده, you say كرة. ماذا بيده? بيده كتاب. ماذا بيده? That's another game you can play. ماذا بيدها, that is for feminine. So what what is in her hand? You say ماذا بيدها? بيدها قلم رصاص. بيدها قلم رصاص. بيدها قلم. بيدها, and then كتاب, and so on. You can also ask ماذا تلبس, what's she wearing? ماذا تعمل, what's she doing? And so on. That's also plenty of room there for a game. Then this word of encouragement, ahsanta, talking to a boy, well done. Ahsanta, talking to a girl, ahsanti, well done. You can see that it's very comprehensive set indeed. And at the end of it, I actually written for you suggestion of how to play game. So suggestion for use is comprehensive there, including the classroom use as well. So plenty of things to guide those who want to use it as part of their tools in their classrooms. Also for those who want to use their own personal learning as a self-taught indeed. So this is the Gateway to Arabic flashcard set 2, which is with the theme of school and classroom vocabulary. As I said at the beginning, you can purchase this, you can buy this from our website, Gateway to Arabic flashcard series, and it's on www.gatewaytoarabic.com. I hope you enjoy that. I hope you find it useful. So next time, the next lesson, I will go through the Gateway to Arabic flashcards set 3 with you, inshallah. In the meantime, well done and see you next time. مع السلامة, إلى اللقاء, في أمان الله. مرحبا, أهلا وسهلا بكم. We're still on page 18 and page 19, trying to establish the template for conjugating the hollow verbs. Previous lesson we have dealt with the past tense. Today's is going to be about the present tense of the same two verbs that we've covered in the past tense last lesson. يقول, the past tense is قال, he said. يقول, he says, that's the present tense. يقول, he says, or saying, if you like, he is saying something. That's a يقول. يقولان, they say, meaning two men. How do we know? In the past tense we said قال, using the alif to indicate there are two of them. The same alif is still there, but there's an extra letter, ni. يقولان. So any ending, meaning two people doing it. In this case, that's a male. We come back to the feminine in a minute. يقولون, they say or saying. How many of them? 3 or more. Because we have una ending. So una ending indicating there are 3 or more male saying something. And I want you to pay attention to the prefixes that we're starting with. The attachments here, when you are talking about masculine, you start in the present tense with ya for singular, also ya for dual, and ya for plural. So you remember that you say ya, ya, ya. But in the feminine, you are starting with ta for singular. Taqulu, if you compare and contrast, you see the difference between he says or he's saying is only at the beginning. So he, meaning ya, but she starts with ta, but the ending is the same. Yaqulu, taqulu. Let's look at the dual. They are saying or they say. For male, yaqulani. For female, taqulani. Difference between them is only at the beginning. So ya for men, 2 men, and ta still for 2 women. So taqulu, taqulani. Same as your previous templates for conjugation. When you want to say he writes, you say yaktubu. She writes, tektubu. They write, 2 men, yaktubani. They write, 2 women, tektubani. So the same pattern. Now let's look at the plural, meaning 3 or more. Male starts with ya and ending in una ending. But feminine starting with ya as well, but it's not ending in una ending. We have removed this wow. You may remember in the past tense, because the 3rd root letter, when you are talking about feminine plural in the verb, you need to put sukun there on the 3rd root letter. Once you have done that, the lengthening letter needs to be removed. So that's why this green one is gone, which is wow. So it becomes yaqulna. Yaqulna, just as we did in the past tense when we say qulna, they said. Here, yaqulna, the same ending. So in the present tense, you are starting your verb conjugation for men in the 3rd person with ya, ya, ya. But for the feminine 3rd person, you are starting with ta, ta, and ya. So ya, 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 ta, ta, ya, starting point. That is your 3rd root letter. Now, let's go to the second. Second person. We have done now the 3rd person. Now 2nd person, present tense. In the past tense, or 2nd person, the past tense, you need to put sukun on the 3rd root. That's why we remove the 2nd root. So we say qulta, qulti, qultuma, qultuma, qultum, qultunna. But here, there is no rule to say you need to put sukun on all of them except when you come to the feminine plural. Let's have a look. Taqulu, you say, you are speaking to a singular male. You say, or you are saying, taqulu. Now, some people always ask me, oh, it is the same as she say. She says, or she is saying, it's the same. Yes, it is, in terms of what you can see. But remember, this is, you are speaking to a male in front of you. You will know that this is the singular male. Now, so, taqulu, you say, that's for a single male. You are addressing him directly. So you say, oh, what are you saying? Mada taqulu, what are you saying? So, taqulu, she says. Taqulu, you, male singular, say or saying. But when you are speaking to a singular feminine, you need to end your verb in ina ending. Taqulina. Tektubina, tajlisina, and so on. It's ina ending. That means you are speaking directly to a singular female. Now, you may notice that it's common things in the second person in the present tense. They all start with ta. Ta, 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 ta. Unlike the third person, which is ya for male and ta ya for female. But in second person, when you are using the verb in the present tense to speak to anybody in front of you, you must start with ta, with letter ta. So ta 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 ta. Right, so taqulu, taqulina, taqulani. Look at the ending of all these, the ani. The dual always ending in ani. That's why ani, 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 ani. So taqulani, you say, meaning two of you. Taqulani is the same for two when you are addressing two women. Taquluna, look at the they are saying, or they say in male, ending in una. If you are speaking to them as well in front of you, again the ending is una. So taquluna. For female plural, taqulna is the same ending when you say they say or you say. The ending, the rule is the same. Taqulna. But the beginning is da 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 da. That is your second person present tense in terms of the hollow verb. Let's look at the I. I am saying something, or I say. Aqulu. Now you start with the alif with the hamza on it. Aqulu. I say, or I am saying. Naqulu be known, and that is we, whether we, two of us, or millions of us. We say naqulu. So aqulu, naqulu, naqulu. Third person, ya, ta, ya, beginning. Second person, ta, ta, the beginning. And then you look at the first person, a for I, and na for we. Now let's compare this now with the verb when the second root is actually ya, like ba'a yabi'u. Let's look at that now. Here, yabi'u. You see, that's a green. That's its original letter. You find that verb under ba, ya, and ain. Not ba, alif, and ain. And this one you find under qaf, waw, and lam. So, yabi'u, the past tense is ba'a, he sold. Yabi'u, he sells or is selling. For feminine, she, tabi'u, just as we did here. This is ya and this is ta. This is ya and this is ta. Tabi'u, the standard, the template, always very stable. Once you learn the template, the rest of our adjustments are very, very simple. Don't ever think that in any new category you are learning a new system of conjugation. You are not. It's the same solid template for all conjugation with a little bit of amendment here and there. Okay? So, yabi'u, tabi'u. Yabi'ani, see, yaqulani. Two men are saying or say. Yabi'ani, two men are selling or sell. Tabi'ani, two women. Here, taqulani. To compare and contrast, you see it is the same pattern. Yabi'una, look at the ending, una ending. Yabi'una, yabi'na. Because the letter we remove here is ya, hence we put kasra. So, yabi'na. Let's look at the second person of this pattern. It's the same ta 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 beginning. And then the template, tabi'u, taqulu, because the ending is the same. Tabi'ina, ending, taqulina is the same. As you can see here, kasra goes with ya, but dhamma goes with waw. As you're lengthening, you learn that when you are learning to read. So tabi'u, tabi'ina, tabi'ani, tabi'ani. Look at the ani ending. Anything to do with the dual ending in any ending. تبيعون, you masculine plural, selling or sell. تبيعنا, you feminine plural, just as we say here, يبيعنا. And then أبيع, I sell or am selling. نبيع, we sell or we are selling. So that is the pattern for you for present tense using hollow verb. That is الفعل الأجوف. Now go to page 18 and page 19 where you see further explanation there. And I think what is going to happen is in the next lesson we're going to briefly look at the command, which is your al-fi'l al-amr, which is your imperative, using the imperative pattern for the ajwa, for the hollow verb. That will be our next lesson, and then I will give you some sentences so that we can see the hollow verbs in sentences in action, because as I always say, language is practice, and there's no need for you to know all the rules in the world if you cannot use them properly. So we're going to do that in the next lesson. We do the imperative, and then we will do some sentences as well. So I'll see you next lesson. In the meantime, please continue, do your best to studies, and we'll see you inshallah. In the meantime, مع السلامة, إلى اللقاء, في أمان الله. مرحبا, أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is about imperative using hollow verbs. We have dealt with the past tense and the present tense. Today, let's look at how to formulate our imperative. Now, the imperatives coming directly from second person, because you can only instruct somebody directly in front of you. So we're going to look at the present tense in the second person, and then imperative. So تقول, you may remember, that means you say, speaking to a single male. تقول, you say. The imperative becomes قل. Why do we need to remove the wow in imperative? It's the same rule as established in the past tense and present tense. Whenever you have to put sukun on the third root letter, in this case the lam, then the lengthening letter before it must be removed, and then you represent it with the appropriate vowel. Qul, because whenever you are speaking, you are instructing a singular male. You need sukun. So like a uktub, ijlis, idhab, go, and so on. Qul, say. Qul, say. That's why we remove the wow, and we're representing that wow with the dhamma, because once you remove this, that's a qul, stays, and the lam becomes sukun. Qul, say. Qul lahu, say to him, tell him. Taqulina, you are saying, this is, you are speaking to a singular female, feminine singular. Taqulina, you say, or you are saying. The instruction from that becomes quli. This time we are not going to remove the wow, because the lam doesn't need sukun, so we retain the wow, quli. But how do we recognize this one is an instruction? By removing this noon. So the taqulina, noon is gone, becomes quli. Also, there is no ta, because the ta is about present tense. You say, or you are saying. In imperative, we remove that ta. That ta goes. Quli. You may remember that in the past we did the negative imperative. If you want to say, don't say, you say la, and you retain your ta and then the same ending. لا تقولي. قولي لا تقولي. Now, تقولان, you two male. تقولان, you two female is the same. Say or saying in the imperative is going to be the same. قولا, say. Again, noun is gone. قولا, noun is gone, and present tense ta is gone. But if you want to use the negative imperative, you retain the ta. You say لا تقولا. لا تقولا. You retain the ta. That's negative imperative. But in imperative, فعل أمر, the ta is gone and the nouns removed. تقولان قولا. تقولان قولا. Plural. Male, تقولون. When you say male, تقولون, you say. Or you are saying. Remember, in the present tense, تقولون. Put fatha there. تقولون becomes قولوا. Again, we remove the noun and the ta is gone. قولوا, say. In the negative imperative, لا تقولوا. So revise that if you have forgotten that. So تقولون becomes قولوا, and you can see we retain the waw because the last letter, which is lam, doesn't need to have sukun. But let's see what's happened in the plural feminine. Plural feminine is تقولنا. We have to have that sukun on the lam. تقولنا. Hence, we say قلنا. Ta is gone. Why we are not removing the noun this time? Because that noun, the noun that's been removed, you have the lengthening letter before them. But in the present tense of the feminine plural, that one is gone anyway. So there is no lengthening before the noun. So that noun niswa stays. So the qulna becomes qulna. So your imperative is qul, addressed to a single male. Quli, to a single female. Qula is the same when you are instructing two men or two women. Qulu, you are instructing three or more male. And qulna, you say, instructing three or more women. Now, same pattern when we look at the verb that has original, the second letter is ya, like tabi'u. It's ba'a, yabi'u, tabi'u. You sell or you are selling becomes bi'a. Because it's the ya, we remove the ya, so that's why you have this kasra here. So bi'a, again the same sukun. Qul and bi'a, the same sukun at the third root letter. Tabi'ina, equivalent to taqulina. Again, ta is gone, and we remove the noun. Bi'i, sell, instructing a single female. Tabi'ani, tabi'ani, as we said, taqulani, taqulani. Present tense, you are selling, you sell, either two of you male, two of you female. But in the imperative, ta is gone, noun is gone, bi'a, bi'a. If you want to use the negative, you say la tabi'a, la tabi'a. Plural, tabi'una, ending taquluna. You are speaking to three or more male. So in the imperative, bi'u, ta is gone and noun is gone. But in the feminine, tabi'na, the noun stays. Bi'na, tabi'na. So that is your pattern of our imperative in relation to the hollow verbs. And as I always say, the pattern is very, very similar. It's the same. We're not learning new rules. It's just adjustment to the original basic conjugation that we have done in book 3 and part of the book 4 as well. Don't look at it as a separate or new conjugation. No, just compare it to the original template and see where are the differences, and that's much, much better in that sense. So next time we're going to look at the some of these hollow verbs, and we put them into sentences. So that will be, inshallah, next lesson we do that. In the meantime, please revise this lesson and the previous one right from page 2 of book 4 all the way to page 8 and page 9. You see the tables there and the full explanation of how to conjugate your hollow verbs in the past tense, present tense, and the imperative. Good luck and see you next time. مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. This is Dr. Imran Hamza Alawi again with you, going through the Gateway to Arabic flashcard series. As I've already mentioned before, the best way, one of the best and effective way of learning your vocabulary is through flashcards. That's why I designed this for you, whether you are teaching it in the classroom to adults or young people, or you are self-learning as well, is good for you. Now, I've dealt with the flashcard set 1 and the set 2. Look out for those. And today is about the set 3, which is going through the theme of fruits and vegetable. Again, we have 64 double-sided cards in full color. Let's go through them together. So the first one is fruits. What's fruits in Arabic? So fruit, fakiha, that's singular. Now, you can look at it and use the color as well. You can say, name the fakiha, so you would learn later on, and then look at the color as well, whether it's the green, whether which is akhdar, whether it's red, which is ahmar, whatever the color is, which you're going to learn as we are going along. So fakihatun, that's mean fruit, that's singular. Fawakihu, fruits, that is plural. And as you see, each card has the singular and the English, Arabic English, plus transliteration as well, together with the plural, again, the English and transliteration. So, fakihatun, singular, fawakihu, fruits, that's plural. Next is an apple, tufahatun. An apple, you can say, tufahatun hamra'u, red apple. Tufahatun hamra'u. Tufahatun hamra'u. Tufahatun, that's singular. Tufahun, that's collective plural. Tufahatun, tufahun. Next, let's look at the next, is an apricot. Apricot mishmish. I like that sound. Mishmishun. Mishmishun. Again, mishmishun. You look at it, you can describe it as well. Mishmishun, apricot. Banana. Mauza. Mauza is a singular, a banana. Mauza sofra'u. You can say yellow. Mauzatun sofra'u. Mauzatun and mauzun. Mauzatun, mauzun. Mauzatun, mauzun. Next, a cherry. Cherry, karaza. Karaza, karazatun. Karazatun and karazun. Karaza, karazun. A cherry. Next, you have tamratun. Tamratun, a dried date. Tamratun, and plural will be tamaratun. Tamaratun. Tamratun, you can say, oh, هذه تمرات لذيذة. لذيذة جدا. Very delicious. لذيذة جدا. Yeah, so tamra لذيذة جدا. Next one is a fresh date. Let's say balahatun. Balahatun, a fresh date. Balahatun, balahatun, and balahun. Balahatun, balahun. Next, let's have a look at the fig. Fig, tinatun. Tinatun. Tinatun, tinun. Tinatun, tinun. Next, let's look at ainabun. Yani ainabatun, that's a grape. Ainaba. Ainabatun, that's your singular. Ainabatun, عنب or أعناب as a plural as well. عنب, عنب, أعناب. عنبة, that's grape. Next, let's have a look at this. Grapefruits. ليمون هندي. ليمون هندي. ليمون هندي. ليمون هندي. Next one. Guava. It's called guava in Arabic as well. Guava or guava. If you pronounce the jim like a ga. So, guava or guava. Next, kiwi. We'll have this in kiwi as well. Kiwi. It's called kiwi as well. Kiwi, that's an easy one. Next one. Laymunun. Laymunun. Lemon. Laymunun. Sofra'u. Laymunun. Sofra'u. As well as lime. Laymunun hamid. Laymunun hamid. That's sour. Hamid. Laymunun hamid. That's a lime. Laymunun hamid. Mango will be mango. Manga. You can spell it as manga with the ghain or with jim. Manga. Manga is mango. Next. Bittikhun. A melon. A melon. Bittikh. Bittikhin. Bittikhun. 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 A melon. Next. Mulberry. Mulberry. Tutun. Mulberry. Tutun. 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 Mulberry. Tutun. Tutun. Next. Burtuqala. An orange. Burtuqala. Burtuqala. An orange. Burtuqalun. Burtuqalatun. Burtuqala. Burtuqalun. Burtuqalatun. Next one. A peach. خوخة. خوخة. دراقة. خوخة. دراقة. خوخ. دراق. So, خوخة or دراقة. That's a peach. Next, a pear. إجاصة. 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 إجاص. كمثرى. Also it's called كمثرى. إجاصة. إجاص. كمثرى. A pear. Ananas. 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 That's a pineapple. Ananas. Ananas. All these you can talk around and say أحب أناناس. أحب هذا. لا أحب هذا. I love this. I don't like this, and so on. Next is a plum. A plum. برقوق. 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 A plum. برقوق. Next one. Let's look at pomegranate. Pomegranate is رمانة. 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 رمان. رمانة. رمان. Next, prickly pear. Subarun. It's also known as tinun shawkiyun. Tinun shawkiyun. Tinun shawkiyun. A prickly pear. Raspberry. Raspberry tutun shawkiyun or tutul al-ulayq. Tutun shawkiyun or tutul al-ulayq. Raspberry. So next is farawila. Farawilatun. Strawberry. Farawila. Farawilatun. Strawberry. Farawila. Strawberry. And what's next? Tamarind. Tamarind is tamrun hindiyun. Tamrun or tamarun hindiyun. Tamarun hindiyun. Next, tangerine. Tangerine is al-yusufi. Al-yusufi. Tangerine, that's al-yusufi. Al-yusufi. Next, watermelon. Bittikhun, and also known in the Gulf area, particularly in Saudi Arabia, as habhab. Habhab. So bittikhun or habhabun. بطيخ or حبحب. Next, now vegetable. Vegetable خضرة خضر. Vegetable, that's a خضرة خضر. Vegetable خضرة خضر with dot. خضرة خضر. Next, an aubergine. Aubergine باذنجان. An aubergine باذنجان. باذنجان. And let's look at the cabbage. ملفوفة or كرنب. ملفوفة كرنب ملفوفة. A cabbage. ملفوف a cabbage. جزرة a carrot. جزرة carrot. جزر. Next, cauliflower. Cauliflower is قنبيط or كرنبيط. قنبيط or كرنبيط. That's a cauliflower. قنبيط. Next, courgette. Courgette كوسة or الكوسة courgette. Next, cucumber. خيارة. Cucumber خيارة. Next, garlic. ثومة or ثومة. That's a singular. ثومة. Next, ginger. زنجبيل. Ginger. زنجبيل. Now we have a green pepper. فلفلة خضراء. Pepper itself means فلفلة and then described as خضراء, green. A green pepper. فلفلة خضراء. فلفل أخضر. فلفلة خضراء. Next, a leek. كراثة. Leek. كراث. Next, lettuce. Lettuce is خس. And next, mint. نعنعة or نعنع. Mint. نعنعة. And next, that's a mushroom. فطرة. That's mushroom. Okra. Bamia, as you know, is the lady's finger as well. Bamia. Next, زيتونة. That's an olive. زيتونة. Next, بصلة. An onion. بصلة. Next, parsley. Parsley is بقدونس. Parsley. Where are we? بسلة. A pea. بسلة. Of course, we have بطاطا. Potato. بطاطا. يقطينة. Pumpkin or squash. Pumpkin. يقطينة. And radish. فجلة. فجل فجلة فجل. Right, next, let's have a look. That's red. فلفل أحمر حار. Filfil means pepper and then or chili. Ahmar means red. Haru means hot. So a red chili. So a red chili. Filfilun ahmarun. Filfilun ahmaru harun. Filfilun ahmaru harun. Next one, spinach. Sabanach. Sabanach. Sabanakhun. Sabanakhun. Spinach. Sabanakhun. 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 And then dhuratun. Dhuratun, sweet corn. Dhuratun. 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 طماطم بندورة. طماطم بندورة. طماطم بندورة. طماطم بندورة. And lastly, turnip is liftun. 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 As you can see, a very comprehensive list of fruits and vegetable which you can use as a tool to practice language. You look at it, use it with colors, describe what you can see, use it with the numbers and so on. So it's a very useful tool indeed. So as I mentioned, it is available on our website, www.gatewaytoarabic.com. Inshallah, next lesson, I'm going to go through the set 4 with you. It's going to be about foods and drinks. Foods and drinks. So good luck and see you next time. Until then, مع السلامة. Goodbye. إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be from page 22. Now, having analyzed the conjugation of the whole verb in the past tense, present tense, and the imperative, I thought it would be good for us to put some of the whole verbs into use. Let's do that by taking some samples out of exercise 12 on page 22. Let's start with number 2 of the exercise 12. Oh Faisal, why were you absent yesterday? Oh Faisal, that's your vocative. Ya Faisal. Ya Faisal. Oh Faisal. Now we're going to be using this verb. غاب mean he was absent. Now the alif, as you already learned when we were conjugating the whole verb, that alif is not the true representation of the second root letter. Rather, it may be waw or ya, but in this case it's ya, because you know that when you know the present tense. غاب يغيب. So the ya is the actual letter, is the actual second root letter. So غاب يا فيصل. Oh Faisal. لماذا. لماذا is why. لماذا غبت. Now it has been conjugated now. غبت. You were absent. غبت بالأمس. Yesterday. You can say أمسي rather than بالأمس, but both is correct. غبت بالأمس or غبت أمسي. يا فيصل لماذا غبت بالأمس. The answer, number 3, I visited my uncle. I visited my uncle Abdul Wahab in Cambridge. Now we're going to use the verb to visit, zara, and it is hollow verb. Zara, you see, it's carrying alif. That alif is representing wow. Zara yazuru. Now, we need to conjugate it. To say I visited, you know that the second root letter is going to be removed because the third root letter needs to carry sukun. And the letter which has been removed is essentially also sukun because it's a lengthening letter. So, Zara, yazuru. Now, zurtu, I visited. Zurtu, I visited. Ammi, that's me, I visited Ammi, that is my paternal uncle, that's brother of my father. Zurtu Ammi Abdul Wahab fi Cambridge. I visited my uncle Abdul Wahab in Cambridge. We've learned about the family trees. You know, that means your paternal uncle. If it is your maternal uncle, will be khal. So, يا فيصل لماذا غبت بالأمس؟ زرت عمي عبد الوهاب في Cambridge. Now, let's do number 8 of the same exercise. So number 8 of the exercise 12, so why was Faisal absent from school? Why was Faisal absent from school? We're going to use the same verb, غاب, that to be absent. لماذا, we know that now. Why? لماذا غاب Faisal? Why Faisal was absent عن المدرسة, from the school. So we use the same غاب because that means he was absent. In English, you of course you start with the subject. Why was Faisal absent from the school? That's number 8 for you. Why was Faisal absent from school? لماذا غاب فيصل عن المدرسة? Next one, which is number 16 of exercise 12. Are you, this time we are speaking to feminine singular, single female. Are you afraid of traveling by plane? Are you afraid traveling by plane? We're going to use the verb to be afraid, khafa, and that is an hollow verb. Khafa, you have the alif there, khafa yakhafu. Hal takhafina. Now you remember, whenever you are speaking to anybody in front of you in the present tense, you have to start with ta. Now if you are speaking to a single female, the ending of your present tense should be ina ending. Hence we have هل تخافين من السفر بالطائرة? Are you here means there's feminine singular. هل تخافين, are you afraid of traveling by plane? هل تخافين من السفر بالطائرة? هل تخافين من السفر بالطائرة? Are you afraid of traveling by plane? So, لماذا غاب فيصل عن المدرسة? Why was Faisal absent from the school? Here we're using خاف, that's a verb to be afraid. خاف يخاف. هل تخافين من السفر بالطائرة? Are you afraid of traveling by plane? Now let's do more of these samples from exercise 12. Now we have number 18, and it is, these girls are afraid of spiders. These girls are afraid of spiders. We're going to use this verb, khafa, and that is verb to be afraid. Khafa means he was afraid. Let's use in a sentence and see how we conjugate it. So, هؤلاء هؤلاء البنات, these girls. As you know, هؤلاء is a demonstrative pronoun that is used for human being, plural, 3 or more, and is a gender neutral. You use it to refer to boys as well as to refer to girls. هؤلاء البنات, هؤلاء الأولاد. In this case, هؤلاء البنات, these girls, يخافن, are afraid, من العنكبوت, from spiders or of spiders. Ankabut, that's a spider. Plural, anakib. Next one, exercise 12, number 21. We say, tell me, we're speaking to a singular masculine. Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. We're using the verb qala, and that's a qala, verb to say. That means he said. Now, the imperative will become qul, in line with what we have explained when we were doing the conjugation of the hollow verbs. So qala becomes qul, say or tell. Qul li, tell me. And then al-haq is the truth. The haqqa here has fatha because that is the object. This is accusative ending. We have covered that in book 3 of the Gateway to Arabic. Please revise that if you are not sure. Next exercise, number 24 from exercise 12, and that is, do you, again we're speaking to a masculine singular, do you drive the car to work? Do you drive the car to work? Saqa is the verb to drive. Saqa yasuqu. Hal tasuqu. Do you drive? This is talking to a single male. Hal tasuqu sayyarata. Do you drive car or the car? Ila al-amal. To work. Ila is your preposition harf jar, and that's why al-amali ending in genitive kasra. هل تسوق السيارة? Again, this is your مفعول به, this is your object. That's why it's ending in the accusative ending, which is a simple fatha at the end. Again, we have covered that in book 3. Please go and revise that. هل تسوق السيارة إلى العمل? You can say نعم أسوق سيارة إلى العمل أحيانا وأحيانا أركب القطار. Sometimes I take the train. Now let's look at the number 29 of the exercise 12, and this is, who told you that we're speaking to a single male? Who told you that? Again, we're going to use the verb to tell or to say, which is qala, and then we conjugate it. Man qala. In this case, it remains the same. Man is who. Qala, that means he said, but in this case, man qala laka dhalik. Who told you that? Who said that to you? Man qala laka dhalika. That. Who told you that? So you can see now the qala, it's man qala because it's single male. Man qala laka dhalik. Next one, number 30. When did you sleep last night? Here we are speaking to a single female. When did you, singular, feminine singular, when did you sleep last night? So, nama is the verb to sleep. So, and it is hollow verb, and we're going to conjugate that now to mean when did you. That's me, we are speaking to feminine singular. Mata is when, that's your question word. Mata, nimti, you slept. Mata nimti al-barihata. When did you sleep last night? Al-barihata. Mata nimti, if you want to say, and then we see now to say I slept. The same verb, nama, becomes nimtu. Mubakkiratan jiddan. I slept very early. Nimtu mubakkiratan jiddan. I slept early. Nimtu مبكرة جدا. So this is the sample for you from exercise 12. I hope that will enable you to go to the book 4 and do the remaining of the exercises for me. And don't forget, always try your revision. Try and check your conjugation system. The conjugation system is very straightforward if you understand the initial template which we did in book 3. After that, the remaining of this conjugation is a question of adjusting a few things to recognize the type of verb that you are conjugating, like as we're doing here with the hollow verbs. Good luck in your studies, and don't forget to share the links with your contact, inshallah. In the meantime, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. Marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Today's lesson is going to be from page 26, and it is about a very important subject, and that is the interrogative particles, adawatul istifham. That's particles you will use to ask questions. Let's start with ma and mother. So, ma means what. Mother also means what. This is a particle, but this is interrogative pronoun, really, because it's a combination of ma, which is what, and the, which is demonstrative pronoun. So, ma, you say, ma hadha. Masmuka, what's your name? So you can use it that way. But mother, you can say, mother to read. What would you like? So you're looking for a kind of action, really. You can say, mother indak, what do you have? So idea of action is to follow mother, separate it from ma. Because remember, ma is particle, which is interrogative particle. This is the same ma in combination with the demonstrative pronoun. It's combined. That's why it's an interrogative pronoun. So ma is what, mother also is what. Limadha. Here we're actually combining three things. Li is for. Ma is interrogative particle, and that is more or less like a demonstrative. But if you combine all this, it actually means like saying li for what? That means why. Limadha, why. So ma is what, mother also is what, and limadha also it means why. Sometime in the future we're going to go more deep into the differences between ma and mother, but for now that suffices. Next one, man. Man means who. Man anta, who are you? Man dhalika rajulu, who is that man? Man tilka mar'atu, who is that woman? So man is who. Liman. Again we are combining li and with man. Liman, that means to whom or whose. Liman hadha al-kitab. Liman hadhihi sayyara, and so on. To whom this car belongs, for instance. Liman, I mean to whom or whose. Now, ayyu, you can say ayyun, ayyu, depends what's happening in the phrase or sentence. Ayyu, that means which, and can mean also what kind of. Ayyu, which kind of, what kind of as well. Ayyu. We see that later on when we are using them in sentences. That will be more apparent later on. Becomes more apparent. Now, next one. Aina. Aina is where. Let's just move this one. So we have Aina, where. Aina kunta al-bariha. Where were you last night? Min aina anta. Where are you from? كيف, how, like كيف حالك اليوم, how are you today? متى, when. متى رجعت من السفر, when did you return from your travel? متى is when. كم, كم means how much as well as how many. We also use come for when we ask about age. Also when you inquire about time, to tell time, you say كم الساعة, what's the time now? Because if you think about when you say what's the time now, you are actually saying how many hours that is gone by now. That's what you actually say. When you say كم عمرك, more effectively you are saying how many years have you wasted, or how many years have you spent in your life. So كم عمرك, how old are you? That's what is underpinning that question. So كم meaning how much or how many. Now then we have anything else which doesn't have, it's not represented here. It's not what, why, who, to whom, which, where, how, when, how much, how many. For any other question, in this case, you use in most cases that a or hell. So a could mean is, or are, do, does, have, has. The same thing for hell. It depends what you're saying. For instance, if I say هذا كتاب, this is a book. If I put that a before هذا, I say أهذا كتاب, is this a book? If I say أنت طبيب, you are a doctor. If I say أأنت طبيب, are you a doctor? The same thing for hal. So hal and a, which is hamza al-istifham, that's the interrogative particle. It depends on what is come after them to give you the precise meaning. You cannot translate them in isolation. Now, people like to ask questions, say, okay, what's the difference between the hamza istifham, hamza al-istifhamiyya, and the hal? What's the difference between them? Now, I will explain to you the difference between these two shortly. But let's just also I'm going to extend on that explanation a little bit about kam. So we're going to look at the kam and hamza and hal and look at the differences between the hamza and hal. Let's do that now. Now let's go through the differences between hal and hamza istifhamiyya. Some differences. Let's look at the common ground first. Here we have أفهمتم هذا الدرس? Have you understood this lesson? Don't say no. Right. أفهمتم هذا الدرس? Have you understood this lesson? Okay. You can use Hamza to do that, or use hal. هل فهمتم هذا الدرس? Did you understand this lesson? Or have you understood this lesson? So you can use Hamza or use hal. أهذا كتابك? Is this your book? Or you can say هل هذا كتابك? Is this your book? Because both of them can be used for questions which require yes or no answer. You can use them for nominal sentence or verbal sentences. So they have common ground there. They are largely can be used interchangeably. Now let's look at where they cannot replace each other. Here you have conjunction. So after waw and fa or thumma, you cannot use hamza to ask question, but you can use hal. For instance, I can say وهل قال ذلك فعلا? Did he actually say that? وهل قال ذلك فعلا? But you cannot say wa followed by hamza as a question. وأقال. No, you cannot say that. That's clear difference between the way you use hal and hamza. Secondly, أليس الأفضل أن تستريح. أليس. Now you can use laysa, which is a negation, after hamza of istifhamiyya. After the hamza, which is a particle, interrogative particle, you can use negation like laysa or any other negation particles as well. So for instance, here you can say أليس الأفضل أن تستريح. Wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be better if you rest, take some rest, and تستريح قليلا? أليس من الأفضل. أليس الأفضل. Wouldn't it be better if you do whatever? But you are not allowed to say هل ليس. You cannot use هل after the negation, which is ليس, or any other particle. Like for instance, ألم تعلم. ألم تعلم أنني كنت مسافرا. Didn't you know that I was away, I was travel? ألم تعلم. لم is your negation. It is auxiliary verb. So ألم تعلم أنني كنت مسافرا. Didn't you know that I was away, I was travel? But you cannot say هل لم. No. So you can see now the difference between the way you use the hamza as a particle, interrogative particle, and the hal. There are a little bit more than those, but this will be sufficient for our purpose for now. So you have your hamza and hal. They mean various things depending on what comes after them. Now let's also dig in a little bit deeper into come as well. Now let's extend our understanding of come al-istifhamiyya a little bit further, and it is on page 29. Come al-istifhamiyya means how much and how many, as I've already mentioned. Now when you follow indefinite accusative singular noun, when you have indefinite like a singular noun, you have two fatha. Kam akhan laka, how many brothers you have. Kam daqiqatan fi sa'a, kam daqiqatan, how many minutes are there in an hour. Become junayhin, sometimes you can attach preposition be with kam. So become junayhin ishtarayta hadha al-qamis. For how much pounds did you buy this shirt? Now let's look at this side. But when it's followed by a definite noun, something which has, for instance, al, it now becomes kamus sa'atu. So kamis sa'atu, we can put kasra here because of the sukun here. So kamis sa'atu was the time. As I said before, you're actually asking for how many hours has gone by. That's what it is really. Kamis sa'atu, what is time now? Kam umuruka, because this umur now, it is defined by idafa, by possessive, your age. How old are you? Say how many, your age, literally speaking. So kam umuruka, kam umuruki, how old are you? Kam adadu tullabi fi faslika. So how many students are there? What's the number of students in your classroom? So that's how you use your kam in a very brief explanation. Now, please, I want you to do your exercises for me. Now, we have finished now the page 26, which is Adawatul Istifham, interrogative particles. You will see there's an exercise 15. Please do that for me. Instruction is there for you. Exercise 15, and read page 28 and do exercise 16 as well for me. And next time, I'm going to read with you dialogue 5 and dialogue 6, which is on page 30 and 31. Keep moving, keep studying, keep learning your vocabulary, please. Inshallah, I'll see you next lesson. the meantime, please share this video with your contacts and see you next time. مع السلامة، إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا، أهلا وسهلا بكم. This is Dr. Imran Hamza Alawiye, the author of the Gateway to Arabic series. Today, I want to go through this flashcard with you, and it is set 4 of the Gateway to Arabic flashcard series. You can buy a copy of this flashcard from our website, www.gatewaytoarabic.com. In this set, the theme is food and drink vocabulary, and there are 64 double-sided cards in full color. Each card has a picture on one side, and at the back there is a Arabic in singular and plural, as well as the translation and the transliteration. As you know, one of the best ways to learn and retain your vocabulary is using flashcards. Let's go through these set 4 together. The first, surprise, surprise, is foods. So you have item of food here, and food in Arabic is ta'amun. Ta'amun, ta'amun, and the plural, at'imatun, at'imatun, ta'amun, at'imatun. We have various foods here. Obviously, we're going to go through some of them in the card. So, food, ta'amun, at'ima. Next one. Oh, let's look at the meat. Meat is lahmun in Arabic, lahmun. And the plural is luhumun. Lahmun, luhumun. Again, we're going to talk about individual meat in a second. So, lahmun, luhumun. Here we have lahmul baqar. Lahmul baqar. Lahmul baqar. Baqar is cow. Lahm, as you've just learned, is meat. So, lahmul baqar, beef. Lahmul baqar. أنا أحب لحم البقر. I love beef. Next one. لحم الخروف. لحم الخروف. لام. لحم الخروف. لحم الخروف. Next one. لحم الخنزير. لحم الخنزير. That's a pork. لا أحب لحم الخنزير. I don't like pork. لحم الخنزير. لحم الخنزير. Next one. دجاج. لحم is meat. And دجاج, that's chicken. So لحم الدجاج. لحم الدجاج. That's a chicken. Next one. What's this? Turkey. Oh, ديكٌ رومي. ديكٌ رومي. ديكٌ رومي. ديكٌ رومي. ديكٌ رومي. That's a turkey. Next one. كبد. كبد. That's liver. كبد. كبد. أكباد. That's a plural. كبد. Liver. أكباد. Livers. كبد. أكباد. Next one is kidney. كلية. كلية. And the plural is كلن. كلية. كلن. كلية. كلن. What's this? Does look like a heart to me. Heart. قلب. قلب 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 قلوب قلب قلوب قلب قلوب. Next one. سجق. سجق is a sausage. سجق or نقانق. سجق نقانق. سجق نقانق. Oh, this familiar one. Kebab. Kebab is kebab in Arabic. Kebab. 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 Right, this is my favorite fish. Samak. Or you can look at it as مأكولات بحرية. This is seafood. مأكولات بحرية. مأكولات بحرية. بحر is sea. So مأكولات also mean food. So seafood. مأكولات بحرية. Now fish. سمكة. سمكة أسماك. سمكة that's a singular. أسماك. سمكة أسماك. What's this? سرطان. سرطان is crab. Crab is سرطان. 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 Next one. This is prawns. Prawns is قريدس. قريدس or jumbery. قريدس jumbery. Prawns. قريدس jumbery. Next. Yeah. بيض. بيض. بيضة. Egg. بيض. بيضة. بيضات. That's plural. بيض. بيضة. بيضات. Next one. زبدة. زبدة. Butter. زبدة. 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 That's butter. Next. زبادي. لبن رائب. And that's a yogurt. زبادي. زبادي or لبن رائب. زبادي. لبن رائب. Yogurt. Next one. Cheese. جبنة. جبنة. Cheese. جبنة. جبنة. Cheese. جبنة. جبنة. Next one. حليب. 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 Milk. حليب. 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 Milk. It's the best of all. ماء. Water. ماء. Water. ماء. Water. And then we have عصير البرتقال. And that's the orange juice. عصير is juice. برتقال orange. عصير البرتقال. عصير البرتقال. عصير البرتقال. My last favorite is مشروبات غازية. Fizzy drink. Fizzy drinks. Fizzy drinks, I don't like them. Fizzy drinks. مشروبات غازية. مشروبات غازية. Coffee أو شاي. Tea. شاي. 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 أنا أحب الشاي. شاي أخضر. Green tea. شاي أخضر. شاي. 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 Coffee. Coffee. قهوة. 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 قهوة عربية. قهوة تركية. قهوة. Coffee. قهوة. قهوة. Next. مشروبات الشوكولاتة. Hot chocolate. مشروبات الشوكولاتة. شوكولاتة. Let's look at all these. جوزة. جوزة. جوز. مكسرات. That's a nut. A nut. That's a nuts. Plural. جوز ومكسرات. جوزة. جوز. جوزة. مكسرات. لوزة. لوزة. An almond. An almond. That's لوزة. لوزة. لوزات. لوزة. لوزات. Next one. Let's look at one more. Fusq, this one done, this one. Another one, hazelnut, hazelnut. That's a good one. Bunduqa, 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 bunduq, banadiq, banadiq, banadiq. That's hazelnut. Let's look at another. Coconut, jawzun hendiyun, jawzun hendiyun, jawzun hendiyun, jawzun hendiyun, jawzun hendiyun. Common one. Khubza, khubzatun, khubuz, bread. Khubz, khubza, bread. Khubzun, khubza, bread. Khubzun Arabi, khubzun Arabi, khubzun Arabi. Arabet or pizza bread. Khubzun Arabi, khubzun Arabi. Aruzun, aruzun rice. Aruzun, 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 aruzun rice. Macarona, macarona, pasta, pasta. Macarona, macarona, macarona. Next one. Flour is طحين or دقيق. طحين دقيق. طحين دقيق. طحين دقيق. Flour. Let's look at the hummus. Hummus. That's chickpeas. Hummus. 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 Chickpeas. Hummus. Next, wheat is قمح. 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 Wheat. قمح. قمح. زبيب. Raisins. زبيب. Raisins. Raisins. زبيب. 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 What's this? معجون الطماطم. معجون طماطم. Tomato puree. معجون طماطم. معجون طماطم. So this one. عدس. Lettuce. Lettuce. عدس. 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 Next one. الطماطم المعلبة. الطماطم المعلبة. الطماطم المعلبة. 10 tomatoes. الطماطم المعلبة. الطماطم المعلبة. سلطة وسلاطة. سلد. سلطة. سلاطة. سلطة. سلاطة. Next one. حساء. حساء soup. حساء. حساء soup. حساء. حساء. الزيت النباتي. الزيت النباتي. الزيت النباتي. الزيت النباتي. Vegetable oil. Vegetable oil. الزيت النباتي. ترشي ومخلل. Pickles. ترشي مخلل. ترشي مخلل. That's pickles. Pickles. ملح. 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 Salt. ملح. ملح. Salt. ملح. Next. Pepper. فلفلة. فلفلة فليفلة. فلفلة فليفلة. فلفلة فليفلة. That's a pepper. Next one. بهارات. بهارات. Spices. بهارات. 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 Spices. Next one. حب الهال. That's the cardamom. Cardamom. Cardamom is حب الهال. حب الهال. حب الهال. Cinnamon. Cinnamon is قرفة. Cinnamon. قرفة. قرفة. قرف. قرفة. قرف. قرفة. That's cinnamon. Next, I think we've done that. Za'faran, saffron, saffron, za'faran, 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 saffron. Let's look at this one is grand coriander, grand coriander. Kuzbaratun mashuqa, kuzbaratun mashuqa, kuzbaratun mashuqa. Grand coriander, kuzbaratun mashuqa. This one, cumin. Cumin is kamoon, 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 kamoon. Now we have halwayat, halwayat, halwayat. Sweetmeats, sweets. halwayat, halwayat, halwayat متنوعة. حلويات. بقلاوة، 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 بقلاوة. And عسل، honey. عسل، 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 honey. عسل. And سكر، sugar. سكر، سكر، sugar. سكر، سكر. And lastly we have jam. مربى، مربى والمربى، مربى المربى، مربى المربى. These are the cards. There are 64 of them, and you can play language game with them in the classroom. ما هذا، ما هذه, what's this, what's that, ماذا بيدي, what is in my hands. There's various games you can play if you are teaching the classroom. And also if you are a self-learner, why not? You can choose maybe 4, 5 cards per day to learn in both singular and plural. You will find it very, very useful indeed. And as I said, you can purchase this card from our website www.gatewaytoarabic.com. I hope you enjoy that, and inshallah next time I will introduce, I'll go through the flashcard set 5 with you, which is about verbs, action word. You're going to have another 64 double-sided cards in full color dealing with the theme of verbs, inshallah. In the meantime, take care of yourself and good luck with your study. And if you want to learn more about speaking, you can check my video Arabic without tears, or Arabic from the beginning, part 1, or the Key to Arabic, book 2, or Gateway to Arabic series, as well as Let's Speak Arabic Unit 1 and Let's Speak Arabic Unit 2. You find them all on the YouTube. Thank you for watching and see you next time. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be from page 30 of our book Gateway to Arabic book 4, and it is about dialogue between a teacher and this class and the classroom. Now let's go through this dialogue together, analyzing the vocabulary, particularly the verbs. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the dialogue first and see how much of it that you can decode, you can understand. After that, I'm going to analyze the meaning and the sentences and the vocabulary with you. Let's start with me reading the whole dialogue first. Now, Zainab starts the dialogue by saying, يا بنات، يا بنات، هيا إلى الفصل، انتهى وقت اللعب. One of the students called Noura said, ماذا عندنا الآن يا آنسة؟ ماذا عندنا الآن يا آنسة. Zainab replied, الآن وقت قراءة الحكايات. الآن وقت قراءة الحكايات. نورة: أي حكاية تقرأين علينا اليوم يا آنسة؟ زينب: اليوم أقرأ عليكن حكاية قصيرة من كتاب حكايات رمضانية. نورة: من هو المؤلف؟ زينب: المؤلف هو الدكتور أحمد بسام ساعي، وهو صديق عزيز لزوجي. نورة: ما هي جنسيته؟ زينب: هو سوري. Now let's analyze this part of the dialogue, going back to the beginning, and I have numbered the lines. Each line is numbered for you for easy reading, and you'll be able to follow it with me. Let's start with line number 1. Zainab said, Ya banat. You may remember that ya, it is a vocative particle. It is to call somebody's attention before you name them, or you just call them as a group. In this case, Zainab said, Ya banat. Girls. Who girls? Hayya ila al-fasl. I highlighted hayya using the red color to tell you that it is actually means asra, hurry up. It's a ismu fi'al amr. It's like a imperative. Hayya, asra, mean quick. Hayya, let's do whatever is coming. Girls, come in the classroom. Hayya ila al-fasl. And that's hayya, you use it to address singular, male or female, plural or dual. It remains the same. It's not something that you conjugate. You just use it hayya, whether you are directing it at a single or singular or dual or plural, feminine or masculine. Hayya ila al-fasl. Girls, come in the classroom. Intaha waqtul laib. Intaha is a verb. That means playtime has finished. Intaha means something's finished. And this type of verb, we haven't gone through it yet. This is what we call in Arabic al-fi'l al-khumasi. It is, in English terminology, we say is form 8 على وزن افتعل. So انتهى وقت اللعب. The playtime is over. Now this type of verb, we're going to come across it later. I believe it will be in book 6 when we start all the forms from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and so on. That is coming inshallah. So waqt means time. Laib means play, and it's coming from verb la'iba yalab, to play. يا بنات هيا إلى الفصل انتهى وقت اللعب. Line 2. Noura said, ماذا عندنا الآن يا آنسة? ماذا, we have covered that before, and this is one of our particle. That is your interrogative pronoun, which is comprises of ma and the. Ma, which is what, and the, which is your demonstrative pronoun. So ماذا is what. ماذا عندنا الآن? What do we have now, miss? يا آنسة. الآن means now. ماذا عندنا الآن يا آنسة? Line 3. Zainab replied and said, الآن, now, وقت, time of قراءة, reading, الحكايات, that is story. And that's coming from a verb حكى يحكي, to tell tales. to tell a story or to speak. That's حكى يحكي. So الآن وقت قراءة الحكايات. Now it is story time now. الآن وقت قراءة الحكايات. You know, قراءة is a verbal noun of قرأ, verb to read, and it is a verbal noun. It is مصدر قراءة. Line number 4. أي Zainab said, or Noura said, أي حكاية تقرأين علينا اليوم يا أنسة. أي حكاية. أي, again, is one of the interrogative particles that we have covered in the previous lessons. أي حكاية تقرأين. أي حكاية, which story are you going to read to us today, Miss? أي حكاية. So حكاية, that's a story. Line number 3, حكايات, that's a plural of حكاية. So here it's used in singular. أي حكاية تقرأين علينا. تقرأين, that's from قرأ, and once you learn your conjugation, you know it's your قرأ. When you're speaking to a second person singular female, you end in ina. You say تقرأين, تكتبين, تجلسين, and so on. So here تقرأين because she was speaking to a female. أي حكاية تقرأين علينا اليوم يا أنسة. So which story are you going to read to us today, oh Miss? So اليوم means today. Number 5. اليوم أقرأ عليكم حكاية قصيرة من كتاب حكايات رمضانية. Today أقرأ, I read, that's a verb to read. قرأ يقرأ, أقرأ, I read. أقرأ عليكم حكاية قصيرة. I'm going to read you a short story. Now you see here we have حكاية قصيرة, and the ending, the case ending is carrying to fatha, which is your accusative case ending. Why? Because this is the object, مفعول به. أقرأ عليكن. So عليكن, that's addressing to group of female. If it's a masculine, you say عليكم, masculine or mixed gender. أقرأ عليكن حكاية قصيرة. قصيرة is an adjective, that's why it's matching the حكاية. So حكاية, that's feminine and it's ending in two fatha. قصيرة is feminine and it's ending in fathatain as well. I'm analyzing this to remind you all the points that we have already covered in the previous lessons. اليوم أقرأ عليكن حكاية قصيرة من كتاب حكايات رمضانية. حكايات, again, that's a stories. رمضانية, that's a Ramadan tales. حكايات رمضانية. Line 6. Noura said, من هو المؤلف? من هو المؤلف? Who is the author of these حكايات رمضانية? من هو? Man is your demonstrative, is your interrogative particle, which is to ask question. Man means who. من هو المؤلف? Who is the author? من هو المؤلف? Zainab in line 7 said, المؤلف هو, the author is الدكتور أحمد بسام ساعي. Dr. بسام ساعي. وهو صديق عزيز لزوجي. And he, Dr. Bassam Sa'i is a very dear friend of my husband, Zainab said. المؤلف هو الدكتور أحمد بسام ساعي وهو صديق عزيز لزوج. صديق عزيز, صديق is a friend, عزيز means dear, a dear friend of my husband, Zainab said. Now, Noura. Noura in line 8 said, ما هي جنسيته? ما هي جنسيته? What nationality is he? ما هي, again, ma is your interrogative particle. ما هي, we use here because we are referring to jinsiyatun. Jinsiyya as nationality, and it's feminine. ما هي جنسيته? What nationality is he? And then Zainab replied in line 9, هو سوري. He is Syrian. Now this is the first part of the conversation or dialogue between Zainab, the teacher, and the children in the classroom, and you have between Zainab and Noura. And that is the first column here on page 30. So we have read all the way to this one, which is line 9. Noura, ما هي جنسيته? Zainab, هو سوري. He is Syrian. Now we're going to read the rest of the dialogue, starting from when Noura said, من أي مدينة في سوريا? Which town in Syria is he from? Let's read the rest of the dialogue now. As I did before, I will read the entire remainder of the dialogue, then we analyze it together as well. Let's do that now. Now let me do the reading of the rest of the dialogue, starting from line 10. Noura said, من أي مدينة في سوريا? Zainab, line 11, من مدينة اللاذقية. Line 12, Noura, وأين يعيش الآن? Line 13, زينب, يعيش في مدينة أكسفورد ببريطانيا. Line 14, نورا, ماذا يعمل في أكسفورد؟ Line 15, زينب, هو مؤسس ورئيس أكاديمية أكسفورد للدراسات العالية. Line 7, نورا, هل هو رجل كبير في السن؟ Line 17, زينب, هو فوق 60 من عمره. Line 18, نورا, الله يطول عمره. Now, let me go through this with analyzing the vocabulary. Let's go back to line 10. Line 10, Noura said, من أي مدينة في سوريا? So, من أي مدينة في سوريا? Which town in Syria is he from? Zainab said, line 11, من مدينة لاذقية. From Latakia. Latakia is in Syria. Zainab, من مدينة لاذقية. From Latakia. Now, line 12, Noura said, وأين يعيش الآن? وأين يعيش الآن? Where does he live now? وأين يعيش الآن? Where does he live now? Line 13, Zainab replied and said, يعيش في مدينة أكسفورد ببريطانيا. He lives in the city of Oxford, Britain. In Britain. يعيش في مدينة أكسفورد ببريطانيا. He lives in the city of Oxford, in Britain. Now, line 14, Noura said, ماذا يعمل في Oxford? ماذا يعمل في Oxford? What work does he do in Oxford? ماذا يعمل في Oxford? What work does he do in Oxford? And the reply from Zainab, line 15, هو مؤسس ورئيس أكاديمية أكسفورد للدراسات العالية. He is the founder of the Oxford Academy for Advanced Studies. Now, line 7, Noura asks a question. هل هو رجل كبير في السن? So, هل is your interrogative particle. هل هو رجل كبير في السن? Is he an old man? Number 17, Zainab replied and said, هو فوق 60 من عمره. He is more than 60 years old. He's over 60 years old. And lastly, line 18, Noor said, Allahu yutawwilu umrahu. Allahu yutawwilu umrahu. May Allah prolong his life. So this is your dialogue 5, read out and analyzed for you. I hope you'll be able to go back to that and look at it and analyze it and see how those vocabulary that you have covered were used to compose this dialogue. That's the skill that you need to aim for. Learn your vocabulary, you learn the grammar, which is the explanation how the Arabic is put together, the DNA of the Arabic, and then start making sentences by yourself and let this vocabulary work for you. So this is page 30 and the complete dialogue, which is the dialogue 5. It is there for you in black and white. I hope you'll be able to learn this and memorize some of these sentences and start using them. I wish you good luck, and inshallah next lesson we're going to do the same exercise, reading dialogue 6 together and analyze all the vocabulary within the sentences, inshallah. In the meantime, keep at it and good luck in your studies, and I'll see you next time. Marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Today's lesson is going to be from page 31, and it's about the dialogue 6, which is about introductions. Now, just as I did the previous lesson, I'm going to do the same thing, meaning I'm going to read the passage for you first without any translation and see how far you can go in understanding these sentences. After that, I'm going to read them again line by line, analyzing the vocabulary, particularly the verb, and let you see how the sentences are put together. So let's do that now. Dialogue 6 on page 31. Now let's start with line 1. Line 1 is Isa. Isa is a man. He said, هذا عبد الرحمن وهو زميل عزيز. هذا عبد الرحمن وهو زميل عزيز. Line 2. Abdul Rahman, was a man, said, شرفتن شرفتن اسمي عبد الرحمن. Line 3. Salim, is a man as well, said, أهلا بك. وماذا تعمل يا أخي عبد الرحمن؟ أهلا بك. وماذا تعمل يا أخي عبد الرحمن؟ Line 4. عبد الرحمن: أنا طبيب أسنان. أنا طبيب أسنان. وأنت ماذا تعمل؟ وأنت ماذا تعمل؟ سالم: أنا مهندس كهربائي. أنا مهندس كهربائي. Line 6. عبد الرحمن: فرصة سعيدة. فرصة سعيدة. ممكن آخذ أرقام هواتفك؟ ممكن آخذ أرقام هواتفك؟ Line 7. سالم: بكل سرور طبعا. بكل سرور طبعا. رقم هاتفي هو 020 8 5 7 5 0 4 3 0. line 8 عبد الرحمن وهل عندك هاتف نقال؟ وهل عندك هاتف نقال? Now let's go through these passages again and analyzing the words and the vocabulary. Line 1, Isa said, هذا عبد الرحمن. هذا is your demonstrative pronoun for singular masculine. This is عبد الرحمن. وهو زميل عزيز. And he's a very dear colleague. زميل has been colleague. صديق has mean friend. عزيز has mean dear friend. هذا عبد الرحمن وهو زميل عزيز. عبد الرحمن said شرفتم. اسمي عبد الرحمن. شرفتم as a verb, that's form 2. شرفتم, pleased to meet you. Literally mean you honored us. شرفتم, pleased to meet you. My name is Abdul Rahman. شرفتم, اسمي Abdul Rahman. Salim said, and that is line 3. أهلا بك. Hello or welcome to you. أهلا بك. وماذا تعمل يا أخي عبد الرحمن? What do you do, brother Abdul Rahman? وماذا تعمل يا أخي عبد الرحمن? So أخي means my brother. أخ means a brother. أخي, my brother. The verb تعمل that's mean to do. ماذا تعمل? Because he's speaking to a single male, he said تعمل. If he's speaking to single female, he said تعملين. وماذا تعمل يا أخي عبد الرحمن? Line 4. عبد الرحمن replied and said, أنا طبيب أسنان. أنا that's mean I am. طبيب mean doctor. أسنان mean teeth, literally. So أنا طبيب أسنان. I am a dentist. أنا طبيب أسنان. وأنت ماذا تعمل? And you, what do you do? وأنت, and you, what do you do? ماذا تعمل? وأنت ماذا تعمل? Line 5. Salim said, أنا مهندس كهربائي. أنا مهندس كهربائي. مهندس mean an engineer. كهربائي mean electrical. So I am an electrical engineer. أنا مهندس كهربائي. Line 6. عبد الرحمن said, فرصة سعيدة. فرصة سعيدة. Pleased to meet you. Literally mean فرصة means an opportunity. سعيدة means happy, as if you are saying what a happy occasion that we have met. فرصة سعيدة, but simply we used to express pleased to meet you. ممكن آخذ أرقام هواتفك? May I have your telephone number? ممكن means is it possible? ممكن. أمكن يمكن. ممكن is it possible? آخذ I take. أرقام I mean numbers. هواتف telephone ك your telephone. ممكن آخذ أرقام هواتفك? May I have your telephone number? Number 7. Line 7. Salim replied and said, بكل سرور طبعا. Of course. طبعا means of course. With pleasure. بكل سرور. بكل means with all سرور. All happiness. That's literal meaning. بكل سرور. With all happiness. Meaning in English, with pleasure. طبعا. That's of course. بكل سرور طبعا. رقم هاتفي هو. My telephone number is 020 0208 0 that's mean 0 2 2 0 0 0 8 that mean 8 5 that's 5 7 7 5 5 0 0 4 4 3 has mean 3 0. So 0 2 0 8 5 7 5 0 4 3 0. Line 8. عبد الرحمن وهل عندك هاتف نقال? Do you have a mobile phone? وهل, that's a question. عندك means you have. هاتف is a telephone. نقال mean mobile. So it's been described as mobile. هاتف نقال. So if you just say هل عندك نقال, it's understood as mean mobile telephone. وهل عندك هاتف نقال? Do you have a mobile phone? So this is the reading and analysis of the first part of dialogue 6 from line 1 to line 8. Now let's start with the reading of the rest of the dialogue 6. I'm going to read them first without translation and see how far you can understand them. Now, line 9. سالم نعم ورقم هاتف النقال هو 0044 75 614 18812. أعطني أرقام هواتفك كذلك إذا ما عندك مانع. line 10. عبد الرحمن تفضل هذه هي بطاقتي وعليها عنواني وأرقام هواتفي وكذلك عنواني الإلكتروني. line 11. سالم أنا سعيد جدا بلقائك. line 12. عبد الرحمن وأنا أسعد. line 13. سالم في أمان الله. line 14. عبد الرحمن إلى اللقاء. Now let's do the analysis together. Line 9. Salim was replying to the previous question when he was asked by Abdul Rahman, who said, وَهَلْ عِنْدَكَ هَاتِفٌ نَقَّالٌ? Do you have a mobile phone? So Salim replied in line 9 and said, نعم, yes. ورقم هاتف النقال هو, yes, my mobile number is. So ورقم هاتف, that's me, and my mobile number is 00. That's mean 00 4 4 7 7 5 5 6 6 1 4 1 4 1 8 8 188 1 2 1 2. So my telephone number is 0044 75614 18812. Salim continues to say, أعطني أرقام هواتفك. أعطني, that is an imperative from فعل أعطى يعطي, to give. Give me, literal meaning, give me أرقام هواتفك, your telephone numbers, كذلك as well. إذا ما عندك مانع, if you don't mind. So, if you don't mind, may I take your telephone number as well, please? Let's read what Salim said again. Salim said, Naam, yes, in reply to the previous question by Abdul Rahman when he said, do you have a mobile phone? Do you have a mobile phone? Salim replies, Naam, yes. ورقم هاتفي نقال هو, and my mobile number is 0044, that means 0044 75 614 75614 18812. And he continues to say أعطني أرقام هواتفك. Give me your telephone numbers كذلك as well. إذا ما عندك مانع, if you don't mind. So I mean, if you don't mind, may I take your telephone number as well? Line 10. Line 10, Abdurrahman said, تفضل. هذه بطاقتي. Here is my business card. تفضل means here we are. Take. هذه بطاقتي. This is my card. Here بطاقتي. This is my card. هذه هي بطاقتي. وعليها and on it عنواني, my address, وأرقام هواتفي, telephone numbers and my telephone numbers, وكذلك عنواني الإلكتروني, and email addresses and my email address. So تفضل, please be my guest, take it. هذه هي بطاقتي. Here we are, this is my business card. وعليها عنواني, on it أرقام, my address, عنواني, my address, وأرقام هواتفي, and my telephone numbers, وكذلك عنواني الإلكتروني, and my email address as well. Line 11, Salim said, أنا سعيد جدا. أنا سعيد جدا. Nice meeting you. But literally means أنا سعيد. I'm so happy. I am very happy. جدا means very. I am very happy بلقائك, for meeting you. So we can just say in English, nice meeting you. But Arabic say أنا سعيد جدا. I am very very happy بلقائك, for meeting you. Line 12. Abdurrahman replied and said, وأنا أسعد. I am even more delighted. If you remember, that is your comparative structure. وأنا أسعد. I am even more so. وأنا أسعد. Salim said, في أمان الله. في أمان الله. God be with you, in God's protection. I wonder where you heard that before. That is my signature. Say, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. So, في أمان الله. God be with you, in God's protection. Abdurrahman replied and said, إلى اللقاء. Goodbye, until we meet again. So that is the reading of the rest of the conversation or dialogue between Isa, Abdurrahman and Salim. Read out for you, analyzed for you. What do you have to do now? You need to go back to page 31 for me, and over a cup of coffee or tea or water, digest this for me and read it and learn the vocabulary and see how these vocabularies are used to compose these sentences. Very simple thing to do, and good luck with that. So that is the page 31. Next lesson we're going to analyze new type of verb conjugation. Until then, مع السلامة, إلى اللقاء, في أمان الله. Marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Today's lesson is going to be from page 32, and it is about another category of verb. In this case, it's called al-fi'lu al-mithal. Al-fi'lu al-mithal. And that is to say, verbs with waw or ya at their first root letter. But today is going to be about the wow as the first root letter. Now, the conjugation of this verb in the past tense, it is the same as the one that we have learned in book 3, our basic template conjugation. But in the present tense, there are a little bit changes going to happen there. We will have a look at that in a minute. Let's start with the past tense conjugation of this al-fi'lu al-mithal. Now, let's choose waqafa as an example. Where here we have waqafa. You can see the first root letter is wow. The meaning of waqafa is he stood. To stand, waqafa. So waqafa, just like a kataba. Waqafa, you can see the same template. We are adding alif of ithnain, which is your dual alif, to indicate that we are talking about two people stood up. So waqafa, that's alif, indicating that there are two of them, male. So waqafa, he stood up, and waqafa, they stood up as well. Waqafu, here, as you know, when we say they, meaning 3 or more male, in our verb conjugation, we need to put dhamma, sound, on the third root letter, and then we extend it using this waw al-jama'ah. So waw and alif, by convention, you do not pronounce that alif. So waqafa, waqafa, waqafu. Now the feminine or the female section, in the third root letter, we say waqafat. As usual, we add t at the end. If you add t at the end of any verb, saying he did something, becomes she did. So waqafa, waqafat, she stood up. And waqafa, we are using the same alif to indicate there are two of them. But because it's feminine, we retain this ta, waqafata. And you see the sukun is gone because you cannot have sukun next to the alif, the lengthening alif. So waqafata, they, meaning two women, two girls, stood up. Waqafna, as usual, whenever you say they did, meaning 3 or more, feminine, the third root letter must carry sukun. Hence we have this waqaf, and then you add nunun niswa, the noun of feminine plural, waqafna. So that is perfectly in line with the usual template that we have learned many times over. So waqafa, waqafa, waqafu, waqafat, waqafata, and waqafna. That is third person. Now let's look at the present tense before we come back to the second person in the past tense. Let's look across here. You will see, as usual, we are starting with ya, but wow is gone. So al-fi'l al-mithal in the present tense loses its wow, its first root letter. Hence you have yaqifu. Wow is not there. He stands. Yaqifani, ani ending. They, meaning two men, stands. And yaqifuna, meaning they, 3 or more men, stands. That's the present tense. The present tense for feminine, as you know, taqifu, we start with ta, taqifu, she stands, and taqifani, they, meaning 2 of them stands, and yaqifna, we start with the ya here, yaqifna. So, as usual, we start with the, we start with the ya for present tense when we are dealing with masculine, and in the feminine, ta, ya, with the present tense, the third person, when we are dealing with feminine. But the ending is a standard one, as we learned before. Now, I mentioned that here you lose the wow. There are some verbs that actually start with wow, and yet the wow will be retained. That will be explained, I think, in book 5, but I can mention that to you briefly. Now, you will notice here we say waqafa, and then we say yaqifu. The second root letter in here in the present tense is carrying kasra. In that situation, the waw will be removed. But if it's carrying fatha or dhamma in other verbs, that waw will be retained, such as wajila yawjalu, wajila yawjalu, wasikha yawsakhu. Another one is wajuha yawjuhu. So in that situation, you retain the waw. That will be explained in book 5 of our Gateway to Arabic series, inshallah. Let's concentrate on what is in the book 4 for today. So waqafa, waqafa, waqafu, waqafat, waqafata, and waqafna. And the present tense, yaqifu, yaqifani, yaqifuna. No more standard ending. Taqifu, taqifani, yaqifna. No more standard ending as well. But the only thing happening here, we have lost the waw, original waw, as a first root letter. Now let's come back to the second person past tense. You may remember, and I'll keep mentioning this, anytime you, in the past tense, you address anybody, whether a male or female, whether one or two or more, in the past tense, your third root letter must have sukun. And then you started attaching the pronoun, such as ta tumatum and ti tumatunna, to indicate the person you are speaking to. So waqaf, 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 waqaf. You see that the fa, which is the third root letter across the board, carrying sukun. We are just adding the ta to say waqafta, you stood up, and waqafti, you female stood up. Waqaftuma, both of you male, both of you female is the same. Waqaftuma, waqaftuma, and then waqaftum, all of you male, and waqaftunna, all of you female. Again, that's a very standard and a basic conjugation that will not change. Right. And the present tense, again, if you see the present tense, you will see that as usual, we start with ta, 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 ta. That, again, that is very standard. However, you may remember we lost the waw, which is the first root letter, as already been explained. We're going to do more of that explanation in book 5, inshallah. So, taqifu, taqifani, taqifuna, taqifina, taqifi, taqifani, and taqifna. That is standard. Now, that's what I meant by don't approach all conjugation as being very new system. They are not new system. You digest the basic one first, your template, then the rest becomes very easy to understand. Now let's back to the past tense. The past tense here is we know is gender neutral. Again, you have the sukun on your third root letter, so waqaf, and I say two. A male, female say the same thing. Waqaftu, I stood up. And waqafna, we, it might be we, two of us, or millions of us, is the same. So waqaftu, waqafna, and waqafna. The present tense equivalent, just add no a at the beginning. Aqifu, I stand. I stand, a male and a female will say the same thing. And naqifu, we, male and female will say the same thing. Two of us or millions of us. So that is your past tense of the al-fi'lu, al-mithal, al-wawi. The one starts with wow. Later on we're going to deal with the same category of verb but starting with ya. That also will be dealt with later. Now let's do the imperative, giving order, command from the same verb, waqafa, yaqifu. The imperative, as you know, it comes directly from the second person present tense because you can only instruct directly somebody in front of you. That's why I'm putting here the present tense and then the imperative. So taqifu, you male singular stands, stand. So taqifu, standing, and imperative qif, stand up. Qif, stand up. That is imperative. Taqifu qif, If we are speaking to female singular, we say taqifina, you stand or you are standing. Remember the ina ending whenever you use present tense addressing a single female. Taqifina. And imperative, of course, you lose the ta of present tense, of course, and the noun will be deleted. So qifi, qifi. So qif, qifi. You're talking about two people, male as well as female. It's the same. So taqifani, taqifani. You stand. You two male or you two female stand or standing. Imperative, we remove the tar, of course, and then we remove the noun qifa, qifa. So qif, qifi, qifa, and qifa. Plural, when you're speaking to three or more male men, taqifuna, you stand or you are standing. In imperative, you remove the noun, you remove ta, of course, and the noun is gone. So qifu, qifu. That's alif by convention. You don't pronounce it at all. Now taqifna, that's you are speaking to three or more female. You say you stand or standing. In the imperative, right, the noun stays because all the nouns that we are removing, you will see that we have lengthening letters before them. But here, there is no lengthening letter, so we retain that noun. So taqifna becomes qifna. Always the case. You do not remove that noun niswa in the imperative. So qifa, qifi, qif, qifi, qif, qifi, qifa, qifa, qifu, and qifna. That is the conjugation of the al-fi'l, al-mithal, al-wawi for you. We're going to extend our knowledge of this category of verb later, inshallah. So, go to page 32 for me. Our book, Gateway to Arabic Book 4. Page 32, you will see the table there. So verbs with waw as their first root letter, al-fi'lu, al-mithal. And you have your waqafa there, which means he stood. And past tense table, conjugation, and the present tense, and the imperatives. Then you have some of the notes here for you, and exercise 17 with other similar verbs like wazana, yazinu, to weigh something, wathiqa, yathiqu, he trusted. They behave the same conjugation as waqafa. We have wa'ada, he promised, ya'idu, wasafa, yasifu, all of them ending in the present tense with the kasra, the second root letter, and meaning the waw will be removed in the present tense. So wada'a, yada'u, wasala, verb to arrive, wasala, yasilu. So you see the exercise 17 and then exercise 18 as well for me, please. And after that, inshallah, next lesson we're going to be dealing with another categories of verb, inshallah. You can see you are making huge progress now. You're now on page 33. MashaAllah. I am very pleased with the way things really is going, and from the comment that I received, I think you are making progress. Inshallah, we will do our best to do more and more to see as soon as possible. We want to finish the book 5, book 6, book 7, so that we can get involved in really using this language. We're going to be reading stories, we're going to be analyzing other newspapers and things. All that is coming. So, but all this really needs you to do your exercises for me and to make sure that you have enough vocabulary. There will be no excuse later on when things are going really with speed. Don't say, oh, that's too fast. No. Once you learn your vocabulary, I'm sure we can go together very well. I have confidence in you, inshallah. See you next time. مع السلامة. إلى اللقاء. في أمان الله. مرحبا. أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be from page 34, and it is about verbs beginning with Hamza. الفعل الصحيح المهموز الأول. Now I have chosen 3 samples from this category. We will conjugate one of them as an example in past tense and in present tense, and you will see that it is virtually the same as the template that we have learned previously. However, there would be a little bit of adjustment when we reach the imperative. Let's look at the past tense and present tense first. First of all, on what basis did I choose these particular 3 samples? Let's see. So, adina means he permitted or allowed. That's a verb to allow or to permit. Adina, he permitted or allowed. Ya'dhanu, that's the present tense. He allows or permits. Now, the second root letter in the present tense here has a fatha. Ya'dhan, there is a significance for that. There's a reason for that. The reason I am emphasizing this because there is implication when we are dealing with the imperative, as you will see later. Asara means he captured. Asara, and the present tense, he ya'siru. And the second root here is carrying kasra. Asara ya'siru. That's the verb to capture. Amala, that means he hoped. That's the verb to hope for something. Amala ya'mulu. The second root here in the present tense is carrying dhamma. So the significance of that and the implication will be revealed once we are dealing with the imperative. First of all, let me conjugate the adina ya'dhanu in the past tense and present tense for you by way of sample how these verbs, 3 verbs and similar one will be conjugated. Let's do that now. Now let's conjugate the adina ya'dhanu. Adina, as I've already mentioned, means he allowed. Let's look at this verb in the past tense first. As you can see, it starts with Hamza. So, adina, adina, adinu. That sounds very familiar. It's exactly as in line with our template. Adina, he permitted, he allowed. Adina, they, meaning 2 men, allowed. We use the alif of ithnain, alif of duo to indicate that we are speaking about 2 people and they are masculine. Adinu, u ending in the past tense, giving us the idea that we are talking about 3 people or more masculine. Hence we have u ending. So adina, adina, adinu. That's the 3rd person masculine, singular, dual, and plural. Now let's look at the feminine equivalent. Adinat, usual ta ta'nif, which is the ta to indicate that she, not he, she did. In this case, she allowed, she permitted. Adinata, they, meaning 2 women, permitted or allowed. The same alif, which is the alif of ithnain, the dual alif, is used here, and the ta, which is ta of feminine. Adinata. Again, everything seems to be in line with what we have learned. Adinna, they, here means 3 or more women allowed. You may remember that when you will say they, meaning 3 women or more, in the past tense, the 3rd root letter must carry sukun. And this is here, the third root is sukun. We put the sukun on that na, and because we're going to mention we're going to add na, which is the noun niswa, the noun of feminine plural. So now we have two nouns, the first of which is carrying sukun, and the second one is fatha. So we have to combine them. Hence, you have this shadda to represent that there are two nouns there. First of which is actually sukun. So you say adinna. Now, the second person, again, you may remember the rules when you say to second person people in front of you, whether singular, dual, or plural, male or female. If it's past tense, you are addressing them. The third root letter must carry sukun before you add the attached pronoun. Hence, we have this third root letter is carrying sukun, 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 and then you add your suffixes, which is your attached pronoun. Adinta, you, male, singular, allowed or permitted. Adintuma, you too, masculine, allowed or permitted, and it happens to be the same as the feminine, as the female as well. Now, adintum, you three or more, male, permitted, allowed. So the ending is ta and tuma, tum. For feminine equivalent, you say adinti, you, feminine singular, allowed. Adintuma, you two, feminine, allowed. And you lot, feminine, allowed. Adintunna. So the ending for male is ta, tuma, tum, and the ending for female is ti, tuma, tunna ending. Equally, when you are speaking about first person, the self, you are actually speaking about yourself. The noun, which is third root letter here, also must carry sukun. So adin, and then you add tu, and that tu means I, regardless whether I masculine or I feminine. Adintu, I allowed. The speaker in Arabic is gender neutral. Adinna, this is again known as carrying sukun, and because we add na of we combine the two noun, as I just mentioned here. Whenever you have the same letter, the first of which carries sukun, the second one carrying haraka or vowel, then you need to combine the two and put the symbol shadda to indicate that these are double letters. So adinna, we allowed, regardless whether we two of us or millions of us. So this is the past tense, perfectly in line with the usual template that we have learned in book 3 and part of book 4 as well. So adina, adina, adinu, adinat, adinata, adinna, adinta, adintuma, adintum, adinti, adintuma, adintunna, adintu, and adinna. That is the past tense for you. Let's look at the present tense. How the present tense is conjugated when you have a verb start with hamza. Al-fi'lu sahih al-mahmus al-awwal. Let's have a look at that. Now, here is your present tense. You will see virtually it's the same as usual template as well. In the male section, across singular, dual, and plural, you start with ya. That's your prefix. That will be ya. Ya, 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 starting point. Ya, ya, and ya. And ya, sukun, dhanu. Like yaktubu is the same way. Ya, dhanu, he allows. Ya, dhanani, they, meaning two men, allow. And ya, dhanuna, they, three or more men, allow. So, ya'dhanu, ya'dhanani, ya'dhanuna. The same pattern, ani ending for two, for dual, and una ending for plural, masculine. feminine. This is the third person, of course. تأذن, she allows. تأذنان, they, two women allow. And يأذن, three or more women allow. Now you will notice that we start with ta and ta for singular and dual, but in the plural we start with ya like the masculine section. So ta, ta, ya is your starting prefix, and for men ya, ya, ya is your starting letter. So that's the third person. Now in the second person, as you may remember, once you are saying something to somebody in front of you using present tense, you must start with ta. Hence you have ta, ta, ta for singular male, dual male, and plural for women as well. Ta, ta, ta. So it's across the board for second person al-mukhatab. Ta, 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 ta. And then you start your conjugation. So ta'dhanu instead of ya'dhanu, just start. It's the same ending. Ta'dhanu, you male singular, allow. Ta'dhanu. And ta'dhanani, you two masculine allow. Ta'dhanuna, you three or more masculine allow. So ta'dhanu, ta'dhanani, ta'dhanuna. You may notice that here for the male section, in the third root, apart from the third person, apart from the starting ya, 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 in the second person, the ending is the same. So ya'dhanu, ta'dhanu. Ya'dhanani, ta'dhanani. Ya'dhanuna, ta'dhanuna. So it's the same ending really. It's just the beginning is what is giving away that you're actually speaking to somebody in front of you, al-mukhatab. Now, when it comes to the feminine, here we say ta'adhanu, she allows. Here we have to say ta'dhanina. Whenever you are speaking to a single female, in the present tense, you need to end your verb with ina ending, hence ta'dhanina. So that's the only one, the odd one out. You need to remember that. So that's when you are speaking to a singular female, end your verb in present tense in ina, ta'dhanina. The rest is the same. So here we have ta'dhanani, they, meaning two women allow. Here ta'dhanani, you two women allow. So the same ending, ya'dhanna, ta'dhanna, you three or more female allow. For I, it is gender neutral, adhanu, I allow. Now this adhanu, you may choose to spell it as a'dhanu, alif with fatha and then hamza, a'dhanu. And because it's hard to say a'dhanu, so you actually say adhanu. You can write it as a'dhanu and say it as adhanu, or simply write it as adhanu and say it adhanu as well. So adhanu, na'dhanu, we allow, we two or we lot. So that's your present tense. You can see apart from a little bit of adjustment in the I, you rather say adhanu, which you can, you say adhanu. So the rest is the same, just as if you are conjugating kataba, yaktubu. So it's the same, very basic conjugation system. They don't change, just amendment. Now, what we're going to do now is we are going to have a look at the imperative, fi'al amr, to see what's another adjustments happening there. And we will see that now, and I will go through the imperatives with you now of this. By the way, everything I say here about the adhina ya'dhanu is also you can apply to the other two verbs, which is asara ya'siru, the verb to capture, which I first mentioned at the beginning, and the verb amala ya'mulu, he hoped, he hopes. So the same, they conjugate the same way. But let's look at what's happened in the imperative. Now let's go through the imperative of these three sample verbs, where we have the first root letter as hamza. Adhina ya'dhanu, he allowed, he allows. Note that the second root letter in the present tense is carrying fatha. Here, asara, he captured, yasiru, the second root letter is carrying kasra in the present tense. Let's see the implication of that in terms of the imperative. Now, let's start with the adina first. So you have option. You can say then, just as you say ijlis, sit down. So the same vowels. This is your alif of imperative. Then, but it is regarded as one is slightly harder to say. Is glottal stop is quite hard. So you have option. You can convert the original hamza, the first root in the imperative, into ya, lengthening ya. Then. That's easier, isn't it? So then you say then. So then, if you say it written like this, is correct. Or this is correct. But when you say then, it's easier for you to convert that hamza into ya. So then, then. The same thing is sir, sir. So the rules is when you have a verb starting with hamza as a first root letter in the imperative, you may convert that hamza into ya if the second root is carrying, in the present tense, is carrying fatha or is carrying kasra. So let's conjugate the rest of the imperatives. Once we have established that, you do the same thing throughout. So then, theni. This is directed at a female, singular. Theni. Theni. So theni or theni. Aloud. Siri. Siri. Again, you are addressing a single female. Duo, which is the same for two men and two women, is the same, two men or two women. Thena, you command two men saying thena, the same for two women. Thena. Or you convert the hamza into ya. Thena, thena. Sira, sira. Plural, masculine, three or more. Thenu or thenu. Allow. Thenu, thenu. Siru, siru. Siru, siru. Commanding plural, female, then. This is the double noun. Hence you have the shadda. Then or then. Then, then. Sirna, sirna. Remember, when you have the sukun is embedded here with the first noun. That's why you have the shadda. So this is your imperative. If you are doing imperative for adina, ya'dhanu, asara, yasiru, or equivalent of a verb which you have the present tense, second root is carrying fatha or kasra. What's happened then if the second root is in the present tense is carrying dhamma, such as amala? You can see this one. Amala, that's a he hoped. Ya'mu, that's mim here, which is your second root, is carrying dhamma. So let's see what happened in that case as far as the imperative is concerned. Now let's deal with the imperative of the verb amala ya'mulu. We have explained the adina, ya'dhanu, asara, ya'siru, and we said that if the second root letter of a verb starting with hamza is a carrying fatha or kasra in the present tense, the imperative, in the imperative you may And you can convert the Hamza into ya. Hence we say Idhan, Isir, and so on. Now let's look at the Amala Ya'mulu. When the second root letter is carrying Dhamma, what will happen? What will happen is this. You don't convert Hamza into ya, you convert the Hamza into a wow. Such as mol, that's normal mol, but it's hard thing to say. Mol. So you may say mol. So hope, be hopeful. Mol. Mol. That's commanding a masculine singular. Moli, that's directed at a single female. Or moli, softer. Moli, moli. Mula, that's your commanding two masculine or two feminine. Mula or mula. Mulu, that is for masculine plural, three or more men. Mulu or mulu. You may see them in these two versions. Don't say one is wrong. It's fine. Mulna. Mulna. This is for feminine plural. Mulna. Mulna. So this is the a complete conjugation of the verb, which is starting with Hamza, such as Adina, Asara, and Amala. We have dealt with it in the past tense, present tense, and the imperative. So what you need to do for me is go to page 34 and you will see everything explained for you there. Verbs beginning with Hamza, al-fi'lu sahihu al-mahmuz al-awwal. And you have a table in the imperative for singular, dual, and plural. And I've, at the beginning of this lesson, I've analyze the past tense and present tense for you using the verb adina ya'dhanu, which can be applied to asara ya'siru and amala ya'mulu. Now let's look at page 35 and we will see that there are other three verbs starting with Hamza. These three verbs, they behave differently in the imperative, and they are the verb to eat, akala, and the verb to take, akhadha, and the verb to command, amara. Now the good news is they conjugate, or you can conjugate them following the usual template in terms of the past tense and the present tense. Let's look at them individually and see where is the adjustments going to be in terms of the imperative. Now, the first one is akala. That's a verb to eat. Akala, he ate. In the past tense, normal conjugation. You will say akala, akala, akalu. That's a masculine, third person, singular, dual, and plural. Akala, akala, akalu. Third person, singular, female or feminine, we say akalat. Dual, feminine, akalata, and the plural, akalna. That's a normal template. Akala, akala, akalu, akalat, akalata, akalna. Second person, past tense, as usual, you place sukun on the third root letter and then you add the pronoun. Akalta, akalti, akaltuma, akaltuma, akaltum, akaltunna. And the first person with sukun on the third root as well, akaltu, akalna. That is in order. Present tense of the same verb also is conjugated in a very normal way. You say ya'kulu, ya'kulani, ya'kuluna. Ta'kulu, ta'kulani, Ya'kulna, that's a third person. Masculine and feminine, singular, dual, and plural. Second person, present tense, you start with ta 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 ta. Ta'kulu, ta'kulani, ta'kuluna, ta'kulina, ta'kulani, ta'kulna. And the first person, akulu or akulu and na'kulu. Present tense, no issue at all. But in the imperative, let's see what's happened. The imperative, the hamza disappears altogether. So it becomes kul, instructing a single male. Kul ta'amak, eat your food. Kul. But if you are instructing female singular, you say kuli. So kul, kuli. No alif of imperative. In the dual, if you are instructing two people, regardless whether they are male or female, you say kula, kula. If you are instructing plural, three or more male, you say kulu, and three or more female, kulna. So kul, kuli, kula, kula, kulu, kulna. That is the imperative using the akala. Now, akhadha, and that is verb to take. Akhadha. Again, just as we explained in the akala, past tense and present tense is normal templates. Let's look at the imperative. Becomes khudh, just as we say kul here. So khudh, instructing a single male, say take. If you are instructing a single female, you say khudhi, khudhi, khudh, khudhi. Dual, khudha, khudha, just as you say kula and kula. Khudhu, take. You are instructing group of men or boys or mixed gender. Khudhna, here you are instructing three or more female, feminine. So khudh, khudhi, khudha, khudha, khudhu, and khudhna. The third of these three verbs is amara. Is a verb to command. Amara, again, in terms of the past tense and present tense, you conjugate it in a normal way. But in the imperative, here you have a little bit of additional thing going on. In line with the first two, kul and akala and akhada, you say mur also. So I say kul. Amara ya'muru, mur. Muri. Mura and mura. You are instructing two people regardless of the gender. Muru, murna. That is in line with the rest of this category. You can also, particularly when you have conjunction before it, you can insert the alif. Wa'mur. So, mur, that's your option. Mur or mur. Muri, mura, mura, muru, and murna. So these three verbs, they behave in this way in the imperative. That's why I decided to call your attention to that. And you find it on page 35, nicely laid out for you and with explanation. Now, your responsibility now, please, is this. Revise page 34 for me and page 35 and do exercise 19. Because until you can do these exercises and you get them right, you cannot claim that you have understood the lesson. As they say, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So let's not omit or miss any exercise, even they appear to you to be very easy. Do it anyway. So please do exercise 19 for me on page 35. That is the explanation of how we conjugate a verb that starts with hamza as its first root letter. I hope you revise this lesson and look out for other verbs which is similar to what we have done. I have here a list for you which will give you practice when you are doing your exercise 19. Well done, keep at it, and don't even think of giving up. So you get there, inshallah. So we will meet again next lesson. In the meantime, please, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so and share the link with your contacts. مع السلامة، إلى اللقاء، في أمان الله. مرحبا، أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be from page 36 and is about some rules governing Hamza. بعض قواعد كتابة الهمزة. People ask question, how do I know where to put Hamza? Sometimes I find it on the waw, sometimes I find it underneath the alif or underneath the ya, and so on. I thought we can simplify this a little bit. So let's have a look at these rules governing Hamza. Before that, let me just call your attention to, these are the main areas where you find Hamza written. Hamza most of the time needs a chair on which to sit or to hide. Now you find Hamza sometimes under the alif, carrying kasra, or by itself on the floor, after ya, in this shape is called an-nabra. It's written on an-nabra. When all that will be explained shortly. Just calling your attention where you may find Hamza. You can find Hamza on the alif, carrying dhamma, or on the waw, carrying dhamma, or just at the tails of the shape, carrying dhamma, nabra again, carrying dhamma by itself, carrying alif, and carrying two kasra, tanween kasra, tanween dhamma, tanween fatha, or carrying sukun. You see Hamza in all sorts of places indeed. But very important note is this. When I'm teaching my student how to read, I say, look, Hamza has no sound of its own. What you need to do is, it doesn't matter where you find Hamza, whether it's sitting on a ya, on a wa, whatever, ignore everything. Just pronounce the vowel. For instance, you just say I. Say I, and u, and o, and a, in, on, and the sukun, and so on. Regardless of where you find Hamza, just go for the vowel and pronounce the vowel, and you will be right. You will be fine. So this is just a little bit of introduction. Now we're going to go to page 36 and look at how to word and how to write Hamza in some detail. Let's do that. Now let's be brave and do some analysis of some rules governing Hamza. How to write Hamza. Now Hamza at the beginning of a word in Arabic, there are two types of them. The first type, which is called Hamzatul Wasl. Hamzatul Wasl is what you can term as a weak alif, meaning you write an alif but without the Hamza symbol on top of it or below it. That is called Hamzatul Wasl. And that Hamza, you pronounce it only. That's Hamzatul Wasl, as alif without a Hamza. You pronounce it only when it's at the beginning, when you start with it. For instance, if you say Al-Kitabu, you can hear a. But if you have something before that a, Like for instance, fil kitabi. That alif is silent. You suppress it, as we will say. So Hamzatul Wasl, first of all, you find it in the one of the followings. Number one, فعل أمر الثلاثي. When you have a simple verb, 3 root letter, only 3, you can find this Hamzatul Wasl, such as Ijlis, Amr Thulathi. That's a command. That's your imperative. Ijlis, that alif of imperative is Hamzatul Wasl. As you can see, there is no Hamza underneath it or Hamza above it. So it is an Hamzatul Wasl, a weak alif. You pronounce it only when you start with this one. You say Ijlis, sit down in Fadlik, place. But if you say Wajlis ma'ahu, wow, and then Ijlis. You don't say wa Ijlis, you say Wajlis. That's alif is still there, which is Hamzatul Wasl, but it's suppressed. You don't hear it. That's what I mean by it is pronounced only when you start with it. So Ijlis, another ماضي الخماسي. ماضي فعل ماضي. فعل ماض means past tense in Arabic. فعل is a verb. ماض, that's mean past. فعل ماض. Here ماضي الخماسي. الخماسي meaning you have 3 letters, which is such as in English this one is استمع. استمع, so the alif, اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة. So واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة. You have 5 letters there. So it's called al-khumasi. In English grammar, that this kind of verb, which is form, you say from sami'a, istama'a, that is your form 8 is called. Ala wazn ifta'ala. That's form 8. So the alif in form 8 past tense is Hamzatul Wasl. You pronounce it only if you start with it. So istama. Also, Amr al-Khumasi, the imperative alif of the form 8 as well, is you don't write Hamza on it. So istami', listen. Istami'. So in the past tense of al-Khumasi from 8, and in the imperative, the alif you have there is Hamzatul Wasl, a weak alif. It shouldn't carry Hamza. Don't put Hamza on it. Also, Masdar al-Khumasi. Masdar is verbal noun. That's what his Masdar is. And istima', that is verbal noun of form 8. Ifta'ala, yifta'ilu, ifti'al, istima'. So those alif, they are Hamzatul Wasl. You must not put symbol of Hamza on it. That's number 1. Again, when you go further, this is also Khumasi, in fa'ala. In fa'ala, and that is your form 7. In fa'ala, that's form 7 in terms of the grammar or the tasrif or conjugation. So in fa'ala is called Khumasi because you have 5 letters there. You can see that the original root letter is in black here. So original root letter is fa and ain and la. So if ta'ala, if in fi'al. So you have in fa'ala, in fi'al. In fa'ala, that's your fi'alun madi, is past tense. In fi'al is your masdar, which is your verbal noun. Now, again, that should, from 7, in the past tense, should not carry symbol of Hamza, and in the masdar, which is your verbal noun, that's alif also should not carry Hamza symbol. Again, you have ifta'ala, which is equivalent to istama'a. You can see fa. So here you can tell this is your first root, is equivalent to if. This is extra alif, and this is extra ta, which is here. So your original letters here are sin, mim, and ains because it's form 8. So ala wazn ifta'ala. Ifti'al. Again, ifta'ala, yafta'ilu, ifti'al. That alif should not carry hamza symbol either. Now let's look at istaf'ala. Istaf'ala, that is your sudasi. So واحد اثنين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة ستة is carrying 6 letters, and that's it. Istaf'ala, that's your form 10 in terms of the English. Istaf'ala, that's the verb we start with ista, and you have your 3 root letter, that is called form 10 in English. So again, in the past tense, that alif should not be written with hamza symbol. And in the verbal noun, masdar, also of sudasi, it should not have the symbol of hamza either. So istaf'ala and the istif'al. Lastly, in this section, the L of the article, the, you mustn't write hamza on the alif of the. Al-kitabu. Don't put hamza on the alif because it is a weak alif, which is called hamzatul wasl. So hamzatul wasl is a weak alif which should not carry hamza symbol. Now you need, once you learn all these rules, you need to look around and say, well, shall I put hamza on this alif or not? So if it's one of these, don't put hamza on it at all. We're going to now extend it and tell you more about where you can find hamzatul wasl, where you should not put the symbol of hamza on that alif. Let's do that. Now, in addition to what we have just explained, the following nouns also should not carry a symbol of hamza because the alif in them is hamzatul wasl. One of them is ism. When you write ism, ism means a name. Don't put hamza underneath your alif because this alif is hamzatul wasl, should not carry the symbol of hamza. So ism must not be written with the symbol of hamza under the alif. Next one, imra'atun. Imra'a means a woman. Imra'atun. The alif in imra'a also is a hamzatul wasl, which should not carry the symbol of hamza. Ibn, a son. A son also, alif there is hamzatul wasl. Don't write ibn with hamza underneath it at all. It is hamzatul wasl. Ibnatun, daughter, is the same alif. Again, ibnun, ibnatun. Don't write symbol of hamza because all these are alif or hamzatul wasl. Ithnani, when you are counting, wahad, ithnan, or ithnain if you want to, genitive or accusative. Ithnan, the alif of ithnan, don't put hamza on it either because it's hamzatul wasl. Imru'un, like a person. So imru'un, once again alif is hamzatul wasl. Imra'atani, you have imra'atun, a woman. Imra'atani, 2 women. Also that alif should not carry hamzat symbol. Ibnun, ibnani, again the same thing. As alif also is a hamzatul wasl. And ibnatani, the same. And ithnani, ithnatani, ithnataini, ithnaini, all of them. So any of these, now you have been told, don't write hamza symbol on them. Don't say, I don't know whether I should or should not. No, you should not, because they are hamzatul wasl. So the previous one we've dealt with in the verbs section, note you don't write when you say ijlis, when you say uktub, when you say idhab, all those imperative as explained, don't put the symbol of Hamza, because those alifs, they are Hamzatul Wasl. So that's the first section of the Hamza when it is at the beginning of word in Arabic, and that is called Hamzatul al-Wasl. We're going to look at now the second type of Hamza at the beginning, and that is called Hamzatul Qata. Hamzatul Qata, which you can term as a strong Hamza, which means an alif must have the symbol of Hamza on it. Let's have a look at that. Now, let's deal with the second type of Hamza at the beginning of word. So the second one is called Hamzatul Qata. Hamzatul Qata means a strong alif. A strong alif meaning is carrying actually the symbol of Hamza. That's a strong one. The one we've dealt with before is Hamzatul Wasl, which is a weak alif, which doesn't have the symbol of Hamza on it, or underneath or above, and it can only be pronounced at the beginning. When something's, what you have anything, even a single letter before it, you suppress the sound of it, and that is Hamzatul Wasl. Now, the Hamzatul Qata, a strong alif, is carrying the Hamza. Where do we find it? Fi'lum Madin. When you have the past tense verb, Thulathi, which is only 3 letters, like this one, Akala. The Akala, Adina, Asara, Amala, all those verbs, 3 letters, and the first root letter is Hamza. That alif must carry the symbol, because that Hamza is Hamzatul Qata. And Hamzatul Qata must be pronounced all the time, every time. It doesn't matter whether a letter before it, letter after, it doesn't matter. You cannot suppress the sound of Hamzatul Qata. You have to pronounce it Qat'an. You have to really pronounce it, and that's what is called Hamzatul Qata. Akala. ومصدره, also فعل ثلاثي. When you have the past tense with 3 letters in the past tense, as well as the masdar, which is a verbal noun. So akala, aklun. Again, you have to pronounce it. But the only one which is in the 3 letters verb thulathi, which is carrying the hamzatul wasl, is the fi'l amr. When you are giving instruction, which is your imperative, ijlis, uktub. Whenever you are using the imperative with that simple verbs, 3 letters, don't put hamza on it. So ijlis, uktub, idhab, iftah, and so on. Ifham, and so on. Okay. Now, but in the past tense and the masdar, which is your verbal noun, you must use your hamzatul qata. Now, the second place where you find Hamzatul Qata is Mad al-Rubai. When you have the 4 letters in English, that's your form 4, Afhama. All those forms are going to be explained to you later on, I think in book 6 later on. Let's take it step by step, okay? So the second place where you find the Hamzatul Qata is al-Rubai. And that is your form 4, such as afhama. When you write in, that's from 4 verbs, you must put hamza on top of the alif, because it's hamzatul qata. Whether it's madi, past tense of that verb, or fi'l amr, which is the imperative, or verbal noun, which is masdar. So afhama, afhim, ifham. The rubai is always carry Hamzatul Qata. The third place when you find the Hamzatul Qata is the following nouns, which is started with the alif or Hamzatul Qata. So, number 1, apart from all the nouns that we have mentioned in the past, for the Hamzatul Wasl, any other noun, you need to put Hamzatul Wasl, Hamzatul Qata. So like Ahmad, Anas, Insan, Usbu, and so on. The important thing is revise the Hamzatul Wasl, the weak alif one, where I listed some nouns like imra'atun, imra'atani, ithnani, ithnatani. Those nouns you need to be mindful to make sure you don't put symbol of Hamza on them because it's a Hamzatul Wasl. Al-Wasl. Any other than that, this is just an example really. For as long as it's not part of the noun listed for you, the Hamzatul Wasl, put Hamza on it, either above it or underneath it as may be appropriate. Okay, so that is a very brief analysis of how you deal with Hamza when it's at the beginning. All this just at the beginning. You have something start with Hamza. So either is Hamzatul Wasl, the one with a weak alif, that you don't put the symbol of Hamza on it or underneath it or above, or Hamzatul Qata, and you know where to look for those one. So I think not to extend it too much, I will deal in the next lesson, inshallah, when we find the Hamza in the middle, not at the beginning, in the middle, sandwich. What are we going to do? That will be the subject of next lesson, inshallah. So go and have good cup of tea, good cup of coffee or water, which is what I prefer, and revise this for me and digest it and take it step by step. Please don't tell me it's too difficult. It's not. Just take it easy. Watch it again, over again. You will get it, inshallah. So I see you next time when I will discuss the Hamza in the middle, how to deal with that situation. Okay, until then, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is still going to be from page 36, and as we continue our explanation of how to write Hamza. In the previous lesson, we explained how to deal with Hamza at the beginning of word, and we learned that there are two types of the Hamza at the beginning. One is called Hamzatul Wasl, and that is a weak alif, which can only be pronounced if you start with it. And we've explained where to find those. And then we dealt with the second type, which is Hamzatul Qata, the strong alif, which is carrying the symbol of Hamza. Again, we explained that you have to pronounce that all the time, and where to find them. We listed some examples as well. Today, we're going to deal with how to write Hamza when it's a sandwich in the middle. When it's in the middle, not at the beginning, but in the middle. Let's do that. Now, it's called Hamzatu fi wasat al-kalima. Wasat means middle of the word. Now, there's a general rules which actually give you about 90% idea of how to write your Hamza. Now, I don't know whether you are aware that the vowels in Arabic, which is Fatha, Kasra, Dhamma, they are actually given, they are categorized according to their strength. That may sound very strange, but if I ask you to say, which vowel do you think is the strongest in Arabic, also regarded as the strongest vowel, what do you say? Which vowel? Would you say Dhamma? Would you say Fatha? Would you say Kasra? And in fact, the vowels, the strongest vowel in Arabic is Kasra, followed by Dhamma, and then followed by Fatha, and then Sukun. That is your the level of strength. The strongest one is Kasra, followed by Dhamma, followed by Fatha, and then Sukun. Why that is important? I tell you why. Because that will determine who is going to provide what I call a chair on which Hamza can sit. Hamza, I said, of course, is a very important symbol. So, let's give you an idea. For instance, Ra'asa, to lead delegation, for instance. Ra'asa. Ra'asa, if you look at you have to look at the vowel before the hamza and the vowel on hamza itself, not the one after. You need to look at the vowel before and the vowel that the hamza is carrying. Look at the strongest. In this case, we have only fatha, and fatha will take the opportunity to provide the chair, and the chair is this alif, because the associate letter with fatha is alif. So therefore, hence you have the when there is no kasra here and there is no dhamma before hamza or on hamza, that's it. There's only one king in town, and that will be the alif. So you write the hamza on top of alif. Let's look at the second one. Ra'is. Ra'is means a leader or president. Now, or chairman, Ra'is. Now, let's look at the vowel. The vowel before it is fatha. But the vowel that hamza itself is carrying is kasra. And we know the associate letter or symbol or shape with the kasra is ya shape. And this is like a ya shape, because when the ya is in the middle, you write ya like this, on this shape. So we're using the same shape to write the hamza on top of it. It's just a chair, really. So you have to use that chair, because the kasra is the strongest. It's providing the chair on which hamza to sit. Look at the second one. The third one, ru'us. Ru'usun does mean heads. Now, we have dhamma here, and we have dhamma here. So, waw is the king in town. The waw will provide the chair on which hamza is going to sit. Hence, we write it on waw. So, ru'us. That is a very important rules to know. It really gives you opportunity to decide very quickly, how do I write my hamza? Look at the vowel before it and look at the vowel that it is carrying, and then decide. If it is the strongest one, then you write it on like a ya shape. It is there's no dhamma, there's no kasra, there's a fatha, write it on the alif. There are other exceptions which we're going to deal with now. So let's look at this exception to this. However, if you have hamza after a lengthening alif, like qira'atun, this is a lengthening alif, qira'a, because this is master of qara'a. This is the verb noun of verb to read. That's reading, qira'a. So there's a lengthening alif there. Then your hamza needs to be written on the floor, meaning by itself, not carrying, not sitting on any chair at all. So when you have the hamza directly, immediately after a lengthening alif, write your hamza on the floor by itself, like a qira'atun. What's happened then if we have waw sakin? If the waw is sakin, it's not carrying fatha or kasra or dhamma or any other vowel, so you will write also your hamza on the floor, like a daw'un. Daw'un means a light. Daw'un. Mamlu'a. So you have the lengthening, see, mamlu'atun. That's waw sakin. That's lengthening waw here. Hamza after it also sitting on the floor. Mamlu'a means full up. Mamlu'atun, full up. Also, ba'da ya sakina, if you have the hamza after the ya as carrying sakin as well, which is sukun, for instance, you write it on nabra. So this is called nabra. Okay, so is because it's like a shape of a ya in the middle. That's hay'a, hay'atun. That's a nabra. So you write it hay'atun, just in case if you cannot see that one. So you have hay'atun. Hay'a. So this is a nabra. So that's your exception. But the general rule is this: when you look at the vowel that the letter before the hamza is carrying, and look at the vowel that hamza itself is carrying, and you determine whether you need a chair and which one. And this is an exception. So this is the general rule, and these three situations is exceptions. So you look at the kasra. It is kasra. You need to use that kind of ya shape, but no two dots, just shape itself. And if it's carrying wa or dhamma and there's no kasra, you do that. Now, for instance, if you remember that at the beginning last lesson I display where you can find hamza. Now you start now looking around of where you can see hamza and spot and try to implement this rule. Look at it when hamza is written on nabra, when it's written on alif, when it's written on sitting on the waw, and so on. Then try to use this rule to determine I know because the hamza is carrying kasra or the kasra before it, that's why we wrote it on this shape, like a ya shape. There is no kasra, so there's a dhamma on it or before it, that's why we're writing on the sitting on the waw, and so on. And you will see it that will be really, really helpful thing to do. And bear in mind, this is your exception here. Now, let's look at what's happened to hamza then. How do we write it when it's at the end, the last letter, for instance? We've dealt with in last lesson, the beginning, and now we've done the middle when it's sandwich. Now let's do the hamza, how to write hamza when it's at the last, this is last letter of the particular word. Let's do that. Now let's deal with the hamza at the end, when it's the last letter. How do we? It's very simple, this one actually. It follows the rules that we have established. You look at the appropriate letter to the vowel that is carrying or the letter before it is carrying. For instance, here's qara'a. Qara'a, here fatha, and here's fatha. So you have to write it on alif, because there's no kasra, there is no dhamma, which are actually stronger than alif, than fatha. Yabtu'u, that's to be slow. Yabtu'u is here, you have dhamma, and you have dhamma on hamza as well. So you have to write it on waw. Remember, when in the absence of kasra, if you have dhamma, then you have to write hamza. Hamza needs to start and sit in on waw. Waw, the dhamma will provide the chair, because the associate letter with the vowel dhamma is waw. Here, laji, kasra. Here you see, here hamza is carrying two dhamma, but dhamma is weaker than kasra, and there is a kasra before it. So the kasra will provide the chair, and the associate chair or shape of a letter is ya with kasra. So that's why you need to write laji. Laji means refugee. Laji. So laji, laji'un. So this is just a shape. It's not a ya. It's just a shape of ya. That's why you don't have the two kasras here. It's just providing the chair for hamza to sit on. So don't write hamza on its own. Let's to sit on the tail of this shape. Laji'un. Because the kasra is the strongest letter, is a vowel. That's why it's the one providing the chair, not dhamma, because dhamma is weaker than kasra. You see what I mean? But when you understand this rule, it helps a lot to determine how to shape your hamza. Now, if you look at this, again, we've covered this as well in when we're talking about the middle. Shay'un, when you have hamza after ya sakina, ya that has no vowel, or that sukun in this case, so you write hamza on the floor, on itself. So don't write it on the tail, it has to be on its own, on the floor. Shay'un. Ashya'un, again we mentioned before, when you have hamza after the lengthening alif, then you need to write hamza on its own. Ashya'u, for instance. And again, when you have a hamza after lengthening ya or ya sakina, again on its own. Don't write it on the tail, you just write it on the floor. So those are the rules here. Makru'u. Again, when it comes after lengthening or waw sakina, again you write hamza on the floor. That is actually a very easy thing to remember. Apart from the rules of who is strongest, then look at what is happening if you have ya sakina, ya sukun, and then hamza's next letter, write it on the floor. If you have alif, lengthening alif, again, if the hamza comes after that, on the floor. If you have ya, which is lengthening or sakina, then you write hamza on the floor. The same thing is your waw, lengthening waw or waw sakina, you write hamza on the floor. We're nearly there. Now the last notes for you is this. Now you see bari'an, because we have this tanween fatha, you can see we have this nabra, because we have kasra before that, that's fine. But we have by convention, you know that when you have tanween fatha, you need an alif to support it. By convention, you don't pronounce it, and it's better not to write tanween on top of alif. Write tanween on the letter before the alif. So bari'an. But here, as you know, there's lengthening alif there. You write it on the floor. Although to fatha, you are not allowed to put that conventional alif here. Why? Because in Arabic you don't sandwich the hamza between two alifs. So that's what, although they have two fatha here, which is normally requires a supportive alif, but in this case, not to sandwich hamza between two alifs, you don't write that alif. Juz'an, here you write it because there's no danger of sandwich hamza between two alifs. So that's why I put this on for you. You can see juz'an, bad'an. So, but here, if you write alif here as a convention, then you put hamza in between two alifs, and you are not allowed to do that. Ma'an, the same thing. So nisa'an means women, by the way, women. Nisa'an, ma'an is your water, and naba'an, that's mean news. Again here, this is naba'an. This is part of original letter. It's not lengthening. That's why you write hamza on top of that, because there's no kasra before it. It needs to be on the alif. So this is the a brief, if you can call it a very brief explanation of some rules governing hamza, and it is laid down for you there on page 36 and page 37 of our book Gateway to Arabic book 4. And please do exercise 20 for me to confirm your understanding of this. Again, when you do that exercise 20, you see that we have hamza in the middle, which is on page 38, 39, using some other verb as well. Please do exercise 21 for me on page 39. Exercise 21 on page 39, please. Next lesson, inshallah, we're going to be really dealing with very important conversation, which is about asking directions. السؤال عن المكان الأماكن. السؤال عن الأماكن. That will be our next lesson, when we learn how to ask for directions, which is very, very useful phrases, inshallah. So we'll see you next time. In the meantime, please subscribe if you haven't done so, and share this link with your contacts. مع السلامة، إلى اللقاء، في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be from page 40, and it's about asking directions. Never mind that you have sat nav these days. let's deal with human being, how to ask for direction in Arabic. But first of all, let me just say thank you very much for some of you who have made a donation to my Just Giving page for my charity Helping Hands for Education. Please, if you haven't done so, please click below and make your contribution. Thank you so much. Now let's go back to the business. Now, as I said, we're going to be learning about direction, and it's called As-Su'alu Anil Amakin in Arabic. Let's analyze this and establish the level of your understanding of Arabic so far. By now, I expect you to get at least maybe 70% of what I'll be reading to you now. Let's go. As-Su'alu Anil Amakin. As-Su'alu Anil Amakin. As-Su'alu is coming from a verb sa'ala, and that is a verb to ask question. Sa'ala yas'alu. And the verbal noun, which is your master, is su'al. Su'al, that is a singular, that's a mufrad. Now, the jama, the plural, is as'ila. As'ilatun. Su'alun, as'ilatun. As-su'alu anil amakin. An is about, and usually you have the sukun upon this noun. But because of this L, this sukun, we've converted the sukun on the noun to kasra to avoid the clash of two sukuns. Anil amakin. Amakin literally means places, and the singular is makan. Anil amakin. Basically, we're saying, asking question about places, how to get somewhere. As-su'alu anil amakin. And it's a dialogue or conversation between the driver and somebody who wants to get into the bus. Min fadlika, he said. Min fadlika, please. Min fadlika, aina tadhhabu al-hafila. Min fadlika, aina tadhhabu al-hafilatu. Please, where does the bus go? Aina, that is where. Tadhhabu, and that's a verb to go, that means goes. Al-hafilatu, and that is the bus. And the bus is feminine because you have this ta marbuta. Hence we start saying tadhhabu. Aina tadhhabu al-hafila. Where does the bus go? And the driver replied and said, tadhhabu ila wasat al-madina. It's going to the city center or town center. تذهب is going, ila to, wasat. Wasat literally means middle. Wasat al-Madina. Madina, that's a town or city. It's going to the city center or town center. هل هي تمر بالسوق؟ هل هي, that's هل, that's your question word. هل هي, here means she, but we use for it when you refer to a noun which is a feminine in Arabic. You use it, which is here. The same thing for she. هل هي تمر? Does it pass by? The marra, the verb marra yamurru, and that is a doubled root letter verb that we have learned at the beginning of book 4. Temurru, that's a verb to pass by. هل هي تمر بالسوق? Does it pass by the market? هل هي تمر بالسوق? And the answer, أي سوق تقصد? أي, that's another interrogative particle to ask question. أي means which. أي سوق تقصد? Which market do you mean? The verb to mean something is تقصد. Which market do you mean? هناك, there are أسواق متعددة. أسواق, that's the plural of سوق. سوق mean a market. أسواق, and that's a markets. هناك أسواق متعددة. There are a number of markets there. في وسط المدينة, at the town center. Let's do the reading and hopefully you follow the meaning. السؤال عن الأماكن. من فضلك أين تذهب الحافلة؟ أين تذهب الحافلة؟ تذهب إلى وسط المدينة. هل هي تمر بالسوق؟ هل هي تمر بالسوق؟ أي سوق تقصد؟ هناك أسواق متعددة في وسط المدينة. The answer was أقصد, I mean أقصد سوق الخضروات والفواكه. I mean the vegetable and fruit market. الخضروات, that's a vegetable, it's coming from أخضر, meaning green. أقصد, I mean سوق, market of vegetable and fruit. الفواكه, الفواكه, that's a plural of فاكهة. فاكهة, a fruit. فواكه is plural. The driver replied and said, آسف, I am sorry. If a woman is saying the same thing, we say آسفة, I am sorry. So آسف, I am sorry. هذه الحافلة, this bus, لا تمر, doesn't go or doesn't pass by. Doesn't pass by بسوق الخضروات والفواكه, the fruit and vegetable market. آسف, هذه الحافلة لا تمر بسوق الخضروات والفواكه. وأي حافلة, another question, the same, أي, which, وأي حافلة, which bus, تذهب, goes, هناك, there. لو سمحت, please. Now, لو سمحت also means please, but literal meaning is لو means if, سمحت, permit, if you permit me. لو سمحت, that's please. So you can use من فضلك or لو سمحت to mean please. وأي حافلة تذهب هناك لو سمحت. And driver said, خذ الحافلة رقم 8. خذ mean take. Usually you have sukun there, but because of this sukun on L, on lam, we have converted sukun on ذال to kasra to avoid the clash or two sukuns. خذ الحافلة رقم 8. Take bus number 8. رقم means number. خذ الحافلة رقم 8 باتجاه الغرب, heading west, mean towards west. اتجاه, going towards the direction. Here الغرب, west. Quick reading. أقصد سوق الخضروات والفواكه. آسف, هذه الحافلة لا تمر بسوق الخضروات والفواكه. وأي حافلة تذهب هناك لو سمحت. خذ الحافلة رقم 8 باتجاه الغرب. Next question. هل السوق بعيد جدا عن هنا؟ هل السوق بعيد جدا عن هنا? Again, that's your interrogative particle, question word. Is the market far away, very far from here? هل السوق بعيد جدا عن هنا? Is the market far away from here? سوق, that's the market. بعيد, as mean far. قريب is near. بعيد, far. جدا, very. عن هنا, from here. هل السوق بعيد جدا عن هنا? And the bus driver said, لا, هو على مسافة 4 محطات فقط. لا, no. هو, it is على مسافة, it is at a distance of only 4 stops. هو, it is على مسافة, at a distance of 4 محطات فقط, of only 4 stops. 4 is 4. مسافة is a distance. محطات mean stops or bus stops as well. فقط means only. لا, هو على مسافة 4 محطات فقط. And then the person asks question again. كم سعر التذكرة? How much? كم, remember, is your interrogative particle, mean how much, is also used for how many, as well as to ask about time. كم الساعة? What's the time? But here, how much? سعر mean cost or the fee. How much is the price or the cost of the ticket? كم سعر التذكرة? التذكرة means ticket. تذاكر is plural. You can use in the place of تذكرة بطاقة السفر. بطاقة mean card, travel card. بطاقة السفر. كم سعر التذكرة? كم سعر التذكرة أو كم سعر بطاقة السفر? And the driver said جنيهان mean 2 pounds. جنيه is 1 pound. And to make any noun to becomes dual, you add any ending. جنيه becomes جنيهاني. Sometimes it can mean جنيهيني. So any noun you have, كتاب, كتابان, كتابين, قلم, قلمان, قلمين, معلم, معلمان, معلمين, and so on. جنيهان, 2 pounds. And then the man said, شكرا, thank you, على مساعدتك. Thank you for your help. مساعدة means help. Thank you, على مساعدتك, for your help. And the driver said, لا شكر على واجب. لا شكر على واجب. No thanks are necessary. I'm doing my job. لا شكر على واجب. Quick reading. هل السوق بعيد جدا عن هنا؟ لا، هو على مسافة 4 محطات فقط. كم سعر التذكرة أو كم سعر بطاقة السفر؟ جنيهان. شكرا على مساعدتك. لا شكر على واجب. That is the end of the page 40. You see it here. The reading and the translation is all there. Please learn these phrases. Let's just go through it, the whole thing from page 40. Just read Arabic and listen to it and decode it for me. السؤال عن الأماكن. السؤال عن الأماكن. Let me just put my glasses on so I can see more clearly. Never mind the age. السؤال عن الأماكن. نبيل، من فضلك أين تذهب الحافلة؟ محصل التذاكر, and that's the bus conductor. تذهب إلى وسط المدينة. نبيل، هل هي تمر بالسوق؟ محصل التذاكر، أي سوق تقصد؟ هناك أسواق متعددة في وسط المدينة. نبيل، أقصد سوق الخضروات والفواكه. محصل التذاكر، آسف، هذه الحافلة لا تمر بسوق الخضروات والفواكه. نبيل، وأي حافلة تذهب هناك لو سمحت؟ محصل التذاكر: خذ الحافلة رقم 8 باتجاه الغرب. نبيل: هل السوق بعيد جدا عن هنا؟ محصل التذاكر: لا، هو على مسافة 4 محطات فقط. نبيل: كم سعر التذكرة وكم سعر بطاقة السفر؟ محصل التذاكر: جنيهان. نبيل: شكرا على مساعدتك. محصل التذاكر: لا شكر على واجب. And that is written for you. You have plenty of vocabulary here on page 41. They are very useful vocabulary indeed. So inshallah, next lesson we are going to be dealing with giving direction. This is asking direction, asking for direction. Here, next lesson we will be learn about al-irshadu ila al-amakin, giving directions, and that will be next lesson. In the meantime, please revise this and learn as much as possible from this list of useful vocabulary and practice your lesson, what you've been learning. Try and practice this for me. We're nearly at the end of book 4. We're now on page 41. It's only 68 pages, so we're nearly there. So keep going and don't give up, please. Let's get there together, inshallah. In the meantime, مع السلامة، إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا، أهلا وسهلا بكم. Welcome to this lesson, and it's going to be from page 42 of our Gateway to Arabic Book 4, and it is also a continuation of giving directions. We've dealt with asking for direction. Today we're going to look at the giving directions. And before that, again, thank you so much for 32 people who have answered my call for a donation for my charity on the Just Giving page. Thank you so much. If you haven't done so, please consider it, please, and click on the link below to do so. Right, let's now go back to our lesson. Giving direction on page 42. Here we have al-irshadu ila al-amakin. Al-irshadu literally means guide, to guide somebody into a correct or right path. Al-irshad, from verb arshada, yurshidu, irshad, and that is form 4 of the verb forms system, which is going to come from book 6 and book 7 later on in the series. So al-irshadu ila al-amakin, giving the guides, basically, literally speaking, ila al-amakin, to places, as meaning giving directions. Al-irshadu ila, ila is your preposition, if you remember, ila, and the noun after ila, when it is a singular, is going to be in a kasra or a genitive case ending. And amakin is plural. Al-amakin, that's your broken plural. So a noun is a singular or a broken plural, and it's not diptot. We'll know about that later. It will end with kasra when you have a preposition before it. Al-rishadu ila al-amakin. Now let's ask the question. This is the question somebody asking. Say, swiftly. Swiftly, that means describe for me, literally speaking. Sif, that's coming from wasafa, yasifu. Verb wasafa, yasifu, which is your al-fi'l al-mithal. I think we have covered that as well in book 4. And this is the imperative, which doesn't need alif of imperative in this case. Sif, you are directing this at a singular male. Sif, describe for me, li, for me, kaifa, how, asilu, arrive, how to get to. Again, that's coming from fi'l wasala, from verb wasala, yasilu. It's the same category of verb as wasafa, yasifu, wasala, yasilu. Because you lose the waw in the present tense, as been explained previously when we dealt with that category of verb. Please go back and revise that. So sifli kaifa asilu, how do I get to? Ila, to, again same ila, and you will see a singular noun is having kasra. So whenever you have a noun which is singular or broken plural and it's not a diptot, so you have kasra. أصل كيف أصل إلى حديقة الحيوانات? How do I get to the zoo? Now حديقة is a garden, الحيوانات mean animals. So both is with the meaning the garden of animals, and that's the zoo. صف لي كيف أصل إلى حديقة الحيوانات من فضلك, please. سر في هذا الاتجاه. سر is a verb and it is a فعل أمر, imperative, from verb سار يسير, and that is whole verb الفعل الأجوف. Again we have covered the analysis of that category of verb الفعل الأجوف, the whole verb. سر, that means go, from سار يسير, go. سر في هذا الاتجاه, go on this direction, go towards this direction. في هذا الاتجاه, اتجاه is direction. سر في هذا الاتجاه, go on this direction. حتى, until. حتى تصل, until you reach. Again from فعل وصل يصل, the verb to arrive. وصل يصل. Here, because we are speaking to a singular male in the second person, المخاطب, we start with تا, تصل. سر في هذا الاتجاه, go this direction until you reach إلى مخبز كبير. مخبز is a bakery. كبير, that means large, big, large. حتى تصل إلى مخبز, that's where خبز, bread, comes from. خبز is bread. مخبز is a place where bread is made. That's a bakery. تصل إلى مخبز كبير, a large or big bakery. Remember, in Arabic you mention the noun first and then you describe it. Your adjective comes after a noun. سر في هذا الاتجاه حتى تصل إلى مخبز كبير على اليمين, on the right. على is on, and it's a preposition. The singular noun after it will end in كسرة. على اليمين, on the right. سر في هذا الاتجاه حتى تصل إلى مخبز كبير على اليمين. وادخل الشارع, and enter, from فعل دخل يدخل. That's a verb to enter. دخل يدخل ادخل, enter. Here you don't hear the alif being pronounced because we have suppressed it, because this is a weak alif. you say wadkhul. It should be sukoon as well. And because of the embedded sukoon on this shadda, we have converted the sukoon, which is usually on this lam, to the kasra. So we say wadkhul ash-shari'a. Wadkhul ash-shari'a, and fatha there means this is maf'ulun bihi. That is your object. Hence we have fatha on it. And we have learned that maf'ulun bihi, your object, always has to be an accusative ending. It carries accusative case ending. Wadkhul ash-shari'a, enter the street. Ar-ra'isiyya, this is adjective, and that's what they're matching in both in terms of the tadhkir, in terms of the gender. This is masculine, this is masculine, this is defined, and this is defined, and this is ending in fatha, and this is ending in fatha as well. وادخل الشارع الرئيسي على اليسار. Enter the main road, or the main street on the left. Now, ra'isi, that's the main. It's come from ras. Ras meaning head. So that is, of course, hopefully the main thing in your body is really head, your brain. I hope so. وادخل الشارع الرئيسي على اليسار. Here you have على اليمين. This is on the right. على اليسار, on the left. So وادخل الشارع الرئيسي على اليسار مباشرة. That means immediately. مباشرة بعد, after المخبز, after the bakery. سر في هذا الاتجاه حتى تصل إلى مخبز كبير على اليمين. وادخل الشارع الرئيسي. وادخل الشارع الرئيسي على اليسار مباشرة بعد المخبز, immediately after the bakery. واسلك ذلك الشارع إلى دوار صغير. واسلك, that means go. Go ذلك الشارع, follow that road. واسلك, follow ذلك الشارع, that road. إلى, until دوار صغير, a small roundabout. دوار mean roundabout. صغير meaning small. They're both ending in kesra, two kesra, because the one is not defined, and we have preposition ila before it. Ila can mean until, as well as to, as well. In this case, until the warin is small roundabout. The warin صغير. اتجه, another verb. اتجه, يتجه, اتجه. As mean turn. It's come from wajh. Turn your face, in a sense. اتجه, يتجه, اتجه. Turn يمينا, turn right. اتجه يمينا, turn right. عند, at, عند الدوار, at the roundabout. You see, دوار, a roundabout. الدوار, the roundabout. اتجه يمينا عند الدوار, turn right at the roundabout. تجد, you will find. Again, that verb is wajada. Belongs to the same category as the verb wasafa, to describe, and verb wasala, to arrive. And that's category of verb which is called al-mithal. It's been explained before. That's when you have the first root of the verb is wow. That has been thoroughly explained previously. So wasafa, wajada, and wasala, of the same category. And those, you lose the wow in the present tense. So wasafa, yasifu, wasala, yasilu, wajada, yajidu. Tajid, that's imperative, you will find حديقة الحيوانات. حديقة الحيوانات. You find the zoo. حديقة here is fatha because it's object, is مفعول به. تجد حديقة الحيوانات. حيوانات is كسرة because it's the مضاف إليه. The second noun of the possessive construct. تجد حديقة الحيوانات على بعد كيلومتر. You find the zoo on about a kilometer away. على بعد, that's a distance from بعيد, على بعد kilometer. Now, that is the end of the dialogue 8, which is on page 42. Let's have a look at that together now. A quick reading from that to conclude the lesson, to make it very short, so that to make it easier for you to learn those phrases. Please do learn these phrases. They are very, very useful indeed. Right, let's have a look. Dialogue 8, which is on page 42. Al-irshadu ila al-amakin. It is between a driver, which is looking for a road. سواق. سواق means driver. صف لي كيف أصل إلى حديقة الحيوانات بالسيارة من فضلك. Please describe to me how I can reach the zoo by car. Direct me, basically. رجل, a man, said, سر في هذا الاتجاه, go in this direction. سر في هذا الاتجاه, go in this direction. حتى تصل, until you reach إلى مخبز كبير على اليمين, until you reach the large bakery on the right. وادخل الشارع الرئيسي, enter the main road على اليسار, on the left. مباشرة, immediately. مباشرة, immediately بعد المخبز, after the bakery. واسلك ذلك الشارع, follow that road إلى دوار صغير, to a small roundabout. اتجه يمينا, turn right, عند الدوار, at the roundabout. تجد, you will find, حديقة الحيوانات, حديقة الحيوانات, the zoo, على بعد kilometer, after about kilometer distance away. That is the end of that dialogue 8. Please revise it for me. Applause the previous lesson. We'll make it short and we stop here. Inshallah, next lesson we're going to deal with the dialogue 9 on the same page, page 42. Keep going and good luck. And send me your notes to reassure me that you are making progress, please. That is an encouragement for me to keep going. Inshallah, I'm determined that we learn this language together, inshallah. And many people have been writing to me, of course, to say they are making progress. I want to hear from you as well. In the meantime, مع السلامة, إلى اللقاء, في أمان الله. Marhaban, ahlan wa sahlan bikum. Today's lesson is going to be a continuation of our topic, asking and giving direction. We're still on page 42. Again, let me just say thank you very much for those of you, about 32 of you have answered my call for donation to my charity, Helping Hands for Education, and that you have visited my page on the Just Giving website and made your donation. Thank you so much. Please, those of you who have not done so, please extend hands of help to my charity, Helping Hands for Education, by clicking below and make your donation. Thank you so much. Now let's now deal with the dialogue 9. Dialogue 9 start with a question really. هل المكتبة المركزية في هذا الشارع? Let's analyze this sentence. هل المكتبة. هل is a question word, as we know. That's one of our interrogative particle, and not usually have sukun here, and because of the existence of the sukun on al, the sukun on this lam has been converted to kasra, so that we don't have the clash of two sukuns. So it becomes هل المكتبة. Al-maktabatu is coming from verb kataba, to write, and this is one of the beauty of Arabic language, that it is based on root letters, which we call huruf al-bina. So everything, the shade of meaning, will come from the same root. In this case, al-maktabatu is the library. You can use al-maktabatu also to mean bookstore as well, bookshop. هل المكتبة المركزية is the central library. So this is al-markaziyya, that's mean library, and it's the adjective to this al-maktabة. هل المكتبة المركزية في هذا الشارع is the central library on this road. You know, في in this case mean on this road. الشارع, that's a street or road. هل المكتبة المركزية في هذا الشارع is the central library on this road? And the answer, لا, no. Here it is, this here is referring to al-maktabatu, which is feminine word. That's why we're using here. Here means she or it, if you are referring to feminine items or noun. لا, here في الشارع الموازي. No, it is on the parallel road. Al-muwazi, that's mean parallel. It's coming from the verb waza yuwazi, which is your form 3. فاعل يفاعل. Al-muwazi, parallel. لا, هي في الشارع الموازي. No, it is on the parallel road. لهذا الشارع, to this road, or to this one if you like. li, that's mean to or for. It depends on the structure of your sentence. So لا, هي في الشارع الموازي لهذا الشارع. No, it is on the parallel road to this one. Next question. هل هي. Now you see the sukun on lam because there is no al after it. So we have the normal sukun. هل هي في بداية الشارع أم في نهايته? Is it at the beginning? بداية, that's mean beginning. From verb بدأ, to start. هل هي في بداية الشارع? Is it at the beginning of the road, of the street? Or في نهايته, or at the end of it. It here mean the road. هل هي في بداية الشارع أم في نهايته? Is it on the or at the beginning of the road or at the end of it? So هل المكتبة المركزية في هذا الشارع؟ لا, هي في شارع الموازي لهذا الشارع. هل هي في بداية هذا الشارع أم في نهايته? Now let's now listen to the answer to this last question. The answer is تجدها. You will find it. That her is referring to al-maktabatu, which is the library, and it is feminine. Hence we say تجدها. you will find it على يدك اليسرى, on your left hand side. على يدك, yed, that's in your hand. يدك, your hand, yusra, left. You will find it on your left hand side. بعد المعبر. بعد means after. المعبر السفلي, after the underpass. Underpass, the معبر coming from عبر يعبر, the verb to cross. عبر يعبر. You will find it على يدك اليسرى, on your left hand side, after the underpass. سفلي, that's mean under. After the underpass. وقبل, and before الجسر, before the bridge. So you have بعد, after, قبل is before. تجدها, that's from verb وجد يجد, and you lose the wa, which is your first root letter in that particular category of verbs. وجد يجد. تجدها, تجدها, you will find it على يدك اليسرى بعد المعبر السفلي وقبل الجسر. وهي, and it is مبنى كبير. مبنى means building, and it is a large building. كبير, big, large. وهي مبنى كبير جدا, and it is a very large building. جد means very. كبير means large or big. مبنى is a building. The man said, شكرا لك, thank you. عفوا, that means you're welcome. عفوا is a very useful phrase indeed. عفوا can mean pardon. عفوا can mean excuse me. عفوا can mean don't mention it, you're welcome. It depends how you use it. So عفوا, very, very important. When you say shukran, say عفوا. Or you want to say excuse me, say may I go past please. So let's now read the dialogue 9 from page 42 to conclude the lesson. Let's go. So on page 42, dialogue 9. Let's read it to recap now. Right, put the glasses on. Here we go. طالب, it was a student who was asking question. He said, هل المكتبة المركزية في هذا الشارع? Is the central library on this road? رجل, a man, answered, and he said, لا, no, here في الشارع الموازي لهذا الشارع. No, it is on the road parallel to this one. الطالب, then the students ask further question. هل هي في بداية الشارع أم في نهايته? Is it at the beginning of the road or at the end of it? The man replied, تجدها, you will find it على يدك اليسرى, you will find it on your left hand side. على يدك اليسرى بعد المعبر السفلي, after the underpass. وقبل الجسر, and before the bridge. وهي مبنى كبير جدا, and it is a very large building indeed. That is the end. And the man said, the talib, the student said, shukran lak, thank you. And the man said, afwan, you're welcome. Here we are. We have now finished dialogue number 9. Please go back to review and study the dialogue 7 and 8 and 9, dealing with how to ask for direction and how to give direction. There are 2 more to go. We have, next lesson will be dialogue 11, dialogue 10, and then dialogue 11. All these coming next lesson, inshallah. In the meantime, I see you next lesson. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so, and send the links to your contacts so we can have more learner to benefit from this effort, inshallah. In the meantime, مع السلامة، إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be the continuation of the subject about asking and giving directions, and we're still on page 42. This time it's going to be dialogue 10 on page 42. Now let's start. A man asking question, and he said, من فضلك, please. من فضلك, please. هل المركز الإسلامي هل المركز الإسلامي هل المركز الإسلامي قريب من هنا? Is the Islamic Center near here? المركز, that's a center. Al-Islami, that's the Islamic. Is the Islamic center. قريب, that's mean near. من هنا, to this place. Near here. هنا means here. هل المركز الإسلامي قريب من هنا? The man answered and said, نعم, yes. أنت على بعد مسافة قليلة فقط من المركز. You are only a short distance away from the center. أنت, that means you are. على بعد, مسافة means distance. You are only, this is فقط means only. You are only. أنت على بعد مسافة. بعد means distance away, from بعيد. You are only a short distance away. قليلة, that means short, that means little. أنت على بعد مسافة قليلة فقط من المركز. You are only a short distance away from the center. Further question. ممكن أن تصف لي كيف أصل إليه? Is it possible to direct me how to get there? Let's look at literal meaning. ممكن, that's mean, is it possible? From verb أمكن يمكن. ممكن, is it possible? أن تصف, to describe to me. أن تصف لي, this is from verb وصف يصف, الفعل المثال. ممكن أن تصف لي, is it possible to describe to me? كيف, how, أصل, I arrive, إليه, to the place. Is it possible to direct me to the place? ممكن أن تصف لي كيف أصل إليه؟ من فضلك هل المركز الإسلامي قريب من هنا؟ نعم أنت على بعد مسافة قليلة فقط من المركز. ممكن أن تصف لي كيف أصل إليه؟ The man answered and said, نعم, yes. نعم, yes. ارجع حوالي 40 مترا إلى الوراء. ارجع, that's mean go back. حوالي about 40 مترا إلى الوراء, about 40 meters. ارجع, go, حوالي about 40 مترا إلى الوراء, that means backward, about 40 meters إلى الوراء. وادخل, that's mean from verb دخل يدخل. وادخل and enter. أول شارع, the first road. على اليمين. Enter the first road on the right. We've done على اليسار before, the left. على اليمين, on the right. تجد المركز, you will find the center. From verb وجد يجد. تجد should be سكون, but you have سكون here. We converted سكون on this دال to الكسرة. تجد المركز, you will find the center. أمامك, in front of you. You have وراء, behind, and then you have أمام, in front. تجد المركز أمامك, you will find the center in front of you. في نهاية الشارع, at the end of the street, at the end of the road. نعم, yes. ارجع حوالي 40 مترا إلى الوراء. Go back about 40 meters إلى الوراء. وادخل and enter أول شارع, the first road, على اليمين, on the right. تجد المركز, you will find the center. أمامك, in front of you. في نهاية الشارع, at the end of the road. So the man said, شكرا, thank you. شكرا جزيلا, thank you very much. عفوا, no worries. عفوا, you're welcome. عفوا, don't mention it. شكرا, عفوا. Let's do the reading of this dialogue 10 from our page 42, to conclude the lesson. So, page 42, dialogue 10. The man asks question. من فضلك, please, هل المركز الإسلامي قريب من هنا? Is the Islamic center near here? And the policeman شرطي said, نعم, yes. أنت على بعد مسافة قليلة فقط إلى المركز, or من المركز. You are only a short distance away from the center. أنت على بعد مسافة قليلة فقط من المركز. The man asked for the question and he said, ممكن أن تصف لي كيف أصل إليه? Would it be possible for you to guide me or to tell me how to get there? ممكن أن تصف لي كيف أصل إليه? Could you tell me how I can get there? الشرطي, the policeman, answered, نعم, yes. ارجع حوالي 40 مترا إلى الوراء. Yes, go back about 40 meters and وادخل and take and enter أول شارع, the first road, على اليمين, on your right. تجد المركز, you will find the center. أمامك, in front of you. في نهاية الشارع, at the end of the road. And the man said, شكرا, thank you. And the Shurti replies, عفوا, no worries, no problem, don't mention it, عفوا, you're welcome. That is the end of dialogue 10 on page 42. Add it to the previous ones and you'll be getting better in giving direction anywhere. We'll go to Cairo, go to Saudi Arabia, go to Iraq, go to Lebanon, go to Syria, go to Sudan, go to anywhere in the Arab world. You will be speaking your Arabic and you will be understood. Well done, keep going, and let's hear from you how you are getting on. Don't forget to subscribe and to send it to your links, please. And again, please make contribution to my charity, Helping Hands for Education, by clicking below to visit my Just Giving page, please. In the meantime, مع السلامة, إلى اللقاء, في أمان الله. مرحبا, أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson is going to be an email sent to a friend about the location of the new house. Let's analyze it and see, first of all, how much of it you can decode by yourself. And it is on page 43. Let's have a go. Here we have Azizi Faisal. Azizi Faisal. Assalamu alaikum. شكرا على رسالتك الإلكترونية. شكرا على رسالتك الإلكترونية وعلى تهنئتك لنا بمناسبة انتقالنا إلى بيتنا الجديد. أنا مشتاق لزيارتك في يوم السبت القادم إن شاء الله. One more time. عزيزي فيصل, السلام عليكم. شكرا على رسالتك الإلكترونية وعلى تهنئتك لنا بمناسبة انتقالنا إلى بيتنا الجديد. أنا مشتاق لزيارتك في يوم السبت القادم إن شاء الله. How are you getting on? By now, I hope you've already finding the very similar to the vocabulary that you have learned, and familiar words and phrases are here. Nevertheless, because I'm very kind, let me give you helping hands to analyze it. Azizi Faisal. Does it mean dear Faisal? Azizi Faisal. If you are addressing to a woman, you will say Azizati. Azizati Maryam. But here, Azizi Faisal. My dear Faisal. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you. And that will be the same, regardless whether you are saying that to male or female, because you address people like as if they are in a group. because when we say Assalamu alaikum, we are greeting the person in front of us as well as the angels around them. That's why we use kum, which is the plural, attached plural for men and also for mixed gender. Azizi Faisal, Assalamu alaikum. شكرا على رسالتك الإلكترونية. شكرا, you know that by now. شكرا, that's me, thank you. شكرا جزيلا, thank you very much. شكرا على رسالتك الإلكترونية, thank you for your email. Now, risala means a letter, your letter, and we describe that letter as being electronia, electronic, and that is the phrase for email in Arabic. شكرا على رسالتك الإلكترونية وعلى تهنئتك لنا, and for your congratulating us. That's mean greeting us, congratulating us. تهنئة. وعلى تهنئتك لنا بمناسبة انتقالنا, on the occasion. مناسبة mean occasion. انتقالنا, our moving. بمناسبة انتقالنا إلى بيتنا الجديد, on the occasion of our move to our new house. انتقالنا, our move, إلى, to, بيتنا, our house, الجديد, the new, our new house. عزيزي فيصل, السلام عليكم. شكرا على رسالتك الإلكترونية وعلى تهنئتك لنا بمناسبة انتقالنا إلى بيتنا الجديد. أنا مشتاق, I am greatly longing, meaning looking forward. أنا مشتاق لزيارتك, I'm greatly looking forward to your visit. لزيارتك في يوم السبت القادم, يوم السبت القادم, next Saturday, inshallah, God willing. عزيزي فيصل, السلام عليكم. شكرا جزيلا وشكرا على رسالتك الإلكترونية وعلى تهنئتك لنا بمناسبة انتقالنا إلى بيتنا الجديد. أنا مشتاق لزيارتك في يوم السبت القادم إن شاء الله. للوصول إلى بيتنا الجديد, للوصول إلى بيتنا الجديد اركب القطار, اركب القطار وانزل عند محطة ميدان الملك. للوصول إلى بيتنا الجديد, to reach our new house. للوصول, and that is verb noun from verb wasala, verb to arrive. wasala, yasilu, wusul, verb noun wusul, arrival. للوصول إلى بيتنا الجديد, to arrive, to get to our new house. اركب القطار, take the train. اركب literally means to ride. Here it's useful to take a vehicle. اركب القطار, take the train. وانزل عند محطة ميدان الملك, and get off at King's Park Station. Get off at King's Park Station. Al-Malik is king. Maidan, that's the park. Mahatta is the station. Inda is at. Wanzil, get off at King's Park Station. وانزل عند محطة ميدان الملك. للوصول إلى بيتنا الجديد, to get to our new house. للوصول إلى بيتنا الجديد اركب القطار وانزل عند محطة ميدان الملك. وبعد خروجك من المحطة, وبعد and after خروجك, after you get off, after you arrive or after you get off the station. خروج mean to exit from verb خرج يخرج. وبعد خروجك من المحطة, after you get off of the station, after you get off at the station, أعبر, cross, as from verb عبر يعبر, عبور, to cross. أعبر معبر المشاة. أعبر, cross the zebra crossing, and that's where the pedestrian walk across the road. أعبر معبر المشاة أمام المحطة, in front of the station. وسر, walk باتجاه اليمين, towards the right, towards your right, حتى, until, تصل إلى, until you reach أول تقاطع, the first junction. تقاطع mean junctions. للوصول إلى بيتنا الجديد اركب القطار, to reach our new house, take the train. وانزل عند محطة ميدان الملك, and get off at King's Park Station. وبعد خروجك من المحطة, after you get off from the station, أعبر, after you exit from the station, أعبر, cross, معبر المشاة, zebra crossing, أمام المحطة, in front of the station. وسر, and walk تجاه اليمين. وسر باتجاه اليمين, walk towards the right. حتى تصل, until you reach, إلى أول تقاطع, the first junction. ثم, then, ثم اتجه يسارا, then turn left. ثم اتجه يسارا, then turn left. تجد, you will find, بيتنا الجديد, our new house, على يسارك, on your left. على يسارك, on your left. قبل الوصول, before arriving إلى محطة البترول, before arriving at the petrol station. In the past we use محطة الوقود, fuel station, but sometimes you hear it say محطة البترول, petrol station. وهو البيت, and it is house رقم number 21, number 21. من صديقك شاكر, from your friend شاكر. ثم اتجه, then turn يسارا, turn left. تجد بيتنا, you will find our house, على يسارك, on your left. قبل الوصول, before arriving to محطة البترول, petrol station. وهو البيت رقم 21, and it is house number 21. من صديقك شاكر, from your friend Shakir. Now, let's now read the whole email in both Arabic and English from page 43 of our book, Gateway to Arabic, Book 4. You see here, that's an email in Arabic and in English. Azizi Faisal, my dear Faisal, Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you. شكرا على رسالتك الإلكترونية. Thank you for your email. وعلى تهنئتك لنا بمناسبة انتقالنا إلى بيتنا الجديد, and for congratulating us on the occasion of our move to our new house. أنا مشتاق لزيارتك في يوم السبت القادم إن شاء الله. I am greatly looking forward to your visit next Saturday, God willing. للوصول إلى بيتنا, to reach our new house, للوصول إلى بيتنا الجديد, اركب القطار وانزل عند محطة ميدان الملك. Take the train and get off at King's Park Station. وبعد خروجك من المحطة, after you come out of the station, وبعد خروجك من المحطة, after you come out of the station, اعبر معبر المشاة أمام المحطة. Cross at the zebra crossing in front of the station. وسر باتجاه اليمين, and walk towards the right حتى تصل إلى أول تقاطع, until you reach the first junction. ثم اتجه يسارا, then turn left. تجد بيتنا على يسارك. You will find our house on your left. تجد بيتنا على اليسار قبل الوصول إلى محطة البترول, before you reach the petrol station. وهو البيت رقم 21, and it is house number 21. من صديقك شاكر, from your friend Shakir. Yes, me reread the Arabic for you without the translation. Please follow it. عزيزي فيصل, السلام عليكم. شكرا على رسالتك الإلكترونية وعلى تهنئتك لنا بمناسبة انتقالنا إلى بيتنا الجديد. أنا مشتاق لزيارتك. أنا مشتاق لزيارتك في يوم السبت القادم إن شاء الله. للوصول إلى بيتنا الجديد, اركب القطار وانزل عند محطة ميدان الملك. وبعد خروجك من المحطة, اعبر معبر المشاة أمام المحطة, وسر باتجاه اليمين حتى تصل إلى أول تقاطع. ثم اتجه يسارا, تجد بيتنا على يسارك قبل الوصول إلى محطة البترول, وهو البيت رقم 21 من صديقك شاكر. I hope you'll be able to go now and digest this format of writing email and consolidate your vocabulary and phrases for how to ask and give direction. Let's conclude that area of our topics on this page 43. And please do exercise 22 on page 44 and read through the dialogue on page 45 as well. It's an idea of continue a little bit of more phrases for you there. Inshallah, that's dialogue 12. So read that through and you will see a lot of similarity in what you have already learned as well. So dialogue 12, and on page 46 you have dialogue 13. Again, read through that as well, and then we are back to another topic altogether, which is our cardinal numbers from 20 to 99. Okay, good luck with that, and inshallah see you next lesson, inshallah. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done so, and please consider, as I always say, making a small donation to my charity, Helping Hands for Education. You may just click below to do so. Thank you so much, and see you next time. مع السلامة، إلى اللقاء، في أمان الله. مرحبا، أهلا وسهلا بكم. Today's lesson, again, it is continuation of our topic, asking and giving direction. We're still on we're now on page 43. Page 43, and it is dialogue 11. Dialogue 11 between the students and the teacher. Let's hear what they have to say for themselves. First question. من فضلك دلني من فضلك دلني على أقرب طريق إلى مكتب نقابة طلاب الجامعة. Please direct me by the shortest route to the University Students' Union office. Let's analyze that. Min fadlika, that's mean please. Dullani, from verb dalla yadullu, which is one of your doubled root verb. Dalla yadullu, dullani, direct me. You can say udlulni as well. Udlulni or dullani. Dullani, direct me. على أقرب الطريق. Direct me by the nearest route. أقرب طريق, nearest way, nearest route. Direct me by the nearest route. إلى, to. مكتب is an office. نقابة is a union. طلاب is students. الجامعة is university. One more time. مكتب, that's an office. نقابة, that's a union. طلاب, that's students. الجامعة, that's university. So, please direct me by the nearest route to the University Students' Union office. دلني على أقرب طريق إلى مكتب نقابة طلاب الجامعة. And the answer was سيرا. That's another question. سيرا على الأقدام أم بالسيارة? On foot or by car? Literally means سيرا, walking on your feet. That's what it means literally. سيرا على الأقدام, walking on foot. Or بالسيارة, or you driving. سيرا على الأقدام, يعني راجلا, are you on foot? بالسيارة, or by car. And he said سيرا على الأقدام, on foot. من فضلك دلني على أقرب طريق إلى مكتب نقابة طلاب الجامعة، سيرا على الأقدام أم بسيارة؟ سيرا على الأقدام. The man then said, Sir, go إلى نهاية هذا الشارع. Go to the end of this road. Sir, proceed. Go إلى to نهاية هذا الشارع, to the end of this road. ثم اتجه. ثم as mean then. اتجه turn. ثم اتجه then turn. يمينا turn right. سر إلى نهاية هذا الشارع ثم اتجه يمينا. Go to the end of this road, then turn right. تجد محطة الوقود. You will find a petrol station. You find a petrol station. محطة means station. وقود means fuel. You will find a petrol station. مباشرة immediately على اليسار, on the left. سر إلى نهاية هذا الشارع. Go to the end of this road. ثم اتجه, then turn يمينا, right. تجد, you will find محطة الوقود, a petrol station على اليسار, on the left. ادخل في الشارع الثالث. Enter the third road. It's like a turn, take the third road, but literally mean enter. دخل يدخل, ادخل في الشارع الثالث. Take the third road من الناحية اليمنى, on the left, or on the right rather, يمنى, on the right. Now you have يمين, that's a masculine of right. يمنى, that's feminine version of right. ادخل في الشارع الثالث من الناحية اليمنى, on your right side. تجد, you will find مكتب نقابة, the office of the union office, نقابة, في الدور الثاني, on the second floor. الدور mean floor, it can mean طابق as well, floor. في الدور الثاني, on the second floor. من المبنى, of the building, المواجه, facing, from وجه, from face, or from the وجه, face, المواجه, facing المستشفى الولادة, the maternity hospital. مستشفى, that's mean hospital. الولادة, that's maternity. So, سر إلى نهاية هذا الشارع ثم اتجه يمينا. تجد محطة الوقود على مباشرة, immediately على اليسار, on the left. ادخل في الشارع الثالث. Take the third road من الناحية اليمنى, to your right. تجد, you find مكتب النقابة, the union office, في الدور الثاني, on the second floor. من المبنى, of the building, المواجه, facing لمستشفى الولادة, facing the maternity hospital. So that is the end of the dialogue number 11 on page 43. Let's do the reading of the dialogue 11 directly from the book to conclude the lesson. Ustad, a teacher, من فضلك, please, دلني على أقرب طريق إلى مكتب نقابة طلاب الجامعة. Please, can you direct me by the shortest route to the University Students Union office. طالب, student said, سيرا على الأقدام أم بسيارة? By foot or on foot or by car. سيرا على الأقدام أم بالسيارة. الأستاذ, the teacher said, سيرا على الأقدام, on foot. Then the طالب starts describing how to get there. And he said, سر إلى نهاية هذا الشارع. Go to the end of this road. Go to the end of this road. ثم اتجه يمينا. Then turn right. تجد محطة الوقود. You will find a petrol station على أو مباشرة على اليسار. Immediately, مباشرة على اليسار. To your left. ادخل في الشارع الثالث. Take the third road. من ناحية اليمنى. From the right hand side. تجد, you will find مكتب النقابة. You find the union's office في الدور الثاني, on the second floor. من المبنى of the building المواجه facing لمستشفى الولادة, the maternity hospital. Here we are. Now you have plenty of phrases and sentences and vocabulary which is absolutely sufficient for you to ask for direction and give direction with absolute confidence. So go back right from page 40. You find we're asking direction, long passage that we have dealt with, and huge amount of vocabulary, cover all the necessary areas for asking and giving direction. Then you have on page 42, we have al-irshad ila al-amakin. We have dialogue 8, dialogue 9, dialogue 10, and now we have just concluded dialogue 11. My word, is huge amount of information for you there, and no excuse whatsoever not to be able to ask for direction and give direction with absolute confidence and speaking Arabic. MashaAllah, that's brilliant. Please practice what you are learning. Every day learn your vocabulary. Spend about 15 minutes a day. You will be fine. You can distribute that 15 minutes to 5 minutes in the morning, 5 minutes in the afternoon, 5 minutes in the evening. Just keep at it every single day. You will be amazed how confident you will become in speaking Arabic. I've seen it all before. Many of my students that I teach on Skype, really, they're doing fairly well. I wish you luck as well. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and click below to make donation to my charity, Helping Hands for Education, please. In the meantime, see you next lesson. مع السلامة, إلى اللقاء, في أمان الله. مرحبا, أهلا وسهلا بكم. Welcome again to our Gateway to Arabic Book 4. Lesson today is lesson 28. We are approaching the end of this book. MashaAllah. Now, today we are going to do a comprehensive revision of words are used in Arabic. Let's divide them into sections. The first section, let's look at number 1 and number 2 and how they are used. Now, if we use number 1 and 2, they need to come after the noun. You will say, ولد واحد, one boy. بنت واحدة, one girl. Now, you will see that we put them after the noun and it's acting like an adjective. It's a reinforcement. ولد, that's a male, that's a child or a boy. واحد, that's a masculine version of number 1. Bintun, a girl. wahidatun, and that's the feminine version of number one. Okay. Number two, you will say waladani. When you say waladan, we have already learnt in the past that any ending indicating there are two of the noun. So waladani means two boys. If you elect to then use two, you put it after that to reinforce it. You will say waladani ithnani. Bintun, a girl. Bintani, two girls. If you use number two, you say bintani ithnatani. Now, from this, we learn that if we use number one and number two, they need to come after the noun. Also, they need to be of the same gender as the noun that they are counting or they are modifying. Okay. Third thing is the case ending must be the same. What do I mean by case ending? If the noun is in the nominative position or nominative case, such as dhamma, for instance, waladun, then the number one also needs to say wahidun, wahidun, waladun, wahidun. If you say bintun, you say wahidatun. But if we say waladan for grammatical reason, waladan, like I saw a boy, I too, waladan. The number also must be in accusative as well. Mansub, wahidan. So waladan, wahidan. Bintan, wahidatan. If for grammatical reason you have kesra, for instance, in the genitive, waladin, like ذهبت مع ولد, you will say wahidin. Bintin, wahidatin. So the case ending must match the noun that they are modifying. In the number two, you say waladani ithnani, same ending. Bintani ithnatani, the same ending. Waladaini ithnaini. Bintaini ithnataini. Good. So we've established the way we are using number one and number two. Other rules relating to number one, number two is this. Wherever you may find number one or number two, whether standing alone or part of another number, any number like 11 or 12 or 22, 21, 91, 92, wherever you may find number one and number two, they are always of the same gender as the noun being counted. That is very important, as you will see as we're going along. But bear that in mind. Number one and number two, always of the same gender as the noun being counted, regardless whether they are standalone, which we call adad fardiya, or part of another number, whether is murakkab, as you would know, or ma'atuf, you will know that later on as well. Okay, that's number one, number two done, hopefully. Okay, let's now move to number 3 to number 10. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's stop at number 9 for now. How do we use those? Rule number 1. Unlike number 1 and number 2, those numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 always opposite in gender of the noun being counted. If you are counting masculine, you use feminine numbers. If you are counting feminine nouns, you use masculine numbers of these 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Always. Regardless whether they are standing alone or part of other numbers. Okay, we'll give you an example. Don't panic. We're going to use number 3 as a template, which you can then apply it to number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, how do we do that? Let's say we want to count 3 boys. We say 3 boys. Boys is, plural is أولاد. Previously we learned that waladun, that's a boy, waladani, that's 2 boys. Boys is أولاد. Okay, let's now say 3 boys. So because boys, they are masculine, you have to use feminine version of number 3, which means the one with ta marbuta. So we will say ثلاثة أولاد. I will explain it, don't worry. ثلاثة أولاد. You can see ثلاثة, that's feminine version of number 3 because we are counting boys. Okay, if you want to say 3 girls, we will say, we know Bintun is a girl, Bintani, that's 2 girls. Now, Banat is girls, plural. So, 3 girls we will say, Thalathu. You see, without ta marbuta, we use masculine version of number 3. Thalathu banatin. So, ثلاثة أولاد ثلاث بنات. Explanation. The numbers themselves in this construct, the case ending of them, that's we're using number 3 as an example, it has to take single vowel. That single vowel, depending on what is happening in the sentence, may be nominative, may be u, like a ثلاثة أولاد, ثلاث بنات. It can also be fatha if the structure of the sentence demands that. It can be ثلاثة أولاد ثلاث بنات. It can be kasra, genitive, ثلاثة أولاد or ثلاث بنات. So they are flexible in that case. They can take, but they cannot take tanween. They cannot take, you cannot put double vowels on them, because the reason simply is because it's defined by attributing it to another noun. Okay? What about the second noun? Awladin, banatin. What's happening there? The second noun in this structure must be genitive. In this case, kasra. Kasra. ثلاثة ثلاثة أولاد. ثلاث ثلاث بنات. And also you see that those numbers, they come first, unlike number 1 and number 2. Okay? All the things that we just said now can be applied to number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Whew. I hope you're following that. Yes. Okay, that's our first division. So we have the number 1, number 2, we know what to do. And now we have number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. and we have explained the rules governing them. Okay. Okay. Now, let's now move to number 10. Number 10 has two rules, really. Rules number 1 is easy. It's the same as 3 to 9. Meaning, if you use number 10 alone, if you use it standing alone, it follows the rules of number 3 to number 9, which means it will be opposite in gender. So if you want to say 10 boys, you will say, so which means you have to use the feminine number 10 with ta marbuta. You will say asharatu or asharata or asharati if the structure of sentence demands that. Asharatu and then awladin. Ashru banatin. So that's because number 10 is standing alone. Those are called al-a'dad al-fardiyya, when they are not combined with another number. So those are a'dad al-fardiyya, meaning stand-alone numbers. Okay, but if number 10 happens to be part of another number, and that can happen when you are saying number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. That's when you can have number 10 again, but as a part of another numbers. That kind of a structure of the numbers is called al-a'dad al-murakkaba. Al-a'dad al-murakkaba, meaning it is really being combined with another number. So, remember, number 3 to number 9, always opposite in gender, regardless whether standing alone or part of another number. But as for number 10, when it's standing alone, it is always opposite. But when it is part of another number, which we can find 11 to 19, then number 10 will be of the same gender of nouns being counted. Okay, so let's illustrate that now. Let's look at number 10 when it's a part of another number. So that's to bring us to this third section of our number structure. First one, number 1 and 2. The second one is number 3 to number 9. And then now let's look at number 11 to number 19. Yeah. Okay. Now, how do we achieve number 11? Now, 11 to 19, you have two numbers. 1, 10. Not and 10, just 1, 10. Nothing between them. 1, 10. 2, 10. 3, 10. 4, 10. 5, 10. 6, 10. 7, 10. 8, 10. 9, 10. That's 19. Okay. Each of the number we need to pay attention. Remember we say number 1 and number 2 always of the same gender. So it doesn't matter whether standing alone or part. So now let's see how we're going to achieve number 11. Right. Number 11. Now you don't use wahid and 10. You use another form of 1. Here we go. There we go. So if let's pretend we want to count 11 boys. That's masculine. What's going to happen? The 1 bit will be of the same gender. The 10 bit also will be of the same gender because it's in the in conjunction with another number. So we will say ahada. So don't say wahid. You use this form of 1. Ahada, and that's it. That's masculine. Ahada. If you are counting boys, once you say ahada, you know you are going to count a masculine because number one is always of the same gender as a noun being counted. So ahada, okay, and then we say number 10 here need to be masculine as well. Ahada ashara, and then the boy, you say waladan. Oh, a lot of rules embedded there. Let's unpack it. Yeah. Now, let's look at that phrase again. Ahada ashara waladan. Okay. Ahada, that's one, and it's masculine, and it's carrying fatha. Okay. Ashara, and that's 10, and it's masculine, and it's carrying fatha. And then the noun being counted, waladan, and that's a singular, but with 2 fatha. Of course, you need the alif to support it. So the nouns being counted, once you are over 10, 11, the noun being counted will be singular format with 2 fatha on it. Wow. Remember when we are counting 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 as a standalone numbers? Our noun being counted is in plural format. Awladin, banatin. But once you want to reach 11, the noun being counted now becomes singular, but with 2 fatha. So ahada, ashara, waladan. And all of them, they have fatha, fatha, fatha. Wow. That's the rules governing the al-adad al-murakkaba. You know? So, here we go. What about if I want to say 11 girls? So I need to find the form of which the feminine version of ahada. And that is ihda. Ihda. Okay, once I say ihda, I'm counting feminine. So the number 10 also has to be feminine. So I'll say ihda ashrata bintan. Singular but 2 fatha. Ihda ashrata bintan. Please look at these 2 lines for me. Compare, contrast, so we can establish the understanding. Ahada, that's number 1, and is masculine. This is form of number 1 you use when you want to say 11. You don't use wahid. So ahada, 1, and it's carrying fatha, and it's masculine. Ashara, and that's number 10, and is masculine, and it's carrying fatha. Waladan, boy, and is singular, and has 2 fathas. The second line is a ihda, that's the version, feminine version of ahada. Ashrata, that's a feminine 10, and it's carrying fatha. And then we have bintan, singular, carrying 2 fatha. Wow. I hope you're following this. Okay, let's move now to number 12. Again, we know that number 2, whatever they may be, they're always of the same gender as now being counted. Okay. So how do we say 12 boys? We would say ithna. So we don't say ithnani. We remove the noon from the 2. Ithna. So noon is deleted. Ithna ashara waladan. Again, ashara now is masculine and is fatha and waladan. So 12 girls. We'll say ithnata rather than ithnatani. We also will remove the noun. Ithnata ashrata bintan. That's nominative. If we are in the accusative, such as ithnaini, again we remove the noun. We say ithnai ashara waladan. Ithnai ashara waladan. For ithnataini, for feminine, we say ithnatay, again noun is being removed. Ithnatay ashrata bintan. Okay, next section is how do we deal with number 13 to number 19. Again, I'm going to give you the number 3 as our template. Okay, remember number 3 to number 9, wherever they may be, they always have to be opposite in gender of the noun being counted. So, we say, if you want to count 13 boys, so the 3 part has to be feminine. We say thalathata, and the 10 part, because it's part of another letter, another number, has to be the same gender. So we say thalathata ashara waladan. Thalathata ashara waladan. Say fatha, fatha, fatha. And that fatha, fatha will never change, regardless of the structure of the sentence. Always you maintain that fatha. Thalathata ashara waladan. For girls, you say thalatha without ta marbuta, but with fatha on the tha. Thalatha ashrata bintan. Thalatha ashrata bintan. So that's 13 girls. Use the same thing for, let's say you want to say 15 girls. You just say khamsa without ta marbuta. Ashrata bintan. For 15 boys, you will say khamsata ta marbuta. Khamsata ashara waladan. 18 boys, ثمانية عشرة ولدا. 18 girls, ثمانية without ta مربوطة, عشرة بنتا. 19 girls, تسعة without ta مربوطة with فتحة, تسعة عشرة بنتا. 19 boys, تسعة عشر ولدا. Wow, I think it's better that we stop here. So we deal with the number 20 to number 99 next lesson, I think, because a lot is going on here. Please do revise this, and hopefully I'll see you next time when we pick it up from number 20 all the way to number 99, inshallah. Well done and good luck. I shall see you next lesson, lesson 29, inshallah. In the meantime, مع السلامة, إلى اللقاء, في أمان الله. مرحبا, أهلا وسهلا بكم. Welcome again to our lesson, and we're on Gateway to Arabic Book 4. Today's lesson is lesson 29. During the lesson on lesson 28, we revised how we use number 1 and number 2. Then we talk about number 3 to number 9, as well as number 10, standing alone or part of another number, as you find it in number 11 to 19. Then we explain the usage of number 11 to number 19. All these we explain a great deal of the rules and the grammar underpinning them. So we continue today and we start from number 20. So what is number 20 in Arabic? Number 20 is عشرون or عشرين. Now, sometimes you have to say عشرون depending on the position of this number within the sentence structure. And sometimes you say عشرين, again depending on the structure of the sentence. We touched on that before, I think at the first part of book 4, as well as towards the end of book 3 as well. We talk about nominative, accusative, and genitive. If you don't know about that, I recommend that you go back a little bit in book 4 to recap on this one. So, عشرون or عشرين. Now, we're going to take عشرين, number 20, as our template, because whatever we say about number 20 can be applied to number 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, and 90, all the way to 99. So our template will be number 20 to 29. So, how do we use it? Number 20 is gender neutral. You use it for female as well as for masculine as well. So if I want to say 20 boys, I will say عشرون ولدا or عشرين ولدا. Remember, when you are now you are counting in Arabic, once you've passed 10 from 11 all the way to 99, the item being counted will remain singular with 2 fatha and an alif. Hence I say عشرون ولدا or عشرين ولدا. 20 girls would be عشرون, the same number, عشرون بنتا or عشرين بنتا. Now, if you know number 30, which is ثلاثون, actually coming from ثلاث is number 3. So ثلاثون is number 30 or ثلاثين. Now, number 40 would be أربعون or أربعين. Number 50 from خمسة, خمسون or خمسين. Number 60 from ستة, ستون or ستين. Number 70 from سبعة, سبعون or سبعين. Number 80 from ثمانية, ثمانون or ثمانين. Number 90, تسعون or تسعين. That's what I mean by we're using عشرين as our template. Now let's see now how we use 21. 21, remember number 1, wherever you may find number 1, it doesn't matter whether it's standing alone or part of any number. That number 1 has to be of the same gender as the noun being counted. Bear that in mind. So number 20, if you say 21 boys, we are going to say واحد, that's a masculine form of number 1. واحد وعشرون ولدا. Now واحد, number 1, then we say and wa. So 1 wa and عشرون 20. Unlike when we were learning number 11, first of all we use ahada, we didn't use wahid. Secondly, to say 11 to 19, you just say 1, 10, 2, 10, 3, 10, 4, 10, 5, 10, 6, 10, 7, 10, 8, 10, 9, 10. No and in between. So once we move to number 21 upward, so you need to say and. So we are treating it as two separate numbers. So say wahidun, that's one, it's masculine, wa and ishruna. Right. If you want to say 21 girls, we say wahidatun wa ishruna bintan. So number one has to correspond in gender with the noun being counted. Now, when do we use ishrina? Anytime you say wahidan, because the structure of sentence dictates that, wahidan, then you cannot say ishruna. You say wa ishrina waladan. If you say wahidin, because of grammar structure, wahidin, you say wa ishrina. So you use ishrina after accusative wahidan and or after genitive wahidin, be wa ishrina. That's masculine. Feminine, wahidatun wa ishruna bintan. If you say wahidatan, then you say wa ishrina bintan. Also, if you say wahidatin wa ishrina bintan. You can use that the same way if you're talking about 31 and 41, 51, 91. Okay, here we go. Progress, well done. That's actually not bad. Okay, now let's look at the number 22. Number 22. So you can say ithnani with the noun. That's masculine. Ithnani, because number 2 also must be in line with gender of the noun being counted. We learned that before. Number 1, number 2, they're always in line with the same gender of the noun being counted, regardless of whether they are standing alone or they are part of any numbers. So, number 2, we say ithnani wa ishruna waladan. Masculine, masculine. 22 boys. Note that we say ithnani, whereas when we were saying number 12, we said ithna. We removed the noun. We didn't say ithnani. Ashara. We say ithna. So here in the this structure of number 22, you would say ithnani with noon kasra wa ishruna waladan. But if you say ithnaini, which grammar dictates that in your structure, ithnaini, you cannot say wa ishruna, you say wa ishrina. Ithnaini wa ishrina waladan. So that is for genitive or accusative. Has to be wa ishrina. Let's look at the feminine equivalent. 22 girls. We say ithnatani. Again, you write nun kasra. Unlike number 12 when we said ithnata. We remove the nun. We say ithnata ashrata. But here, because it's separate numbers, we say ithnatani wa ishruna bintan. But if you have to say ithnataini, you say wa ishrina, not wa ishruna. Ithnataini wa ishrina bintan. So that's number 21 and number 22, counting male or counting female. Okay, let's move now to number 23 to 29. Once you know how to apply number 23, the rest becomes easier. Okay, 23 boys. We will say thala, because remember, number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 must be opposite in gender of items being counted. Anywhere you see number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, you know that you have to be opposites of gender, regardless whether they are standing alone or they are part of another number. Here, they're part of another number. So we say thalathatun. Once I said thalathatun, you know I'm going to count masculine, because this is feminine number 3. That's a version of number 3 which is feminine. Thalathatun. So I must count masculine. So thalathatun wa ishiruna waladan. 23 boys. But if I have to say thalathatan, again you have to say wa ishirina waladan. And if you say thalathatin, then you say wa ishirina waladan. Feminine. If I want to say 23 girls, we know the 3 bit will have to be in masculine, masculine version of number 3. So I will say thalathun. See, thalathun, نوتة مربوطة. ثلاث وعشرون بنتا. أو ثلاثا وعشرين بنتا. ثلاث وعشرين بنتا. Okay, so let's move now to number 24. So it's the same pattern. We want to count 24 boys. Your number 4 has to be feminine. So I say arba'atun wa ashiruna waladan. Arba'atan wa ashirina waladan. Arba'atin wa ashirina waladan. 24 girls. Arba'un. See, nota marbuta, I have to choose the masculine form of number 4. Arba'un wa ashiruna bintan. Arba'an wa ashirina bintan. Arba'in wa ashirina bintan. Hopefully the pattern is emerging now. Number 25. 25 boys. The 5 bit has to be feminine. خمسة وعشرون ولدا. خمسة وعشرين ولدا. خمسة وعشرين ولدا. 25 girls. The 5 bit has to be masculine. خمس وعشرون بنتا. خمسا وعشرين بنتا. خمس وعشرين بنتا. Number 26. 6 bits for boys has to be feminine. So I say ستة وعشرون ولدا. ستة وعشرين ولدا. ستة وعشرين ولدا. and ستة وعشرين ولدا. 26 girls. The 6 bit will be masculine. ست وعشرون بنتا. ستا وعشرين بنتا. ست وعشرين بنتا. 27 boys. 7 bit is feminine. سبعة وعشرون ولدا. سبعة وعشرين ولدا. سبعة وعشرين ولدا. 27 girls. The 7 bit is masculine. سبع وعشرون بنتا. سبعا وعشرين بنتا. سبع وعشرين بنتا. Number 28. That's needed a little bit attention. For masculine, you say ثمانية. That's fine. ثمانية وعشرون ولدا. ثمانية وعشرين ولدا. ثمانية وعشرين ولدا. No problem. What about 28 girls? At the beginning, because that's a nominative, حالة الرفع, so you say ثمان. No, yeah. ثمان وعشرون بنتا. The grammar underpinning that will be explained later. ثمان وعشرون بنتا. But if it is an accusative, you put fatha on the ya. There's no ta marbuta. ثمانية. ثمانية. No ta marbuta. ثمانية وعشرين بنتا. If it is genitive, again you remove the ya. You say ثمان وعشرين بنتا. ثمان وعشرين بنتا. The grammar underpinning that will come later on. Right. Number 29. Back to normal. The 9-bit for boys will be feminine. تسعة وعشرون ولدا. تسعة وعشرين ولدا. تسعة وعشرين ولدا. 29 girls. تسع وعشرون بنتا. تسعا وعشرين بنتا. تسع وعشرين بنتا. That's 29. Then you move to 30. ثلاثون ولدا. 30 boys. Or ثلاثين ولدا. 30 boys. ثلاثون بنتا. 30 girls. ثلاثين بنتا. 30 girls. And then you start again from 31. The same pattern as we have demonstrated in our template or 20 to 29. So it's the same pattern all the way to 99. For instance, if you want to say 99 boys, you say the 9-bit, you say تسعة وتسعون ولدا. تسعة وتسعين ولدا. تسعة وتسعين ولدا. For 99 girls, the 9-bit is masculine. تسع وتسعون بنتا. تسعا وتسعين بنتا. تسع وتسعين بنتا. So now effectively, if you revise lesson 28 thoroughly as explained right from number 1 now, and you learn this lesson 29 as well, you can confirm all this in book 4 from page 48, I believe. Page 48, 49, 50, 51. Plenty of explanation as well as exercises to make sure you can actually apply it. So you know your numbers now from number 1 all the way to number 99. That's your cardinal numbers. The numbers you just used to count. That's a cardinal numbers, which in Arabic is called al-a'dadu al-asliya. Al-a'dadu al-asliya. Now, after 99, what's next is 100. So mi'atun. Mi'atun. Mi'atun can take two dhamma. You can take mi'atun, mi'atin, mi'atan. That's 100. And after that, you can just start your number again. You say 100 first, and then you say 1. So 101, 102. The same rules as explained will be applied as well. Then you move to your alfun, alfin, alfan. This means 1,000. Then you continue. So we're going to touch on that in the future, inshallah. But now I really urge you, please go back to the numbers right from page 40, beginning of book 4. Actually, we went through all the numbers. Now your summary is in the the lesson 28, and this lesson, which is 29. Right, well done. So what's going to happen is, inshallah, next lesson we're going to move to the ordinal numbers. The ordinal numbers, that's the number that you use to put things in order. That's what it's called, ordinal numbers. And in Arabic is al-a'dadu at-tartibiyya. Al-a'dadu at-tartibiyya. So the numbers that we put first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and so on. Because that pattern of numbers that we're going to use after that to tell times. So we're able to say, what's time now, and you tell your time in great delay. So that's it's coming from next lesson, inshallah. And in the meantime, please do your revision and send all these links, please, to your contacts for me. And don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done so. Thank you so much. I'll see you next lesson, inshallah. In the meantime, مع السلامة إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا أهلا وسهلا بكم. Welcome again to our class. This is Gateway to Arabic Book 4, Lesson 30. Today, inshallah, as promised, we're going to start learning about Al-A'dad At-Tartibiyya, which is our ordinal numbers, the numbers we use to put things in order, like first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and so on. Let's start with first. The first, we have a number of ways we can say first. One is al-awwalu, masculine. Al-awwalu. Equivalent in feminine is al-ula. Al-awwal, al-ula. Okay. Another version is al-wahidu. Al-wahidu, masculine. And feminine equivalent is al-wahidatu. This is the one I actually use when we are telling time. It's very important. We'll explain that later, inshallah. Okay, the third way of saying first is al-hadi. Al-hadi. And the equivalent feminine form is al-hadiyatu. So you have al-awwal, al-ula. Al-wahidu, al-wahidatu. Al-hadi, al-hadiyatu. Okay. Let's move to second. The second is al-thani. They are all based on the original cardinal number ithnain. So al-thani, that's masculine, that's second. Feminine is al-thaniyatu. So al-thani, al-thaniyatu. Third is al-thalithu. And feminine, al-thalithatu. Fourth, al-rabi'u. Al-rabi'atu. Fifth, al-khamisu. Al-khamisatu. Sixth, al-sadisu. Al-sadisatu. Al-sadisu. Al-sadisatu. Seventh, al-sabi'atu. That's feminine. Al-sabi'u, masculine. Al-sabi'atu. Al-sabi'u, al-sabi'atu. Eighth, al-thaminu. Al-thaminu, al-thaminatu. Number 9, which is ninth, التاسع التاسعة التاسع التاسعة. 10th العاشر العاشرة. So from the beginning again, let's use الواحد. الواحد الواحدة. الثاني الثانية. الثالث الثالثة. الرابع الرابعة. الخامس الخامسة. السادس السادسة. السابع السابعة. الثامن الثامنة. التاسع التاسعة. العاشر العاشرة. 10th. Right. Okay. Let's move now to the 11th. Before that, actually, why can't we just put a noun to match them? Okay, for the first to 10th. So we can use masculine like al-yawm. So al-yawm means the day. So al-yawm, you say al-awwalu. Al-yawm al-awwal. Feminine noun like sana, year. As-sanatul ula. So al-yawm al-awwalu. As-sanatul ula. Good. What about second? اليوم الثاني. Second day. اليوم الثاني. السنة الثانية. Second year. اليوم الثالث. Third day. السنة الثالثة. Third year. اليوم الرابع. Fourth day. السنة الرابعة. Fourth year. اليوم الخامس. Fifth day. السنة الخامسة. Fifth year. اليوم السادس. Sixth day. السنة السادسة. Sixth year. اليوم السابع. Seventh day. السنة السابعة. Seventh year. اليوم الثامن. Eighth day. السنة الثامنة. Eighth year. اليوم التاسع. Ninth day. السنة التاسعة. Ninth year. اليوم العاشر. 10th day. السنة العاشرة. 10th year. You see, they are adjectives, therefore they match in gender. Okay. Let's give the same treatment to 11th to 19th. Let's choose a noun, masculine. Why not? Let's choose al-qarnu. Al-qarnu means the century. So the 11th century. That's masculine. So we say al-qarnu. Let's use al-hadi. Al-qarnu al-hadiya. That's fatha on the ya. Al-qarnu al-hadiya ashara. Note how the number itself ending in fatha fatha. Al-hadiya ashara. And it's masculine because they are describing al-qarnu, which is masculine. So al-qarnu al-hadiya ashara. Feminine, let's choose al-martabatu. Al-martabatu is position and it's feminine. So we say al-martabatu and then we will say al-hadiyata ashrata. Al-martabatu al-hadiyata ashrata. Again, fatha fatha. And it's feminine, feminine, feminine. 12th. Al-qarnu thaniya. Again, fatha on the ya. Al-qarnu thaniya ashara. Feminine. Al-martabatu thaniyata ashrata. 13th. Al-qarnu thalitha ashara. Fatha on tha. Al-qarnu thalitha ashara. Feminine. Al-martabatu thalithata ashrata. That's a 13th position. 14th. Al-qarnu rabi'a ashara. Feminine. Al-martabatu rabi'ata ashrata. 15th. Al-qarnu al-khamisa ashara. Feminine. Al-martabatu الخامسة عشرة. 16th. القرن السادس عشرة. Feminine. المرتبة السادسة عشرة. 17th القرن السابع عشرة المرتبة السابعة عشرة. 18th القرن الثامن عشرة feminine المرتبة الثامنة عشرة. 19th القرن التاسع عشرة feminine equivalent المرتبة التاسعة عشرة. Here we go. So we have done now our الأعداد الترتيبية, which is your ordinal numbers now from number 1 from 1st to 19th, because we're going to be using this pattern of numbers to tell times, and that will be our next lesson, how to tell times. We're going to be using this pattern of numbers. You can see they are regarded as adjectives. That's why they come in after the noun rather than as the cardinal numbers behaves coming at the beginning. So inshallah, next week, inshallah, or next lesson, we're going to be learning about telling times. Now, please go to page 48 of our book, Gateway to Arabic, book 4, and do all from page 48 all the way to page 51. Please do all the relevant exercises to make sure you apply your knowledge. And if you have any particular question, relevant question, please post it below, and I'll try my best to respond to them, inshallah. In the meantime, مع السلامة، إلى اللقاء في أمان الله. مرحبا، أهلا وسهلا بكم. Welcome again to our class, Gateway to Arabic, Book 4. This is probably will be the last lesson of this book, and then we move to book 5, inshallah. But today we are going to put our ordinal numbers that we learned the last lesson into a good use today. So we're going to use them to tell time. Okay, how do you actually say what's the time now in Arabic? You say كم الساعة. That's mean what's the time. And then الآن means now. كم الساعة الآن. كم الساعة الآن. What's the time now? And then you say الساعة and you tell the time. To do that, let's first set our store by introducing some essential vocabulary, relevant vocabulary. Number 1, how do you say a second in Arabic? Second is ثانية. ثانية. And the plural, ثوان. ثوان, that means seconds. ثانية, ثانية, then ثوان. Okay, what about a minute in Arabic? A minute is دقيقة. دقيقة. And plural is دقائق. دقائق. دقيقة. دقائق. Good. What about hour? An hour is ساعة. So you use it for an hour as well as time. ساعة. ساعة. Okay. What other relevant vocabulary here? نصف. نصف. That means half. نصف. Half. ثلث. ثلث. That means third. ثلث. Third. What's the quarter? A quarter is ربع or ربع. ربع. A quarter. Okay, that's good. What's the in the morning in Arabic or AM? صباحا. صباحا is coming from صباح الخير, remember? So صباحا. That's mean in the morning or AM. What about in the morning or in the afternoon or noon? ظهرا. ظهرا. That's mean noon. in the afternoon. You can say بعد الظهر in the afternoon, because بعد means after. مساء, مساء means PM or in the evening. مساء. Okay. Other relevant is like إلا. إلا. إلا means except, but we use it to say two. You want to say 1 minute to 1. You say something إلا, and then you mention the minutes. إلا. How do you say past? We use wa. Wa actually means, as you know, and. But in the telling time, it means past. So we say 1 minute past time, and then wa, and then the number of minutes. Lastly, let's register. How do you say exactly? You say tamaman. Tamaman. Okay, so the story is set now. Let's now see how to start telling our time using the ordinary